Agitated. Grupos. Autonomous. And armed. Anti-capitalism. In Spain. 1974 to 1984. Joni D. Translated by JoniSharkey. Introduction. The work of the Kate Sharpley Library has in many ways been guided by Edward Thompson's articulation of the necessity of rescuing groups and people from the enormous condescension of posterity. We have also been driven in our publications to challenge the political amnesia toward those who were anarchist and libertarian, as well as the unaligned and unknown who allied with them to challenge the horror of capitalism. This book fits firmly in that tradition and offers us a compelling portrait of those in the Grupos Autónomos between 1974-1984, a time of substantial change in Spain. Franco died on November 20, 1975, after 36 years of brutality toward those who opposed him. His death, for some, signaled all sorts of radical possibilities. We might best characterize this period as what Alexander Berkman, when describing other times and places ripe with potential, described as the psychological moment. If the time was seized, then another world was possible. Of course, some Grupos members had been active well before Franco's death. They had been active in the mill or its allies and were outraged by the state murder of mill member Salvador Puig on March 2, 1974. 1 Disdaining fixed organizations, their work in mill prisoner support and resistance to the repression around them became the blueprint for actions over the next 10 years. Agile and creative, working in small affinity groups, at times based in communities and workplaces, they showed a disdain for parties and their lines even if they were sometimes members. Grupos members moved away from protesting and toward direct action as they upped the ante after the death of Franco. They sensed that this was their time, and the possibility of the destruction of capitalism and the bringing in of a new world had never been closer since 1936. We would do well to consider what they were up against. Plans for a move toward a constitutional monarchy and a parliamentary system based on representative democracy had been quietly laid before the death of Franco, and discussions were taking place between the Francoist regime and some of its opponents. The fear of violence and revolutionary change was a real factor in these discussions, and much effort over the next few years was taken to bind the political center together and diminish the effects of what were seen as extremists. These moves were encouraged by the United States and Germany, who had no desire to see Spain become destabilized. For them, the creation of a capitalist democracy was essential. By 1977, most trade unions and political parties had been legalized, including the Spanish Communist Party. As early as 1976, Santiago Carrillo, General Secretary of the Communist Party of Spain, had spoken of an agreed break in activity against the new government. An amnesty bill was also passed in 1977, where some political prisoners were released in exchange for no legal proceedings being taken by the new government against the perpetrators of human rights violations under the Franco regime. The year 1977 also saw the first democratic elections since Franco's death, as well as the signing of the Moncloa Pacts by many of the political groupings and trade unions. The pacts guaranteed increased unemployment benefits, new corporate taxes, and a permanent tax on wealth. Left-wing parties and trade unions were enthusiastic about the pacts, seeing them as a substantial change for the better for the working class. Writing of the effects of these economic changes on working class life, Joni D. writes, as far as they were concerned, the working class, 20 years earlier they had been famished, and this was a revolution in itself, p. 74 below. Many of the workers' assemblies set up in some factories to challenge management and economic structures soon became subsumed back into union and party structures. On their return to Spain, the CNT had experienced a renaissance in support. Its first meeting in Spain since 1939 was held on July 2, 1977 in Barcelona, with a crowd estimated at 300,000. Some of the grupos were members of the organization and some supported the CNT without joining. Their apparent popularity was seen as a major threat to governance. The CNT clearly opposed the Moncloa Pacts, and on Sunday, January 15, 1978 held a demonstration of between 10 to 15,000 people in Barcelona against the pacts. Later that day the Scala nightclub in Barcelona was firebombed and 4 workers, 2 of whom were CNT members, died in the resulting fire. Some CNT members were quickly arrested. It was later proved that this firebombing was instigated by a police agent provocateur, and there were always doubts about how the firebombs could have caused the conflagration to spread as quickly as it did. All this would come out later, but for the CNT the damage had been done. The Spanish state's position was made clear by the statement from Minister of the Interior Ricardo Martin Villa, who claimed that anarchist violence in the shape of the attack on the Scala and other incidents was the most worrying violence in Spain, its biggest challenge, and had to be eradicated. In these cultural and political settings the grupos carried on their activities. Now the fight was with capitalist democracy, not the smothering brutality of the Francoist state. The conflict was between those who saw the demise of Franco as a time to put their energies into the creation of a capitalist democracy in Spain, and those whose energies went into the creation of a Spain based on economic and social equality and freedom from all hierarchies. In our view, Agitated is a work of exemplary radical history. And it is exciting to have this work available in English, where we can see a fuller picture of the grupos than ever before. Their story is told, blemishes and all, often using the experiences of some of the people involved to bring events and activities to life. Some may want to offer critiques in the future, and we have no doubt that grupos participants have done that themselves, but we need this book to rescue the people involved, their stories, and their actions from the condescension of posterity and the political amnesia of history. Kate Sharpley Library, July 2022. Foreword, by Matteo Segui. A realist novel. This book by Joni D reads like a novel, but a realist novel, it has to be said. Real, since it focuses on setting out the evolution of the autonomous. A fine effort to stop the historians from historicizing fiction and officialdom, to focus on knowing and revealing that a lot of people spent much of their lives in jails, asking nothing in return. Characters who troop through the book with some very clear-cut principles, defeating the powers that be, but not in order to replace them and place themselves at the head of the citizenry, like the so-called anti-Francoists did during the Spanish political transition following the dictator's death, by coming to an accommodation with and drawing a veil over the damage done by the Civil War. No, defeating the powers that be in order to live differently. I remember from the conversations I had with former autonomous that the roots of the grupos autonomous ran deep. During the Republic, and especially in Catalonia, with the CNT, Confederación Nacional del Trabajo / National Confederation of Labor, being the majority, or quite possibly the only, trade union, grupos autonomous were set up, dedicated to robbing banks in order to use the proceeds to further the revolution. They operated along autonomous lines, tied to the CNT, but engaging in individualized activities outside of their trade union activities. We can see from the narratives in this book that the activity of members of the grupos autonomous was rooted in their repudiation of the official reality and rejection of what they were being taught, standing up to an imposed education in order to embark upon a different life. They reacted to their schooling and official cultural education by conjuring up alternatives, the underlying principle of which was rebelliousness plus fraternity, a preparedness to suffer imprisonment rather than be gobbled up by the prevailing system. Through all the years when the grupos autonomous were most active, I can bear witness in my professional capacity to their altruistic and fraternal motives. Naturally, the official society made its mark on them, forcing them out of circulation and doing all it could to blacken their reputations. Joni explains the devastation caused by the drug culture and the infiltration of undesirable characters into the ranks of the autonomous. I stated at the outset that what we have here is a novel, if by novel we mean an adventure that set out to destroy the official authorities, holding nothing back and putting one's own life on the line in order to achieve this. It is hard fighting against giants. As explained in this book, the autonomous at least gave it a go, and their spirit has imbued later generations. Power and authority are still vested in a few hands, but the lesson of brotherliness stands. No one will be able to argue that they did nothing, they did something, and the authorities came down on them like a ton of bricks, but their courage, their idealism can never, ever be destroyed. I have used the term fraternity several times and have done so because the term was explained to me by our beloved Nunes. He stated, "These days there is much talk of solidarity, a notion that he understood as akin to doing somebody a good turn, but from above, rather than face to face, but fraternity is what happens between human beings who are equals, with no one superior to anyone else." I learned this lesson from Nunes and, having observed it close up, it strikes me that the autonomous chief ideal was to take action against the powerful by forming groups in which everyone was an equal. One day history will tell us what influence they had on the way of life. This book is a first attempt to shed light on the human character of members of the Grupos Autonomos and is, I reckon, a starting point for anyone deluded, helping them to realize that the official reality is wrong and that there is more to life. In the workers' autonomy section, there is a very interesting description of the impact on the world of work, trade union activity back in the day, the Monclo Palace agreements, the petrol pump attendants' struggles, etc. There is also the very enlightening culture for change section. In my view, these are matters that cannot be set to one side but rather cry out for thorough exploration. As I have said, this book is a start and a reading of it is an invitation to study, positing that nothing is over, that there is a long way yet to go. To conclude, allow me an anecdote. When the work issue was open to debate inside the Grupos Autonomos, work being understood as a system of exploitation at the hands of capitalism, the Autonomous came to the following conclusion: down with work. And, raising the issue at the time with Autonomous who were serving time in Segovia prison, I told them I find your conclusion very interesting and I propose to make it mine, at which point they kicked up a stink and told me work on getting us out of jail. I found the reading of this book a pleasure. Joni has done sterling work here and it is now up to somebody else to pick up the baton. Matteo Segui. Author's Introduction. This story started many years ago, 17, to be precise, when, as luck would have it, I made the acquaintance of Irma. Irma was never a member of any of the Grupos Autonomos, but she was part of the support network and that was what led to her being arrested. Later, she was but one of the thousands of those damned for having lived through those heated years and, though a heroin addict, she worked 1,001 wonders for the comrades prior to her leaving for exile. From that exile she fondly remembered those whom she could so easily have damaged. 11 years later, in December 2007, I lived through the second chapter of this story when, together with the comrades from the Asociación de Amigos de Agustín Ruda in Salent and those from the Centre de Documentació Josep Esther I Boraz in Berga, we set about cataloguing the archives of the Asociación, which at the time were held at the Centre de Documentació. It was in Berga that the Salent comrades expressed their wish to see a book published that would tell the story of those young dreamers who squandered their youth on a struggle that ended in a defeat that translated into years in prison, exile, or, in Agustin's case, murder. The final nudge came in September 2010 when, with the help of the internet, I tracked down Petit Lou, with whom I had identified back in my adolescent years as I pored over the letters he used to send to La Letra A, letters always signed by a Pyrenean native. In the end, after an investigation begun in December 2007 but put on the back burner for 3 years while I was writing, publishing, and distributing Que Pegui Pugil, I made up my mind in February 2012 that I would make a start on writing these pages, which make no claim to being a history of the armed Grupos Autonomos but are merely a first draft of one. All throughout the work I have had to make decisions regarding the format of it. The first decision related to its boundaries. I had it clear in my mind that I wanted to write a study of the armed, libertarian Grupos Autonomos. The folks who had shunned even the historical libertarian organizations and employed armed agitation as a propaganda tool. I should like to stipulate something here. There were libertarian Grupos Autonomos who steered well clear of the widespread recourse to violence. This study focuses on the ones that decided to practice armed struggle, albeit that the dividing lines between the two camps may at times have been blurred, especially during the final years of Francoism when they all had to live under the same circumstances of clandestinity. At the same time, I decided that there were a couple of these groups: the MIL, Movimiento Ibérico de Liberación/Iberian Liberation Movement, and the CAA, Comandos Autonomous Anticapitalistas/Anticapitalist Autonomous Commandos, upon which I had no wish to dwell, since there were already several books in existence based on their experiences. Which is why this book begins with the dismantling of the MIL and makes only passing references to the Commandos. The next doubt I had to clear up was how I was going to highlight the significance of the individual development of the young people behind these groups, while simultaneously touching upon the actual creation of the network, which came about almost casually over the passage of time. For that reason, this book is made up of two kinds of chapters, clearly differentiated but always interwoven throughout the text as a whole. One kind explores the personal evolution of some activists. The other depicts the social and historical context in which they were living. The former being based on the memories of the protagonists, albeit that the texts have been enriched by and assayed against newspaper archives. The second kind is the result of a historical study of the time period assembled through those same newspaper collections. The third issue centered on names. Some of the comrades interviewed had no wish to see their full particulars given. I opted to use their nicknames in the case of the activists interviewed and those of some of their comrades in the more personal chapters, whereas I use their actual particulars in the historically contextualizing chapters where these have already been cited in print. I have, however, allowed myself the odd exception here and there. Having decided on these matters, an emotional time came that I shall never forget. A minor discovery that weighed on my mind. Halfway through the book, just as I was tying up the loose ends, I was able to track down the person who had accompanied Agustin Ruda in his journey toward anarchism in the Modelo prison, thanks to Manuel Tirado's recollections, support from Inaki Garcia, and with the aid of the internet again. When I first called him, even though we were not then acquainted, I could hear the emotion in his words. 40 years after sharing a cell with Agustin, Andres Grima had not been expecting the call. Over the summer of 2012, 35 years after his last glimpse of his friend's face, Andres was able to fulfill a long-standing ambition. To meet Maria, the sister of his cellmate. And now to finish, since this should have been quite a short introduction, allow me to thank all those nameless battlers whose names are not Petit Lou, Sabata, Roger, Lynx, Gerard, Jose, Danny, Juan, Felipe, Paco, Miguel, Jinjo, Michel, or Victor, for having, in many cases for the very first time, filled me in on their story, or part of it. This book would not be what it is but for the assistance of Maria Ruda, Andres Grima, Inaki Garcia, Bamitz, Sabas, Vigo, Titana, Victor Simmel, Antonio, Francesc Limonat, Hortensia Ines, Enric Melik, Gonzalo Wilhelmi, Manuel Tirado, René Alvarez, Daniel Pont, Jack Pascual, David Fernandez, and Mateo Segui. Very special thanks to David Castillo, Oscar Espana, Marta Ch., Guiomar Rovira, and Tisel Frizinet for their literary and grammatical support in the original edition. Olala Castro has helped me enormously by proofing much of the Spanish-language edition. Thanks also to the women comrades who see to the upkeep of the El Aurea Social Library, the La Ciutat Invisible Documentation Center, and the Josep Esther Iboraz Documentation Center. To Carlos Undergroove for his enthusiasm when it came to turning this book into something visually presentable. Not that I have forgotten all those who egged me on throughout my research and have, in many cases, also had to suffer my one-track conversation, namely, Joan and Emma, Quim and Eva, Gregor, Chucho, Jimmy and Manoli, Jose Santins, Raul and Teresa, Pierre Miralles, Dolores Marin, Carlos Vinas, Jesus Rodriguez, Irene, and Janian. Dedicated to Irma, El Jebo, Agustin Ruda, Joan Consa, Miguel Mulet, CRI, and all who gave their lives in so many different ways while dreaming of a different world. But for the patience and unwavering support of Amparo, this would not have been possible. Jara, Don't let them push you around, but if they do, think and gather up the seeds. To the comrades from the Asociação de Amigos de Agustin Ruda. To those that keep the memory alive. Prologue, Irma. Viewed from the air, the city was more than the human eye could take in. The hundreds of thousands of buildings surrounded by the hundreds of thousands of shacks in the mountains around them, were too much for just two eyes. In the late afternoon of that day in March 1996, the DF, Federal District, was teeming. A little over 2 years before, there had been the native uprising in Chiapas, and the two young people from Barcelona, in their 30s, were keen to see and experience the situation for themselves. A revolution in the twilight years of the 20th century, the least significant folk in the land had said enough. The plane landed, and once in the airport building, the duo joined the appropriate queue to request an entry visa. Reason for trip, the Mexican official asked. Tourism, they replied. They had never been to Mexico before, but were very clear that if they were caught in possession of all the legal tender from several European countries that they had on them, French francs, German marks, Italian lire, and Spanish pesetas, they would not be doing so on this occasion, and it would be hard for them to do so in the future. They passed through the first checks, having secured their tourist visas. Back in Barcelona they had been warned that they would then run into the traffic lights. Traffic lights are the Mexican officials' curious method for deciding whether someone needs to be searched before entering the country. Every visitor has to press a button, and if the traffic lights in front of him go green, he is free to enter Mexico unmolested. On the other hand, if the red lights up, the forces of law and order deploy to frisk the visitor. It was the only time they felt nervous. They had confidence that they would get over the border, but leaving that decision up to a random traffic light was not to their liking. In the end, she was the one to press the button first. As the green lit up, they both crossed the supposed red line without giving the red light another chance to be triggered next time around. Like so many other young activists from the 1980s and 1990s, they had come to the libertarian movement through music, which ensured that their sole contact, the only address they had in the DF, was that of an autonomous, libertarian music center on Calle Cuauhtémoc in the Roma district, the one known, as a tribute to the northern Italian free radio station of the mid-1970s, as the Foro Alicia. The young couple, on leaving the airport, climbed into a taxi and gave the driver that address. The traffic was chaotic and the distance enormous, given that it was still within the same city boundaries, but the cab finally pulled up in front of a graffiti-daubed wall which was obviously the entrance to the libertarian premises. As they ventured inside, they found themselves in a room 10 meters long and 4 wide, its walls and ceiling bedecked with posters produced by the same collective that ran the premises. Posters promoting concerts held at the Foro Alicia and posters on political and social themes, printed up in support of campaigns mounted in concert with other groups or to boost brand new campaigns devised by the Alicia. Off to the left, stretching from just past the halfway mark in the room as far as the rear wall, there was a bar behind which were some shelves displaying, not bottles of alcohol, but compact discs and other items for distribution, many of them homemade. Between the bar and the shelves, a woman older than themselves was in charge of serving up the beer and attending to whatever comrades stepped inside the foro. Hearing them converse in Catalan, she volunteered to put them up at her place. She said her name was Irma. Irma had arrived in the DF in 1985, the year the earthquake struck, weeks after the awful day when the earth moved beneath the city on September 19. She found a city in rubble, shattered, families separated, a lot of folks eking out a bare living on the streets, and broken lives galore. An effort was underway to return to normality, but it was not easy. The city had collapsed. Amid all the chaos, Irma found it easy to pass unnoticed and embark on a new life. She was born in 1957, lived out her youth in Barcelona, and by 1985 had to flee. Her collusion with armed sections of the libertarian Grupos Autonomos brought about her fall, arrest in the jargon of the activists of the late 1970s and early 1980s, in a police operation picked up by the newspapers of the day because of the high number of activists rounded up and the importance of a number of them. The members of the Brigada were out to get Irma. She was one of the girls who stood out most in the demonstrations. She was forever being spotted in the front lines during clashes, something that the macho police officers could not tolerate since they felt that they were being made to look ridiculous by someone they reckoned belonged to the weaker sex. Her fall was triggered by an unwitting betrayal. Toward the end of 1980, the members of one Valencian Grupo Autónomo crossed the border into France to pick up some weapons for which a number of Barcelona comrades had placed an order. They were to collect the gear, smuggle it over the border and, on reaching Barcelona, hand it over. In the south of France there were still a few groups of Spanish exiles and French libertarians who had arms caches that were often put to use on Spanish soil. In some instances, these were the very same guns as had been used by comrades from the libertarian Maquis, who had packed it in after the murder of Ramon Vila Capdevila, Caracremada, on August 7, 1963. However, the Valencian comrades decided to capitalize upon their possession of the weapons in order to mount an operation on home ground before passing them on to the Barcelona comrades. That operation went awry, and the group in Valencia was broken up at the beginning of October. The gear had been lost. With them was El Francis, an activist who often collaborated with the Barcelona comrades that had placed the order. Once arrested, he let slip a name that he thought was just a nickname, but which turned out to be a real name, although quite an unusual one, and this triggered the arrests in Barcelona. By means of rendezvous and precautionary phone calls, the Barcelona comrades who were waiting for the guns got wind of the arrests that same night and decided to make for the apartment of Irma and her comrades near La Ciudadela at the end of the Calle Princesa, to tip them off and help clear the apartment of incriminating materials, since they too had had dealings with El Francis. Unfortunately, they did not have much time and the very next day members of the security forces showed up. In the course of several searches, they made 12 arrests and confiscated numerous identity papers, travelers' checks, and savings books from the Caja Postal to the tune of 5 million pesetas, all of it counterfeit, plus a couple of revolvers. One of the people arrested had successfully infiltrated the FN, Fuerza Nueva/New Force, and it looked as if blowing up the FN headquarters in Barcelona had been under consideration. A few days later, on October 16, the chief of police called a press conference on the raid. By that time, half of those arrested had already been released, even though his briefing made much of the 12 arrests and not of the subsequent releases. Shortly after that, Irma fell victim to the lure of escapism and began dabbling in heroin, which at that time rendered sterling service to the state by making nonsense of all the social prisoners' demands for a collective amnesty. Now suffering from an addiction that she could not shake, Irma kept in touch with the Autónomo network, and a number of innocent comrades suffered the consequences when they entrusted her with cash meant for a number of struggles. By 1985, the situation had become unsustainable, and Irma fled. She had no desire to carry on with her life of deceiving and lying to her fellow activists. Not that Irma forgot her past once in Mexico. Her home was open house for some comrades who passed that way, comrades such as Petit Lou, whom she taught how to move through the frenzied city during his first stay there. They used to do the shopping together or shared the cooking, preparing tasty dishes for sharing later with other comrades. Inmaculada Ventura Labet, Irma, died in Mexico on August 9, 2008. 1. Grupos Autonomos. Action groups. Insurrections in their beginnings are almost always like an adventure, with a high likelihood of one's getting lost or coming out of the attempt defeated. The advantage of defeats of that sort is that they can never be final, because they represent instructive chapters that are added to the history of proletarian struggle. Buenaventura Durruti. The Grupos Autonomos were the 1970s equivalents of the historical anarchist affinity groups of the first third of the 20th century, obviously with differences resulting from the stark contrasts in the way of life during the two periods. Whereas the affinity groups evolved in a working-class society that aspired to purity in order to shrug off the whole brutalizing burden of centuries of oppression, and which had molded itself with the tools that the anarchist labor organizations had made available to it, Ateneos, libraries, rationalist schools, etc., the grupos autonomous were mostly recruited from among educated but greenhorn youngsters, utterly without expertise and with no experience to fall back on, except in a few isolated cases, in relation to the everyday reality of struggle, things like clandestinity, arms procurement, or self-organization. Furthermore, after nearly 40 years of repression at every level, educational, religious, sexual, cultural, etc., these youngsters wanted to learn for its own sake rather than simply for an ideal. They not only welcomed but were grateful for any sort of impurity, seizing upon any chink that might allow them to enjoy life in the raw, if only for a few minutes. They had no taboos, no inhibitions, no rules, no gods, and no masters. Running away from everything that had been inculcated into them up to that point, you could say that we were all running away from something: military service, the factory floor, the worksite, the lecture halls, family, religion, ideology, prison, society too. Those youngsters were madly enthusiastic and often failed to foresee the consequences their actions were going to have for themselves, such as the time one group in Valencia was dismantled after its members were arrested sleeping in a vehicle laden with weapons on the very doorstep of a bank they had set out to expropriate. Or that time in late 1977 or early 1978 when Petilu was strolling through the narrow streets of the Barrio Gótico in Barcelona and came upon a silhouette that was oddly familiar to him. That gait, that back, it had to be El Moro, there was no doubt about it. Just before stepping up to hail him, Petilu realized that El Moro was carrying in his hand a plastic bag from some major store, and, in that bag, the barrel of a submachine gun was poking out through a hole. Petilu picked up his step and went level with his comrade, and without as much as glancing in his direction, he surreptitiously whispered to him, "Your iron is showing," before striding on, slightly shocked by his friend's carelessness. They wanted to break with everything that they had experienced since they were young, and at one point they believed that their resolve could tip the scales in the direction of global liberation. This was something they needed as human beings at any rate, to fight for absolute liberation, meaning educational, religious, sexual, cultural, work-based, political liberation. They were committed to the extent of being ready to offer up their lives for what they believed in, but, on the other hand, such was their lust for life and their craving to live that, at the last moment, after the battle was lost, they were quite capable of slipping back into the normality imposed by the capitalist system without in any way feeling rueful for having fought it so fiercely. It never occurred to us that our struggle would be setting an example, it went no further than being simply ours. We were not embracing it for life, it just struck us as the most effective option right now. That was all. Some of them, like Juan, once the fight had ended and the PSOE, Partido Socialista Obrero Español / Spanish Workers' Socialist Party, was in power, when he had the chance of getting out of jail early in return for his signature on a piece of paper disavowing his actions, decided to serve out his legal term rather than abdicate his own dignity. They gave their lives, neither lapsing into playing the martyr nor going on to renounce their ideas just to save their own necks. Not all of them, though, made it home again after the fray. The winner did not make do with winning the battle and provided his warriors with all the weapons in his arsenal to ensure that there would be no repetition, and what was the upshot of it all? A certain illusory feeling, disproportionate police and court repression, a return to order and the advent of hard drugs like heroin, a snare that did it in for many of the activists that refused to be cowed by the orders coming from the powers that be. 4. The earliest known groups, the MIL, and the so-called ALIA, Organización de Lucha Armada / Armed Struggle Organization, which emerged during the first half of the 1970s, at a time when the dictator was still alive, were a synthesis of the spontaneously libertarian forms of action of the youth with the maverick Marxist ideology that had spread through the workplaces and state universities. A lot of them, Roger for one, were drawn to the libertarian movement as a natural reaction against the centralism and authoritarianism of Leninists, Stalinists, Maoists, Trotskyists, and other orthodox communists striving to lead the everyday mini-revolts that were beginning to spread through the length and breadth of the Iberian Peninsula. Situationism opened new doors beyond which struggles were more fun, satirical, and provocative. Meanwhile, young people rejected inflexible arrangements that did not sit well with the frenzied times in which they were offered a self-indulgent, consumer society. A motley crew of students, workers, philosophers, and activists swayed by the worldwide counterculture, Lynx's generation was drawn mainly to propaganda to spread the revolt in order to, as a first step, topple the fascist regime, and later, to end capitalism. The second cohort of autonomous groups was very different. It emerged in 1974, during actions in support of the mill prisoners, and activists like Michel and Sabata never lost sight of that. Their aim was to demonstrate, as the mill had intended, that the level of violence that could and therefore should be deployed in answer to capitalist violence was much greater than commonly believed. 5 On the night of March 2 to 3, 1975, a year on from the murder of Puig Antich, a device exploded at the foot of the monument to the fallen in Madrid. In 1976, on Friday, February 27, a group of youngsters intercepted a bus on Barcelona's Calle Pila, forced all its passengers to step off and set it on fire, while a second group threw Molotov cocktails at the branch of the Banco Hispano-Americano in the same street. On March 2, again in Barcelona, there were several attempts to mount demonstrations, one of which drew in excess of 3,000 people, according to La Vanguardia, in the course of which several bank branches were set on fire. The media reported simultaneous acts of vandalism and propaganda distribution on Calle Canalitas, on Calle Hospital, at the intersection of the Rambla de Catalunya and Calle Aragon, at the intersection of Calle Urgell and Calle de la Diputación, and in the Calvo Sotelo area, today's Plaza de Francesc Macià. Such coordinated acts were one of the characteristic features of those years of clandestinity when demonstrations were banned. They were referred to as leaps, saltos, and required no more than 20 or so people. Once the demonstrators had assembled at a given location, traffic could be stopped, leaflets setting out demands could be flung into the air, graffiti daubed, and hand-picked targets attacked, whereupon the crowd would evaporate, having arranged to reassemble at the next targeted location. Mobility and the absence of any pre-announced gatherings thwarted any police response. In Valencia on February 27, 1977, several branches of the Banco de Vizcaya, Banco de Bilbao, Banco Hispano-Americano, and the Levantina Insurance Company were targeted. In Madrid on March 1, a device exploded at the headquarters of the Justice Ministry, and in Barcelona on March 2, Molotov cocktails were thrown at the police station on Calle Santaló, along with the Liceu and branches of the Banca Catalana, Banco de Bilbao, and Banco Español de Crédito. Again in Valencia, on March 5, Molotov cocktails touched off fires at 3 branches of Banco Popular, Banco Santander, and Banco de Vizcaya. 4 days after that, in Madrid, the branches torched belonged to the Banco Popular, the Banca March, Banesto, and the Banco de Vizcaya. And the day after that, it was a branch of the Banco Occidental. And the anniversaries of the last firing squad executions carried out by the Franco regime were red-letter days. On September 27, 1976, the headquarters of the Telefonica company in Valencia came under attack. The following day, Molotov cocktails rained down on the El Corte Inglés department store in Madrid, and the day after that, 4 civil guard barracks in the national capital came under the same sort of attack. On September 27, 1977, an explosive device attached to a placard protesting against the death penalty and placed on a bridge on the Mataró motorway was defused. Responsibility for the planting of it was claimed in a telephone call by Badalona anarchists. It was no coincidence that actions of this sort, marking the anniversaries of incidents that had left a deep impression on that generation of youngsters, were being set aside from 1978 onward, when the sheer dynamic of direct confrontation forced them to park the historical demands that had emerged under Francoism and focus instead upon their day-to-day struggles. From the start of 1978 onward, the activities of informers and infiltrators triggered an unrelenting series of falls that forced them to step up their precautions. The dates in question were also red-letter days in the calendars of the security forces, who were ready and waiting. These were youngsters who, like the Valencian Paco, had already read the classic anarchist authors, who were in touch, most of them, with the historical Spanish libertarian structures in exile, albeit that they were aware of the great differences between themselves and the elderly activists belonging to these structures, and who very quickly were drawn into a spiral that hardly ever allowed them to seize the initiative. After an initial year-long apprenticeship, driven by the stark reality with which the murder of Puig had confronted them, these groups experienced 1975 as a sort of a period of truce, but by the beginning of 1976, after the death of the dictator, they were throwing everything they had into an all-out war. They were far-sighted. They saw and had a very clear picture of the system that was being assembled around Franco's graveside. These days there is no one so naive as to dare deny that we under a despotism as tough and degrading and hard to bear as the one that existed in Franco's day, and, as time wears on, it is going to get worse. 6. They were not fighting the dictatorship now. They were fighting the establishment of the Bourbons to the throne and a capitalism imposed by the United States and by the big capitalist transnationals, a capitalism hell-bent on perpetuating state oppression of the citizenry by circumventing any chance of a clean break and any attempt to open the gates to a revolt that might usher in any political and, more specially, economic change. It was the only possible endeavor worth undertaking, if we take possible endeavor to mean the only thing that needs doing in this modern age: destruction of the capitalist mode of production. 7. Their struggle was characterized by a constant learning process. Students from the chemistry departments were the ones chiefly responsible for the earliest experimentation with explosive devices, in many instances carried out in disused former quarries, while students from the departments of medicine took care of certain complicated situations arising out of clashes with the police or lack of expertise in the handling of dangerous materials. Training with firearms was not carried out in remote logistical bases in the backside of nowhere, but took place in our forests, at rapid pace, and, by implication, was inadequate, exploiting hunting seasons when a couple of gunshots might go undetected. Clandestinity forced them into continual improvisation, although they did try to establish sound bases to sustain what might turn out to be a protracted struggle. Weapons were often passed from hand to hand and had no owners, and, whenever the members of one group had need of one in order to mount some operation, it was normal practice for activists from a better equipped group to lend them one. Victor's group lent him a pistol so that he could hold up a police officer and thereby acquire his first proper firearm. Whenever repression from the state apparatus was unleashed with full force, solidarity was vital if any minimally effective effort was to be made. The support of numerous comrades to help get those in jeopardy over the border was vital. Another constant factor, again by way of a response to repression, was solidarity with various armed resistance groups such as the RAF, Rote Armee Fraktion/Red Army Faction, in Germany, on May 13, 1976, following activist Ulrich Meinhof's death in prison. An attack with incendiary devices burned out 2 floors of the Hoechst Iberica Company premises in Barcelona. A year later, on April 21, 1977, the Lufthansa offices in Barcelona suffered an attack mounted in solidarity with the RAF members undergoing trial in Stamheim, and on October 20 of that year, the deaths in prison of other militants led to a Molotov cocktail attack on the German consulate in San Sebastián. In Madrid, on November 11, Molotov cocktails targeted the outlets of Porsche and Manticorias Alemanas in the city, and, on November 19, a dynamite charge went off at the German school in the city. Nearly 4 years later, the Hoechst Company's Barcelona offices came under attack again, this time in the shape of an explosive device, by way of a response to the death on hunger strike of the activist Sigurd de Bus. That operation was claimed by the EAA, Eskimos Autonoms Anti-Capitalist/Anti-Capitalist Autonomous Commandos. Such solidarity actions were a two-way street, since, on August 10, 1978, a French libertarian group Autonome demanded the release of autonomous activists jailed in Barcelona and Madrid by mounting an attack on a police station in Montpellier. Solidarity was the #1 driver behind the various groups that coalesced into the EAA, of which Miguel was a member. One of those groups, named after Oriol Sol Segranís, in homage to the mill comrade murdered years earlier, claimed responsibility in July 1980 for the attack mounted against the Banco Comercial Español in the Paseo de Gracia in Barcelona, in response to the conviction of some Ejército Revolucionario de Ayuda a los Trabajadores/Revolutionary Army for helping the workers, members tried some days earlier. Another group planted a TNT charge in the office of the Credit Lyonnais on February 18, 1981, in response to the arrest in France 4 days before of 14 activists with ties to the CAA, Comandos Autonomous Anticapitalistas/Anti-Capitalist Autonomous Commandos. Also part of this dynamic were operations in the summer of 1977 designed to thwart the extradition of the ETA, Euskadi ta Askatasuna/Basque Homeland and Freedom, militant Apala. In Barcelona on August 29, during one of the earliest demonstrations, Molotov cocktails were thrown at the SEPU shopping center on the Ramblas. A few days later, on September 3, 2 Barcelona buses were torched while a third was sent careering into the Banco Popular Español branch on the Ronda de San Antonio. Not that these were the only actions. The daily tension in the city center ensured that between September 13 and October 8 the media reported the arrest of 27 youths in connection with urban guerrilla actions mounted in the city at the end of that summer. These youngsters were linked with the FIJL, Federación Ibérica de Juventudes Libertarias/Iberian Libertarian Youth Federation. This was another peculiarity of these youngsters, the persistent linkage made between them and outfits in which they were not involved. The media were forever reprinting police reports tying the Grupos Autonomous to the FAI, Federación Anarquista Ibérica/Iberian Anarchist Federation, CNT, or FIJL, to start with and, later, to supposed organizations styled as the Grupos Específicos Anarquistas, anarchist-specific groups, or later, the Grupos Autonomous Armados, armed autonomous groups. While it is a fact that many of them, especially in Barcelona, at some point became CNT members and even, as in José's case, acquired a certain profile inside the union, most of them remained aloof and generally withdrew from membership before moving on to armed agitation. Elections were also red-letter days. On June 13, 1977, 2 days ahead of the first general elections under the brand-new democratic regime, a dynamite charge went off at the courthouse in Barcelona. 8 months later, one Grupo Autónomo that was linked to the operation was dismantled. The night before Election Day, 2 devices exploded in Córdoba, one at the city courthouse and the other at a building housing several ministerial agencies. A device exploded in Seville at the courthouse there, while in Malaga the target was an electricity pylon. Another pylon was damaged by a bomb attack in Madrid, and in Alcorcón an explosive device underneath the desk at a polling station was defused. In Valencia, several Molotov cocktails were thrown. On March 1, 1979, during the next round of the elections, a bottle filled with incendiary materials was thrown at the Sant Josep de la Montaña Civil Guard barracks in Barcelona. In all likelihood, not all of the actions were the handiwork of Grupos Autonomous or libertarians, but the very fact that there were no claims of responsibility made inclines us to believe that most of them were. Indeed, one factor at the time was the determination of the police when it came to trying to play down the activities both of the anarchist groups and of the autonomous, especially outside of the Barcelona area, ascribing actions mounted by these groups to other, armed, authoritarian Marxist organizations, on occasion, The failure to claim responsibility for some of these attacks, expropriations, etc., leads to some organizations or grouplets claiming them in order to create the illusion of a potency they do not possess and earn themselves recognition as the most effective in their competition with the state. 8. This modus operandi on the part of the police and other armed groups particularly affected the Madrid groups. Some of the actions in which Janjo was involved were claimed by or attributed to the FRAP, Frente Revolucionario Antifascista y Patrioticas / Revolutionary Anti-Fascist Patriotic Front. All in all, the struggle was an existential one, and the dynamic of it prioritized individualism within the voluntary collective over hierarchization and any sort of pecking order within the groups themselves. The autonomy of the individuals making up the groups was one of the core conditions of their actions. Although there were some groups which were fairly stable, this being a boost to their security, there were others in which activists participated sporadically. There were situations where a 4 or 5 man group carried out an action that required participation by several dozen comrades. This was an important part of networking as well as the most fragile aspect of it, this ability to mobilize unconnected people who ultimately linked up, albeit without any real appreciation of the extent of the action. The best known of such actions were, of course, the various organized, cross-European campaigns to cash phony checks, but there were others at the local level that used the same approach without their being made public by the police, since that would have meant an implicit acknowledgement of the ease with which such expropriations were being carried out. There was also personal action, meaning active engagement by youngsters who, while not signed up with any specific group, took part in the actions of various groups, using different names in each. This would ensure that they could not be tracked down should any of the groups be dismantled. French activist Alain Droga provides one example of this. In 1980, he was arrested with the Valencian Grupo Autónomo. He had previously taken part in actions carried out by a Barcelona-based group and later, in 1985, was arrested again for his ties to the FIGA, Federación Ibérica de Grupos Anarquistas / Iberian Anarchist Groups Federation. This was also the case with Manuel Munir, who was arrested in 1979 with the Barcelona Grupo Autónomo. 2 years later, he fell in Errenteria and was linked to the Catalan EAA. In 1985, he was again arrested, this time in the Basque Country, and linked with the CAA. This mobility between groups also applied to cities that were far apart. A lot of youngsters, after having exposed themselves too often in one town, would move away to a different city in order to join local comrades there in carrying on the struggle. This was a necessary precaution, particularly when friends and acquaintances were arrested. One such example was Paco from Madrid when he moved away to Lisbon. But such mobility was not to be found only in such cases. Entire groups or significant numbers of their members moved around in order to mount activities far from their own home ground. There was political mobility as well. A far cry from orthodoxy, communication, and collaboration with other sectors of the revolutionary left was a reality. It wasn't a matter of ideological choice but of practicality. 9. During the most pugnacious Barcelona demonstrations, Dani used to rub shoulders mainly with members of the PCE, Partido Comunista de España Internacional / Communist Party of Spain International. This engagement during street activity sometime used to create ties of affinity which then carried over into other, riskier sorts of activity where the improvisational approach used on the streets was not feasible. This situation was replicated in Catalonia as well as in the Basque Country, especially between the libertarian movement and the pro-independence left. Such collaboration came from afar, from exile and, in the Catalan case, especially, it dated back to Perpignan where, between 1973 and 1977, a lot of these young people had rubbed shoulders with one another. This was no blinkered collaboration. Every so often, it created sparks. Like when, right there in Perpignan, during a Louis Lach concert in 1976, a bunch of young libertarians unfurled a black senyera, the Catalan flag, on stage and some pro-independence revolutionary groups went ape at that sacrilege. But, Aside from any theoretical arguments, there were comrades from both camps who had no problem collaborating actively. Such was the case of José Digan, an ex-member of the FAC, Front de Alliberament Català/Catalan Liberation Front, who was arrested in 1983 during the breakup of a Barcelona-based Grupo Autónomo. After linking him to Terra Liar, the police reported that he was the link between the pro-independence armed organization and the libertarian Grupo Autónomo. Digan had lived in Perpignan in the dying days of Francoism. A joint campaign was mounted in order to avoid his extradition to Belgium as well as to demand the release of a couple of pro-independence prisoners and a libertarian prisoner Gerard who also had that threat hanging over him. Digan was jailed and tried for his part, alongside members of the Grupo Autónomo, in 3 bank hold-ups. Pro-independence militant Joan Carles Monteagudo also took part in one of these hold-ups. The grupos tended to be short-lived and their lives were marked chiefly by imminent police repression, but a few comrades managed to stay active for about 5 years without mishap, like the group in which El Prof was involved. The media reported on August 4, 1979, that a dozen anarchists had been arrested in Barcelona and that they were being linked with armed raids mounted 5 years previously, the first of which was on December 12, 1974, when a gang of youngsters held up the Roca gun store on Calle Aribo. But some of those arrested had been involved in armed agitational actions ever since the dismantling of the mill and were publicly linked to the Ad Alia action. The most extreme case of which we have knowledge is that of a comrade who was a member of the Alia and who had first been jailed after he was arrested on February 5, 1984. A member of one of the very first grupos, he was one of the last Catalan autonomists to fall. One of their inviolable principles was that there was to be no spilling of blood. Our greatest concern was always that we would claim no innocent victims. Actually, in that we were successful. Our preference was to abort an operation or take additional risks rather than place a life in jeopardy. One such youngster, put in charge of the planting of explosive devices, against financial targets for the most part, set off his last bomb one hapless afternoon when the timer switch failed to work properly. The device went off prematurely and injured a woman. Never again did the youngster have any further dealings with such actions. Not that operations always went off as planned. Not everything was within their control. On August 5, 1976, during a hold-up at the Calle de Ahorros y Monte de Piedad in the Sacanilla neighborhood in Madrid, its security guard was shot dead. Years later that raid was linked to a dismantled Grupo Autónomo. The same thing happened in Barcelona on July 27, 1979, when 4 activists from a Grupo Autónomo held up the Banco Central branch at 186 Calle Pier 4 just American Samoa. An armored van carrying 25 million pesetas, some €150,000, was arriving. The 3 guards from the Isabi Express Company resisted the raiders and a shootout erupted, in the course of which 1 guard died and another was wounded along with one of the raiders. These were the only 2 killings connected to the libertarian Grupos Autonomos, if we accept the CAA in the Basque Country and the Scala affair, over the 10 years of operations carried out between early 1974 and late 1983, although, in the case of Madrid, those indicted were acquitted of all charges in the subsequent trial. They were loyal to their comrades, very loyal. Even to the extent that one of them, after having been sentenced to a 3-month prison term for the preparation of an escape tunnel dug from the streets outside into the prison precincts, declared, "If it turns out that the sentence for trying is 3 months, I'll leave Spain like a Gruyere cheese." In fact, prisoner comrades were often critical of this policy. Not on account of the loyalty being shown, obviously, but because this commitment to escapes took time away from other political actions. The most spectacular escape attempt involved the tunnel on Calle Villamari right beside the Modelo prison in Barcelona. Dozens of people, some of whom had traveled in from Madrid, Valencia, and France, spent upward of 6 months at work on it without any information leaking out to the informers who had infiltrated the libertarian movement. This was in 1979, and the Modelo held a dozen comrades from the Autonomo network. Using phony papers, Felipe had rented a ground floor flat on Calle Villamari and the digging began. When the escape plan was eventually uncovered, all of those involved managed to escape without arrest, but yet again the state's massaging of the news came into play. Within a few days, with parliamentary elections looming, the media announced that an EDA tunnel had been uncovered and that the plan had been to attack an army barracks right there on Calle Villamari. A month and a half after that, by which time the elections were over, this switched to reports of an escape bid, and the tunnel's true purpose was revealed. Yet Felipe had been in custody for nearly 3 weeks by then. Not that that was the only escape attempt, not by a long shot. In addition to the Modelo tunnel dug during 1979, or the attempts to break out the comrades captured in Girona a year earlier, in January 1979, 4 activists were detained in Valencia for trying to break out their comrades in the same way, and in Madrid a further 5 comrades were arrested in May 1981 for the very same reason. The Grupos Autonomos were the hardest hit sector of the libertarian movement. But they were a sector that was very hard to pin down, and attempts to catalog them would be a waste of time. Such was their diversity in terms of their discourse and performance. Their power was rooted in that very diversity. 11. Petit Lou. Petit Lou was first arrested in Toulouse on September 14, 1974. He had been born in Barcelona's Calle Carders in 1954, but 3 years later his parents moved to France. They had been part of a network supporting the Maquis coming down from France, and by the start of the decade, their home had come to police attention. There was not enough evidence to charge them, but after plenty of searches, their position became unsustainable. In March 1957, the parents, their 2 children, and the maternal grandmother left for exile and the family settled in the capital of the Languedoc, where Petit Lou spent his youth. At the Lycée Berthelot he was a contemporary of a whole cohort of youngsters who, especially from May 1968 onward, felt impelled to help their comrades on the far side of the Pyrenees in their fight against the fascist dictatorship. They found the inward-looking French democracy to be wanting. The activism of his parents, the personal contact with all the elderly, or not quite so elderly, Spanish exiles, and the day-to-day conversations with the latter's children, in short, the Solidarity Network, were no hindrance to his own activism. Quite the opposite. But that was not his sole concern. He liked to sing, just the same as he enjoyed nature, animals, and freedom, and it was not unusual for him to spice up meetings with Spanish exiles with his singing. Along with his fellow students, he set up the Vive la Commune affinity group and they began to engage in direct action. One of the group's first actions consisted of an attempt to burn down the Spanish consulate, but the Molotov cocktail failed to ignite. In demonstrations, hand-to-hand grappling with fascist militants and members of the security forces was commonplace, as was demonstrators' use of urban guerrilla tactics. Shortly after that, at the age of 16, he found that he could stand his dogmatic education any longer and he made up his mind to quit high school, but French law forbade anyone of his age from working, and even though he tried for an apprenticeship as a lathe operator, he left for Andorra where he found work in the La Massana quarry between Andorra la Vella and the Spanish border. It was there that he learned all he needed to know about handling explosives. It was his task to dangle himself over the rock face and place the charges that would produce the quarry's raw materials. A year after that, his health affected by the dust thrown up from explosions at the quarry, he returned to Toulouse to find the situation greatly changed. Disillusionment had become widespread among young people, who had been hopeful in the wake of May 68. They had broken with the protest politics of previous years, the upshot of which had been the imprisonment of dozens of young people, prompting some comrades, including some friends of his who went on to join the mill after 1971, to switch to armed struggle. Not that he was ever a member of that armed group, although, if the need arose, he lent it structural support. But when Puig Antich was murdered in 1974, and he was faced with the looming threat of some of the mill members having to face another military tribunal, Petit Lou was unable to remain on the fringes any longer. He took part in the launch of the GARI, Groups d'Action Révolutionnaires Internationalist Revolutionary Action Groups. The GARI were made up of a coalition of several affinity groups, some of which, such as the GAI Grupos Autonomos de Intervención/Autonomous Intervention Groups, which machine-gunned the car of the Spanish consul in Toulouse and blew up several railway lines leading to the Spanish border, had by then already taken autonomous action in support of the mill prisoners, prior to the abduction of Baltasar Suarez, an operation that gave the network its public profile. Among these affinity groups there were two quite distinct platforms. One was more intellectual and political, the other spoke to young enthusiasts itching for practical responses. After the abduction failed, those members who escaped arrest, members from the younger sector, came up with a short-term plan to sabotage the Spanish state and the French state's collusion with it. This was the most spectacular aspect of the Grupos, attacks with explosives designed to highlight the repression within the Spanish state as well as hold-ups of financial bodies in support of the prisoners' families and to cover the prisoners' needs. In one such action, which actually had no public acknowledgement on Spanish soil, they blew up a high-tension electricity pylon in the Cerdaña, leaving the Barcelona area for weeks without the 380 volts required by major industries, which were brought to a standstill. They knew that the failure to report their action was due precisely to the fact that it was doing damage. Finally, in August 1974, the network decided to call a halt to its activities, barely a month before the arrests began, with the exception of the arrest of Tonton, a comrade who had fallen in the wake of a hold-up on July 29. Petit Lou was the first to be arrested and was detained in Toulouse on September 14. The 6 days that he spent at the gendarmerie post proved hellish. In one of the explosions targeting the Spanish consulate in the city over the preceding months, an explosion that they blamed him for, a superintendent had sustained an arm injury. Once the gendarmes had completed their preliminary inquiries, he and fellow prisoner Raté Pignade were removed to the La Santé prison in Paris, where they joined another 2 GARI prisoners who had been caught subsequent to their own arrest. Once the majority of the GARI prisoners were together, except for Tonton, who was still being held in Toulouse, and Sabata, who was in Fresnes, on December 27, they embarked on a hunger strike and cold-shouldered the examining magistrate, in the aim of securing political prisoner status. The boycott of the examining magistrate consisted of a refusal to make declarations to him. Every week, he asked that they be transferred from prison to the courthouse. As for the hunger strike, Petit Lou managed to keep that up for 43 days, as did most of his comrades. They were all held incommunicado, but they knew that on the outside, their comrades standing in solidarity with them were overwhelming the forces of the French state and that their popularity was growing. In the end, they achieved their purpose. As a result of the hunger strike, Petit Lou lost a number of teeth, but secured recognition as a political prisoner. He served nearly 3 years in preventive custody with his comrades Sabas and Raté Pignade, and the following year they locked horns with the state again, mounting a second hunger strike that lasted for 30 days when an attempt was made to strip them of political prisoner status. At which point the solidarity from other inmates and, yet again, support on the outside was unconditional. They were dubbed the Three Musketeers and turned out to be likable dynamiters who had not claimed a single victim. While in prison, however, he saw one small teenage dream come true. His first record was released, a little 45 RPM with 4 songs, the profits from which were to go to support for GARI prisoners. The disc carried 2 songs from the late 19th century singer-poet Aristide Bruant, looked upon as the founder of French realist songsters and the voice of the people, plus the popular Mexican Revolution song Carabina 30/30 and an Atahualpa Yupanqui song entitled Little Queries About God, which closed with these lines, "I sing along the highway and when in prison, I hear the voices of the people singing better than I do. If there is one thing on earth more important than God, it is that nobody should be spitting blood just so that somebody else can live better. God watches out for the poor? Maybe yes, maybe no. The fact is that he dines at the boss's table." During his stay in prison, up in the north of France, members of another group autonome styling itself the Matra, movement armed terrorist revolutionary anarchist/armed revolutionary anarchist terrorist movement, had fallen. These young people languished in prison in Le Mans, forgotten and unable to secure political prisoner status while they still enjoyed some popularity. After they were discharged from prison in 1977, Petit Loup and his comrades decided to gather information and to try to rally people to support them. This campaign led to their setting up a whole network of autonomous groups, particularly in and around Paris. They started working in concert with these groups while also starting up a correspondence with similar groups in places like Germany and Italy. Alongside this, the trio, who were awaiting trial, had to report every Friday to the gendarmerie in Toulouse at 5 p.m., so surreptitious trips made to other countries had to be brief. On July 2, Petit Loup arrived in Barcelona with CRI and Sabas. They had been helped across the border by Victor Simmel from Perpignan and travelled via a farmhouse used as a base in Macanet de Cabarines. On arrival in Barcelona, they thought they were living in a dream. It was the day of the Cientis rally in Montjuic and red and black flags were flying throughout the city. On one of the days in early September when they were required to check in, they decided to rob a bank just before reporting to the gendarmes. The holdup was a success and after reporting to the gendarmes, with nervous policemen sallying forth in search of the bank robbers, all three sat down on the terrace of a nearby brewery to toast their success. It was not long before one of the vehicles regularly used by the Renseignements Généraux, the French political police, sailed up, at which point shots were fired at the drinkers. It was an unmistakable warning. They had no evidence to go on but had their suspicions as to who had been behind the robbery. The three comrades realized that the sense of humor demonstrated previously in Gari operations and the years-long lampooning of the French police had not been well received by the armed agents of the state. Petit Loup decided to return to Spain something over a year later, after making a number of hush-hush trips south of the Pyrenees where, through El Moro, a member of a Montpellier group, contact was made with the Grupos Autonomous operating in the Barcelona area. The Montpellier Autonomous Network had not yet established Action Direct/Direct Action, which they did after their discharge from prison. Petit Loup settled first in Barcelona for about a year and then moved to a farmhouse in Elizondo, Navarra, where he was in direct touch with nature and living alongside his neighbors in the rural setting that he loved. It was there that his eyes were opened to the stark facts of life in the Basque Country, the ongoing military presence and the state oppression of an occupied territory. In Barcelona, though, he had prepared a structured support network around some comrades from the Plataformas de Comissions Obreres and, together with several French activists, set about funneling financial support raised by expropriations carried out along the Mediterranean coast to comrades who were being captured in France. At the same time, the facts of life in the Basque Country brought him into contact with folk who did not identify with EDA but who were very actively involved in social struggles. They belonged to the CAA. Back then there were frequent border crossings of both materials and people. Petit Loup used several Pyrenean passes between the Cerdanya and the Valle de Aran. On one such crossing, with Salardou as the final destination, he came within an ace of being arrested by French gendarmes. In the Urits Pass, he had made the acquaintance of a French shepherd by the name of Biro, who spent 6 months of the year living on the first floor of a mountain refuge, the ground floor of which was set aside for hikers, among whom Petit Loup was able to pass unnoticed. On the nights when he and Biro were the only ones there, they swapped stories, food, and wine. On one such night, Biro told him that the forest rangers had stumbled upon a small munitions dump and reckoned that it belonged to a bunch of poachers. At 5 a.m., Biro came downstairs, woke him and told him that 2 men were coming up the mountainside and, judging by their gait, he had a sense that they were rangers. Petit Loup leapt out of his sleeping bag and bade Biro farewell. He trekked for about an hour until he came to an old mine where he hid the 20 kilos of firearms he was transporting and then headed back to the refuge. Biro told him that day that he could rest easy because he already knew that Petit Loup was no poacher. He went on to tell him the story of his own brother who had cut the fingers off one of his hands in order to get out of serving in the war, and he also admitted that for many years he and the brother had spent their time smuggling refugees across the mountains in both directions. On March 19, 1984, arriving back in the village after several nights up in the mountains, Petit Loup found out that the civil guard was looking for him. Within moments he was under arrest. 3 days earlier, 2 members of a Barcelona-based libertarian Grupo Autonomo had been arrested. He was accused of a bank holdup carried out in December the previous year along with these 2 comrades. In the same crackdown, between October 16 and 19, 4 CAA activists were arrested in the Basque Country, and the day following publication of that news, on October 22, members of the Civil Guard mounted the notorious Paseas ambush, in the course of which 4 Basque autonomists were shot dead and another one arrested, an operation that signaled the dismantling of the coordinated Basque autonomists. Petit Loup was taken to the Civil Guard barracks in Vitoria, where the beatings began, but that night civil guards arrived to take him to Madrid, where his interrogation started. During the course of it, they strove to link him to the statewide Libertarian Autonomo network, a network of which he did not have much knowledge, since his activism had always been in association with the French groups. He was relentlessly tortured. They used the Barra and the Corofano techniques on him and applied electrical shocks to his genitals. Then, in an effort to relieve the pressure, he sang, confessed, in police slang, giving the locations of 2 arms dumps, one at 36 Quai d'Orfèvres in Paris and the other in the Rempart de Saint-Étienne in Toulouse. 36 Quai d'Orfèvres was the main headquarters of the French police judiciaire, and the Rempart de Saint-Étienne was the central headquarters of the gendarmerie in the capital of the Languedoc, the very 2 locations where Gari members had been tortured years back. The gambit worked momentarily. After 10 days, he was hauled before a judge. Just at the point when he was about to be seen by him, he was approached by Lieutenant Garmendia, whose name had carelessly been dropped another civil guard during the interrogations. Garmendia said to him, "You may have tricked us, but did you never hear of the GAL Grupos Anti-Terroristas de Liberación/Anti-Terrorist Liberation Groups?" Realizing that right at that moment there was nothing that they could do to him, Petit Loup replied blithely, "No, I don't read the papers." "You'll find out soon enough," the lieutenant menacingly remarked. In Carabanchel prison at around this time, the political factions had achieved a degree of autonomy and had secured certain rights from the administration. When Petit Loup showed up there, the comrades from the libertarian faction insisted that he be moved immediately onto the 6th landing and exempted from routine isolation. It was there that he bumped into one and other Autonomo comrades with whom he shared some very heartwarming times, cleaning duties, cooking duties, and protection against possible assaults by other inmates in the service of the jailers. It was actually one who told him when he arrived that they had a problem. The comrade arrested in Barcelona had arrived a short time earlier and, under interrogation, he had stated that Petit Loup had sung and pinned a hold-up on him. This police ploy, however, was swiftly exposed. On October 4, after upward of 6 months in prison, he was placed on conditional release and traveled up to Barcelona where his parents were living. One day, just as he was considering returning to Elizondo, he had a phone call from a friend who explained that the Picos were already asking about him and that it might be better if he were not to return. So that is how things were. Remembering Lieutenant Garmendia's veiled threats just prior to his appearance before the judge, Petit Loup decided to return by clandestine means to France, where he applied for political asylum. His application and thus a temporary grant of asylum were granted. But there was no respite. One day, toward the end of the summer of 1985, he had found work as a painter in Muret, a town 30 kilometers outside of Toulouse. He realized that he was being tailed by a number of men who did not look like gendarmes. He fell back on his old safety precautions and started watching his back, making his timings and movements very methodical. Even so, one midday, while he was eating in his usual restaurant, he spotted 2 men approaching his car. Both were wearing leather jackets beneath the blazing sun and, after a quick glance at the car, he saw them signaling to somebody who was out of sight. He got up from the table and headed for the back door, telling the waitress that he was just off to make a phone call and would be back. No sooner had he stepped into the kitchen, which is where the back door was, than he caught sight of another two men entering the premises with automatic pistols in their hands. He managed to get across the street and slipped into the post office, where he called a former comrade in Toulouse who was also son of a Spanish refugee. This comrade happened to be in the company of a Basque activist and another French comrade at the time. Petit Loup asked them to come to his aid, to step on it and to come prepared. But by the time they got there, the men had vanished. After thoroughly searching their car, they decided to go looking them. The French comrade drove his car and the other three followed in the other car. However, the men had evaporated and Petit Loup returned to Toulouse with his friends. From there he put a call through to his former lawyer Marie-Christine Etelin, whom he knew from back in the Gary days, and he filled her in on what had happened. 2 days after that the lawyer confirmed his suspicions. The Spanish police, acting incognito, had been mounting an operation in Muret at the time. He had survived a Gal operation, just the sort of thing that Lieutenant Garmendia had warned him about a year earlier. He did his best to rebuild his life and considered a return to the Pyrenees, this time on the French side. But in order to be in a position to work the land he needed a qualification, so he moved to Causa in the Aude department to attend agricultural college and secure his diploma in 6 months. At the college his classmates were 24 students made up of old hippies who, in view of the new working regulations, needed a diploma if they were to carry on working the land the way they always had done, and he quickly fell in with the gang. On February 3, 1987, as he was leaving the college, Petit Loup told one comrade who had a broken leg to wait by the gate for him while he went to fetch the car to ferry him home. He was making his way to his car when he was grabbed by 4 men who bundled him into a vehicle. As he swept past his comrades, the best that he could do was to gesture with one finger that he was about to have his throat cut. His friends jotted down the license number of the car and immediately called through to the gendarmerie. But the gendarmes had a surprise coming to them. On checking the vehicle register, they discovered that the license plate was phony, and so they set about tracking down the vehicle. Meanwhile, the kidnappers pulled the vehicle up on the hard shoulder and explained to Petit Loup that there was a warm welcome waiting for him in Spain. At the same time, they questioned him about his dealings with Sabas, to which his answer was that he had not set eyes on him in 8 years. Whereupon, explaining that they were French police officers, they put it to him that he should get in touch with Sabas, in return for which they would sort out his papers in France once and for all. Plus they would turn a blind eye if he were to decide to do a little job on his own. If he refused, he would be handed back to the Spanish Civil Guard, which, 3 years earlier, had made him impotent after 10 days of questioning under the anti-terrorist law. Even as he was trying to think of some way out of this delicate situation, 2 gendarmerie vehicles pulled up and parked, one in front and one behind, and 2 gendarmes alighted from one of them with their holsters open. The gendarmes looked at their papers and asked what was going on, to which one of the kidnappers replied that they were specials on an operation. The lead gendarme, outraged, replied that he knew nothing of any such operation, that they were on his turf and were displaying phony license plates without having informed him of this. Given the delicacy of the situation, the kidnappers' leader chose to explain that they were merely carrying out an identity check, and the gendarme told him that if they were done, they were to drop the identified suspect back to the agricultural college, whereupon they were all to go to the gendarmerie so that the entire story could be checked out. En route to the college, the kidnappers guaranteed him that they would see one another again, that they were letting him have some time to think things over. Once back with his comrades and after the latter had been briefed on the situation, they forbade him to go home and put him up at one of the communes they had around the town while taking safety precautions and keeping a watch. Over the ensuing weeks, all these old hippies attended class with cameras at the ready, just in case the specials showed up again. They wanted to document the harassment. That being the situation, Petit Loup was once again caught in a dead end and decided yet again to call his old lawyer friend. Marie-Christine urged him to report the whole affair. 2 days after the complaint was submitted, the judge sent for the lawyer and informed her that, on grounds of national security, he had been prohibited from opening an investigation. Petit Loup reacted extrajudicially by making what had happened public knowledge. Over the ensuing days, they learned that what had happened to him had happened also to several former comrades. The state was ready to go to any lengths to entrap the AD activist. A short time after that, he took a phone call from a former comrade, a member of the NAPAP, Noyaux Armes pour l'Autonomie Populaire Armed Nuclei for Popular Autonomy, who had belonged to the autonomous network set up 10 years previously when Petit Loup was freed from his first prison term. The comrade told him that they were preparing a documentary on the murder of General Auditran, an operation carried out by the AD but regarding which there were suspicions that the French secret services were involved. Petit Loup took part in the documentary. A couple of days after it was screened on public television, the director called to tell him that his home had been searched and, as the authorities were leaving, they warned him that they were now going after Petit Loup. This was how they finally forced him into going on the run again. He went underground, heading for Finland, arriving there on August 26. On arrival, he applied for political asylum, and Amnesty International and a number of student groups looked after his needs and his defense. A month and a half after arriving on Finnish soil, on October 8, he was arrested and, despite the many demonstrations and messages of support that flooded in, on March 28, 1988, he was forced onto a plane that flew him directly to Madrid, where he was handed over to the Spanish police. Whereupon the torture started all over again. There was, however, a soupçon of Spanish comedy about the flight. Before reaching Helsinki, the Air Force plane headed for Hamburg, where it sought permission to land, a permission that was refused on the basis that it was a military plane. The Spanish pilot explained to the control tower in Hamburg that they were there to pick up a prisoner, but the response from there was that Hamburg had no record of that. Next, the flight crew provided the particulars of the prisoner, and the Germans stated that they had no such person on their soil. The misunderstanding was eventually cleared up from Madrid, and after several hours over German territory, the plane eventually landed in the Finnish capital. After spending a night in Karabanchel, where nothing was as it had been 4 years earlier, due to the PSOE's new prison policies, he went before Judge Garzon, who informed him that he could not guarantee his safety. Petit Loup then arrived in Alcalamico. He was held for a further 6 months until being provisionally released in September. A month after that, he was brought before the National High Court, but sentencing was postponed, which led to yet another provisional release. By the time a phone call came through from his lawyer Fernando Salas on October 14, 1988, telling him that he had been sentenced to 7 years in prison for the hold-up allegedly carried out in Barcelona on December 2, 1983, Petit Loup had already made up his mind that going back to jail was not for him, and he vanished. In April 2005, he was intercepted at the Canadian border while trying to enter Canada from the USA. Questioned by the border police, he stated that in the 1970s he had been an anti-Franco activist, that he had been living in the Canadian town of Darcy for years and was on his way back from Mexico, where he had been on holiday. There were no warrants outstanding for him anywhere in the world. In 1997, when he was finally acquitted by the Spanish Supreme Court, where his lawyer had argued his case, on grounds of lack of evidence, he had approached the Spanish embassy in the Mexican capital and been issued with a passport. During his stay in the Federal District of Mexico, his host had been Irma, who by then had been living in the country for 12 years, and she put him in touch with a network of political refugees from the Spanish state. In Canada, Petit Loup enjoyed life. He had Roma ancestry, and the years of tranquility he had enjoyed after dropping out of sight in 1988 had allowed him to explore his human side. Back in 1988, he had gone from Barcelona to France, France to Switzerland, and from there on to Canada, where some comrades from a squad in Montreal provided him with his initial cover. Months later they suggested to him that he join a native community in central Quebec, and there, in the Atacama community, surrounded by dense forests, he spent a year and a half where the winters plunged to 40 degrees below and where he picked up some real survival skills. From there, it was on to another community, this time on the coast, the Micmac community, spending a further year and a half there until, in 1994, he decided to head west and made the trip out to Vancouver. In Vancouver, he was also able to rediscover his natural calling, which he had glimpsed in the 1970s in France, singing. He formed a musical group whereby he was able to show the public the duende that he had always been carrying inside. He became Lolo. When I sing, I am just the vessel of my ancestors. I did not choose to sing, they are the ones who chose me. Los Canasteros, the group with which Lolo sang, cut several records. They often performed at the Kino Cafe in Vancouver and at the prestigious Vancouver Folk Festival. A leading member of the Romani people, he was interviewed in 1999 for a documentary about the Roma people in Canada. Over time, he once again shied away from large crowds and, with his partner, moved to the town of Darcy where they set up a bed and breakfast establishment known as La Grange de la Lune. On Saturday nights, Petit Lou would cook up Mediterranean dishes, and after dinner Lolo would stage a flamenco recital to guitar accompaniment. Patrons enjoyed his simplicity and his human touch, but even in that corner of the planet, in those remote mountains, he was dogged by his past. When he was questioned at the border in April 2005, agents from the Canadian Border Agency took careful note of his erstwhile activism and let him know that they would be reviewing his file. On July 14 he crossed the border with the USA, heading south, his plan being not to turn back. On the basis of personal experience, he had the measure of the justice in the capitalist democracies and embarked upon yet another flight, pressing on in search of a freedom that was his birthright but which he had scarcely ever been able to savor. A year and a half later, in September 2007, his name loomed large in the Canadian press headlines. 2 EDA activists had been arrested in Canada and, in the course of searches carried out, they turned up a snapshot taken in La Grange de la Lune, showing the two nationalist militants together with Petit Lou, sunbathing in the garden over a relaxing cup of coffee. One newspaper ran with the headline "Wanted" alongside his name, while another wondered, in post 9/11 Canada, how can terrorist suspects go into hiding in this country for such a long time? After crossing through the USA, he returned to Mexico where he found stability. At one point he began making his living by teaching classes in Mediterranean cooking while helping to organize an intercontinental Romani get-together held that October. Once the get-together ended, he resumed his study of cranial osteopathy and delved deeper into quantum medicine. After submitting a thesis at the University of Morelos, he was awarded a university lecturer's qualification. This stability also helped improve his knowledge of the body. His natural curative gifts and self-knowledge allowed him to develop into an acknowledged healer. 2. After the mill. Solidarity with the mill prisoners. In September 1973, about 10 ex-members of the mill were rounded up in a range of police operations. The mill had disbanded itself a month earlier, but some of its activists decided to carry on with their actions while attempting to put together a network of grupos autonomous with an eye to coordinating capacity for armed resistance to international capitalism. To that end, they decided to carry on using the initials GAC, Grupos Autonomous de Combat / Autonomous Combat Groups, that they had been using during the lifespan of the mill. The arrests put an end to the history of a group that sought to bring fresh practices to the workers' struggle in Spain and which described itself as autonomous in terms of its political and social ties to the old practical and theoretical structures dating back to the Civil War. But this finale also ushered in the start of a brand new story that ran with many of its approaches and, especially, its modus operandi. Solidarity networks started mobilizing from the moment when news of the arrest of Salvador Puig-Antich, Josep Luis Ponslabet, Oriol Sol Sagranais, and their comrades broke in the peninsula and across Europe, especially in France. These networks drew in youngsters who took the mill as their example and who had no hesitation in employing armed agitation as a propaganda weapon. Among them were GAC members who had dodged the crackdown as well as groups that had already begun operating in coordination with them, groups that in some cases, were part of the Catalan structures that had not been dismantled. On January 4, 1974, a device planted at the Policia Armada barracks in the Sant Andrés barrio in Barcelona exploded, causing considerable damage. 4 days after that, on January 8, a military tribunal sat in judgment of Pug Antic, Pons Labet, and Maria Angustias Mateus Fernandez. The verdict, though, was a foregone conclusion, and like every political trial under Francoism, its sole purpose was to impose legalized revenge. The verdict was announced the next day, and on January 10, the newspapers reported that the death penalty had been imposed on Salvador Pug Antic. The support network went into overdrive. The next morning, on the 11th, 3 almost simultaneous bombings rocked Barcelona. Explosions struck both the Banco Popular Español and Banco de Vizcaya near the Sagrada Familia. Half an hour later, another mighty explosion caused serious damage to the monument to the fallen, felled 5 street lamps in the vicinity and shattered many windows in the adjacent Faculty of Sciences. Hours before that, other devices had gone off near the Spanish consulates in Zurich and Turin. On January 15, solidarity efforts switched to Madrid with 2 bank branches being targeted. In France, GAC comrades mobilized in an attempt to engage the maximum numbers of groups and individuals in a desperate race against time to thwart the murder of their friend and comrade. On January 15, clashes during a violent demonstration outside the consulate in Toulouse left 6 police officers injured. The next day, in Ivry, in the outskirts of Paris, 4 young people were arrested. They included the mill activist Jean-Claude Torres. 2 comrades, Michel Camilleri and Pierre Roger, were released, but in the pockets of the 4th, Angel Moreno Patino, they found instructions for the assembly of a suitcase bomb. They had just stolen a car, were armed and produced phony papers. The fact of the matter is that they had it in mind to bring pressure to bear by kidnapping the Spanish representative to UNESCO. Just minutes earlier, they had left the courtyard of Ivry Church, where the priest, the son of a CNT member from Llagostera, had provided them with logistical backup. In Strasbourg on January 17, the Spanish consul's home was overrun by a group of youngsters calling for the release of the mill prisoners, while in Brussels a large number of people locked themselves inside the La Chapelle church and announced that they were on a hunger strike. 2 days after that, also in Brussels, a demonstration was held and the Spanish tourist office in Marseilles was occupied at the same time. On February 28, the car of the Spanish consul in Toulouse was machine-gunned. Solidarity activity spread through Spain. In the early morning of January 17, 2 devices went off at the Faculty of Economics in Bilbao. A couple of days later, on January 19, concerted action by several grupos around Spain led to the destruction of the monument to the fallen in Mataró. Meanwhile, several Molotov cocktails were hurled at the Iberia offices in Valencia, and in San Sebastián there was a further Molotov cocktail attack on the offices of the Unidad and La Voz de España newspapers. On February 8, it was the turn of the monument to the fallen in Badalona and the Policia Armada barracks in Mataró. 3 days later, on February 11, a huge demonstration made up of upward of 2,000 young people set off from the Autonomous University and an 80-vehicle motorcade arrived in Barcelona. On February 22, a group of youngsters used chains to shut down the main thoroughfare in San Sebastián, calling for prisoner releases. On March 1, a gathering of demonstrators triggered a number of clashes in Barcelona, but the latest chants calling for a pardon went unheeded. On March 2, Pug Antic was murdered. The whole of Europe ignited in fury. That same night some CNT-connected libertarians organized a group to attack several barracks in the Valles Occidental area which were raked with gunfire. After the funeral on March 3, a spontaneous demonstration was dispersed by the police in Barcelona. That afternoon, Two bank branches in Barcelona's Via Julia came under Molotov cocktail attack and, after nightfall, an explosive device was planted in the vicinity of the Sant Andreu Army barracks. The facade and all the glass in the windows of the officers' residence sustained damage. In universities across Spain, there were endless meetings and demonstrations, with the Policia Armada on continual alert. On Monday, March 4, Barcelona, Valencia, Bilbao, Granada, Madrid, and Zaragoza, among other places, ground to a standstill and the police were deployed on various campuses. In Barcelona, a demonstration set off from the Faculty of Medicine, bound for the Diagonal. A more violent march started up on the Ramblas before being broken up in the Calle Ferran, where the police used their firearms. That night, a third and much larger demonstration started off at the intersection of Paseo de Gracia and Diagonal, and incendiary devices were thrown at Banco Atlántico and Banco Comercial Transatlántico. The next day, several Policia Armada jeeps came under Molotov cocktail attack in Valencia. A youngster was later arrested and charged with involvement in that attack. On March 15, a device exploded at the courthouse in Barcelona. Across Europe, the same dynamic was at work and the largest cities witnessed a flurry of sabotage acts and attacks on Spanish economic interests. The regime's press, which usually played down such reports, found themselves obliged to catalogue some such actions. No longer could they hide the international facts. On March 4, there were Molotov cocktail attacks on two Banco Popular Español outlets, one Banco Español branch, and at the Spanish Welcome Center, all in Paris. In Genoa, a device went off at the entrance to the Spanish Chamber of Commerce. In Rome, a sizable demonstration tried to reach the embassy and the impressive police deployment to prevent this triggered a pitched battle. 3 days later, a Spanish bank was attacked during a demonstration in Grenoble, at the same time as the Spanish tourist office in The Hague was on fire after several Molotov cocktails were thrown. On March 8, the Banco de Bilbao branch in Hendaye was utterly destroyed as a result of arson. The following day, during a demonstration in Lisbon, the police used their firearms to thwart an attack on the Iberia offices, which nevertheless sustained serious damage. This was replicated in Bayonne and Lyon, and in Nîmes there was a temporary takeover of the consulate. Across Spain, the Grupos Autonomos continued to organize. Many comrades were behind bars by then and some attempt had to be made to break them out, but police activity was also escalating. On March 22, the press reported the arrest of 22 activists in Catalonia. They included Enrique Conde Martinez in Portbou and Núria Ballard Capdevila. Both were alleged members of two independent anarchist groups responsible for armed operations carried out in the Barcelona area since the beginning of 1974.12. For the first time, the media cited a brand new set of initials ALIA. That very night, 3 devices exploded in France, one on a motorway leading to the border with Spain, where a bridge was blown up after the motorway had been closed off by placards reading "Attention, bridge mined." The other 2 went off on rail lines leading to Spain. These 3 attacks were claimed by yet another new group, the GUI. It looked as if the dismantling of the mill had prepared the way for a proliferation of Grupos Autonomos. 2 weeks after that, on April 7, 3 comrades Joan Jordi Vinyols Vidal, Georgina Nicolau Milla, and Ramon Carrion Sanchez were arrested in Barcelona as the high-speed train from Geneva, Switzerland, arrived there. A suitcase filled with explosives was discovered in one of the carriages. On March 20, the police announced that they had broken up an organization launched with the financial and logistical backing of the mill. This was the ALIA, the aim of which was to establish a series of self-defense nuclei in industrial complexes through the proliferation of Grupos Autonomos de Combate 13. The same bulletin also reported that those arrested on March 22 were part of that group. September 23 saw the arrest in Barcelona of Roberto Safont Sisa on his arrival from France. He was on his way to keep a rendezvous with 2 comrades, Pedro Barters Amatler and José Ventura Romero Tajes, who had been arrested just days earlier. The media reported again on October 17 that the organization had been smashed once and for all, and 4 further arrests were made, including Raymond Sol Sagranis, brother to 3 mill members, Oriol having been in custody for over a year and Jordi and Ignacy having both dodged the 1973 crackdown, but its definitive dismantling was announced yet again on November 6, with the 2 latest falls of members of the Alia, which was considered the continuation of the Movimiento Ibérico de Liberación. 14 That pair was Ricard de Vargas Golarans and Guillem Garcia Pons. In 6 months, upward of 34 individuals linked with the Mill Prisoners Solidarity Committee had been arrested, and 14 of them were, according to the police, involved in Alia activities. Even as these crackdowns were devastating the Solidarity network in Catalonia, on May 3, the Banco de Bilbao director Baltasar Suarez was abducted in Paris. The police started lashing out blindly. 4 days later, the operation was claimed by another hitherto unknown group, the GARI, which, in a statement issued to a French news agency, demanded, among other things, the release of Santiago Soler Amigo, a gravely ill mill comrade held in prison. At the same time, in a bar in Barcelona's Calle Pila, a clandestine press conference was called to ensure that the group's demands would be made known inside Spain too. While the reporters were waiting for their hosts to make themselves known, 2 people showed up, introducing themselves as members of the Libertarian Anti-Repression Committee, and handed out some envelopes to the waiting journalists before leaving. The next day, a further communiqué addressed to the Agence France Presse added the demand for a further 4 mill prisoners to be set loose. The groups d'Action Révolutionnaire Internationaliste, GARI, were simply a brand new network of groups and activists set up by former mill members for the purpose of trying to secure the release of their comrades by bringing pressures to bear on French soil. Apart from actual mill members, they also included some Spanish activists living in France, members of the 1st of May group, and a range of libertarian collectives made up of young French students and the children of Spanish exiles. One member of the network, Telis Forotijuelo, wrote, "Without question, the most sizable group, was characterized by its theoretical muddle-headedness, besides a palpable contempt for all ideology." 15. On Sunday, May 12, the Sunday Mirror in the UK carried a photograph of the kidnap victim. It had been bought from David May, director of the London magazine Time Out, which had received it from an anonymous sender a couple of days before. The journalist May was arrested and charged with withholding evidence. A crackdown was set off against libertarian activists in Britain. The following day, on the Lyon to Geneva motorway, 6 Catalan comrades were arrested, one being Ignacy Sol Sagranis. However, they were released after a few days, although 2 of Ignacy's companions, José Ventura Romero Tajas and Pere Barters, were arrested in Barcelona 4 months later, as we have seen, and included in the Alia indictment. On May 21, a group calling itself the Puig Antic Commando torched the premises of the French newspaper L'Est Républicain. Finally, on May 22, after picking up the ransom, the GARI released Baltasar Suarez. Within hours, 7 activists were arrested: Lucio N. Urtubia, Octavio Alberola, Ariane Granzac, Jean-Helen Weir, George Riviere, and Annie Plazin. A significant portion of the ransom sum was recovered from them. That same day, a car bomb went off at the entrance to an Iberia branch in Brussels, and identical vehicles were located outside the company's offices in Liege and Antwerp. The cars had been stolen in Amsterdam, and on May 27, the GAI claimed responsibility for these attacks. On May 23, Pierre Guibert and Daniel Haas were arrested, charged with having harbored some of those arrested the previous day. On May 29, 2 further arrests were made in Paris. The couple Armand and Chantal Chestel were accused of having allowed their flat to be used in the Suarez kidnapping. Despite these arrests, the police were unable to trace the activists who had carried out the operation. They were merely dismantling the support network that had claimed the kidnapping and received the ransom payment. By July, the arrests had spread to Barcelona. On July 7, the Spanish press reported the arrest of 8 anarchists, 4 of whom were imprisoned: Luis Andrés Edo, Luis Burro Molina, and the pair who had attended that press conference on May 7 on behalf of the Libertarian Anti-Repression Committee, David Urbano Bermudez and Joan Ferran Serafini. But the Gari went marching on and, after 2 months' truce, 2 months that afforded the government time to honor what was demanded of it, although all it did was release Santiago Amigo, the actions resumed. On July 15, 2 devices exploded in Andorra at the premises of the Episcopal Magistrate and at a Spanish savings bank. Several power lines across the Pyrenees were attacked and the Paris-Irun train was damaged when a bomb went off just before it passed. The next day, 13 coaches for pilgrims were torched in Lourdes, a number of cars from the Tour de France were burned out, and several trees blocked the access leading up to the mythic Mount Tourmalet. Barely a week after that, a military tribunal sat in judgment of Oriol Sol and Josep Luis Pons Labet, who were sentenced to 48 and 21 years respectively. On July 27, a device exploded next to the wall of the Spanish consulate in Toulouse. The following day, 2 more bombs were placed in the same location in the Hendaye train station. A telephone call warned that a device had been planted and it was cleared prior to its detonation. That night in Paris 3 explosive devices were planted in coaches belonging to the Société Francis-Pigny Portugal, and 2 cars blew up near the border crossings in Le Perthis and Bourg Madame. All of these actions were claimed by the Gari, but other groups also had a hand in the struggle. On July 25, a device had gone off outside the Banco Popular Español branch in Nîmes, but no one claimed responsibility. In Toulouse on July 29, the police arrested Pierre Roger. He was accused of a bank robbery. The following day, several explosive devices were planted at the entrance to La Grande Motte, sinking several luxury boats and yachts. On August 5, 3 car bombs went off in Brussels, one outside an Iberia office and the other 2 outside 2 branches of the Banco Español. Toward the end of August, the various members of the coordinating body met in Toulouse and decided to wind things down after having ensured that the Spanish state would not be imposing any more death sentences. That, however, was no impediment to a fair number of its members and members from other groups autonomes pressing ahead with armed actions and the expropriations on French soil that had funded the struggle since the network was launched. On the other hand, the gendarmerie was still pursuing those responsible for all these actions. On September 18, it was announced that 4 individuals accused of membership of the coordinating body had been arrested in the French Pays Basque and in Toulouse. These were Victor Manrique and Jean-Michel Martinez, arrested in Hendaye on September 15, as well as Mario Inés Torres and Michel Camilleri, arrested the previous day in Toulouse. The Pays Basque comrades had fallen due to a mistake on the part of the Toulouse comrades. The gendarmes had no need to make them sing. At the point of arrest, one of them had on him a letter from the former complete with address, a letter that should never have left the empty apartment occupied by the Toulouse people. On October 9, several explosive devices were planted at a soccer field in Paris where FC Barcelona was due to play a match against a Parisian club. The devices were defused by the police after they had been alerted by a phone call claiming the action on behalf of the New Guy, Groups d'Action Internationalist/Internationalist Action Groups. The perpetrators later released a statement claiming that the devices had been planted but at no time activated. On October 14, at the conclusion of the trial of the duo arrested on January 16, Josep Maria Condom-Bofill was arrested and charged with having had a hand in various actions of the coordinating body. He had attended the trial without realizing that he was a wanted man. Weeks later, on the night of November 2 to 3, a self-styled Group d'Action Révolutionnaire Occasionnellement Terroriste, occasionally terrorist revolutionary autonomous group Garot, cut the head and hands off the effigy of Spanish Prince Juan Carlos de Bourbon at the Wax Museum in Paris. On November 8, several French media outlets received, along with a claim of responsibility for the move, a selection of the missing fingers, and the Spanish embassy in Paris received one of the heirs. On December 3, in Paris, Jean-Marc Roerlin was arrested along with Florial Cuadrado and Raymond Delgado. They were caught in possession of a photocopy of Baltasar Suarez's papers. All three were accused of involvement in several Gari actions. Judicial proceedings arising out of all these actions in solidarity with the Mil comrades in Spain as well as in France were far-reaching. The comrades charged with membership of the Alia were 10 in number: Enrique Conde Martinez, Nuria Ballard Capdevila, Joan Jordi Viniols Vidal, Georgina Nicolau Milla, Ramon Carrion Sanchez, Roberto Safont Sisa, Per Barters Amatler, Jose Ventura Romero Tajes, Ramon Sol Sagranis, and Guillem Garcia Pons. On May 17 and June 10, 1975, they were put through various proceedings in the Top Public Order Tribunal, and, later a joint military tribunal for membership in an armed band, in which sentences in excess of 500 years imprisonment were sought. In the end, after various convictions in the Top, all of the prisoners were provisionally released when in 1976, having served about 2 years in preventive detention, and since the dictator was now dead, the military tribunal was dismissed and the case was referred back to the ordinary courts. In France, over the period between August 27, 1974, and February 13, 1975, the 11 prisoners arrested in the wake of the Baltasar Suarez kidnapping were released. On October 14, 1974, the first pair jailed, Jean-Claude Torres and Angel Moreno Patino, on January 16, 1973, stood trial. The sentencing was announced the very next day: 10 months in prison. They had already served 9 months and walked out of La Sante prison that afternoon. On December 27, the remaining Gari prisoners still awaiting trial declared a hunger strike, insisting that the political motives for their accusations be recognized. On January 5, an explosion hit the Naval Museum in Paris during an exhibition of Spanish art. The attack was claimed on behalf of the Kronstadt sailors in support of the imprisoned comrades' hunger strike. 3 days after that, a tear gas grenade was tossed into the courthouse in Toulouse, an action claimed by the Friends of Puig and Heinzsche. On January 13, 1975, Pierre Roger and Michel Camilleri were tried after being arrested on the outskirts of Paris on January 16, 1974. On January 16, 1975, the Paris courthouse was paid a visit by the GALU, Groupe Autonome Libertaire de Usagers du Tribunal/Court Users Autonomous Libertarian Group, which left a little present that damaged the statue of Saint Louis, patron saint of the French courts. The group's choice of name was not unconsidered. The judge charged with the trial of the Gari suspects was called Galut. Nearly 2 weeks later, a horse race being broadcast live on several TV channels was interrupted due to the throwing of flares. That action was claimed by a hitherto unknown Gallup, Groupe Autonome Libertaire Occasionnellement Peur/Occasional Libertarian Autonomous Gambling Group. There was plenty of humor. On January 23, Florial Quadrado was released. Within days, another group interrupted a live French TV program and, before the connection could be cut off, it unfurled a placard in support of the campaign of the imprisoned comrades. Finally, on February 7, the court acknowledged the political nature of the incidents. The hunger strike was maintained for between 30 and 43 days. At that point, 8 of the activists were still behind bars, 7 in Paris and 1 in Toulouse. The latter, Pierre Roger, embarked on a hunger strike on February 27 to press his demand to be moved to La Sante, where all his comrades were still being held. Finally, Josep Maria Condom Bofill, Victor Manrique, Jean-Michel Martinez, and Raymond Delgado were released during April. On July 9 it was Pierre Roger's turn. The brunt was borne by Mario Inés Torres, Michel Camilleri, and Jean-Marc Roerlin, who were still in prison by May 1976 and were only released a year later on May 25, 1977, having served about 2.5 years in preventive custody without ever having been tried. Even 1 year later in Spain, on January 3, 1976, the sentence was passed on those accused of having had a hand in the May 7, 1974, press conference in Barcelona. Luis Andrés Edo, Luis Burro Molina, and David Urbano Bermudez were sentenced to 5 years and Joan Ferran Serafini to 3. By the time the trial of those charged in relation to Gari actions opened in Paris in May 1981, every one of them was acquitted. Sabata, Catalan for shoe, was going into the priesthood. He entered the seminary as a child, but in the belief that he was not cut out for a celibate existence, he decided to pack it in. Born in 1953 into a Catalan Catholic bourgeois family from La Bisbal, he was a restless child who, influenced by the personality of the local priest, decided to follow in his footsteps, despite some misgivings on the part of his father who reckoned that, aged 9, the boy did not know enough to make such a significant decision. The town priest was very active and his world captured the boy's enthusiasm, the hiking, the Catalanism, the brotherhood with his comrades. It was then that he tasted repression at first hand. One night, camped out near the border, their camp was surrounded by civil guard personnel. On another occasion, during a nighttime hike, he received a slap in the face for an offhand response to a challenge from 2 policemen. His political awareness started in the seminary and, thus, he progressed from boyhood to adolescence. Worker priests showed the way, attentively following the development of liberation theology, while the youngsters were starting to read some banned writings from France. In the border districts, pretty much everybody had some relative in France, and the proximity of the border facilitated contact. At the age of 15, he tried to follow the events of May 68 in France through French broadcasts that could readily be accessed from the comarcas of Girona. He was keen to check out the news that had reached his home through some French friends of his parents, supermarket owners, according to whom those behind the upheaval were Spanish workers. Though pained by the turn taken by events, his parents offered to take their friends into their own home should that upheaval turn into revolution. In the end, he decided to quit the seminary, although he hinted to his parents that he was going to study medicine before going off to serve in the African missions. Within months, Sabata had moved away to Barcelona, first to take some pre-university courses and later to pursue a career in medicine. In Barcelona, he finished up in the Residencia Universitaria Ramon Llull, a division of the Diputación, into which he gained admittance thanks to family connections. The director, an acknowledged supporter of the regime, had been a deputy in the Cortes and was friendly with Narcís de Carreras, a family acquaintance from La Bisbal. Carreras was the former chairman of FC Barcelona and was serving as a deputy in the Cortes at the time. Once he had settled in, his interests led to his working with student drama groups while simultaneously furthering his education by dabbling in his first ever criminal ventures. His specialty was stealing books from a range of bookstores. A methodical sort, he used to jot down notes in a little book regarding the best times to drop in on each store, along with his itinerary and the methodology to be employed in each one. The residencia was prey to the same ferment as the high schools and universities, with the students pressing for greater and greater freedom. Those were the years of the counterculture and the sexual revolution. Among the most restless students, Wilhelm Reich was all the rage. He was a mold breaker, politicized and, in addition, had had his own difficulties with bureaucratic, orthodox communism. Having passed the pre-university, he started university. There was a set number of admissions and while he, from a family of doctors, managed to get through and embark upon a career in medicine, hundreds of youngsters were arbitrarily denied the opportunity to pursue their studies. Which explains what was behind the earliest student protests. The students who had been turned down started attending lectures as auditors, but it was not long before strikes erupted and the department was shut down, with the lectures relocating to the Sant Pau hospital. It was at this point that the director of the residencia was replaced by a pro-communist director. Sabata then pinched a book that would leave its mark on his political evolution, to wit, From Proudhon to Cohn-Bendit, something along the lines of a history of anarchism written by Heleno Sana. The book had slipped past the dictatorship's censor. At the same time, this was in 1972, his parents got wind of his literary tastes and his special visits to bookstores. This led to a family row, which meant that he was cut loose, gave up on a career in medicine, and embarked on a study of philosophy, although communal living and his early political activities left him little time for attending lectures. The mainstay of the opposition to the dictatorship was the Communist Party, the PSUC in the case of Catalonia Partit Socialista Unificat de Catalunya / Unified Socialist Party of Catalonia. Its fringes were teeming with all sorts of groups critical of its centralistic policies but subscribing to Marxism, groups such as the PCE, Bandera Roja, and many others which were trying to gain control of the university student platforms. For some months, he flirted with the Trotskyists and started taking part in the earliest demonstrations as a marshal, to which end he was prompted to learn how to make Molotov cocktails. But Heleno Sana's book prompted him to delve more deeply into the shelves of the Biblioteca de Catalunya, where he stumbled upon his first book on the Civil War with a particular analysis of the CNT's role. That book was followed by others with the same or kindred themes, until one day he made up his mind that it was time to stop borrowing books of that sort for fear that borrowers were being monitored and that somebody might be alerted to his special interest. By then, though, the young man had come to a decision. In the autumn of 1972, an unexpected dispute erupted in the department. Food prices in the university canteen were on the rise and several students decided to picket the entrance. It was then that he came into contact with the first organized anarchist groups. At the outset, these youngsters called a daily meeting just as the doors were opening, and once the meeting was over, they would flood inside, refusing to pay. This led to the collapse of the canteen and the first direct talks with its management, who, for some days, chose to let this bunch of youngsters through in an attempt to avert any obstruction of service. However, once they realized that the number of youngsters was growing considerably day by day, they decided to switch off the benevolent approach and attempted to bar the protesters from access. On that day the youngsters, without any prompting, took over the canteens and for some days kept them under occupation while serving the rest of the student body free of charge. They would enter the kitchens and serve the food up to their comrades themselves. When, in view of the protest action, the canteen was shut down, the youngsters decided to hold a demonstration march and bring their demands to the kitchens at the industrial school. That everyday struggle was the springboard to militancy for a goodly number of young people. Sabata started taking part in student demonstrations. These were no longer the initial demonstrations orchestrated by political groups using the students as an advance guard. Rather, the students themselves were running things. They would assemble somewhere, hand out leaflets, and daub graffiti. On hearing the sirens approaching, they would bring traffic to a standstill by parking cars across the road or tossing a few Molotov cocktails before arranging to rendezvous elsewhere in the city 45 or 60 minutes later to replicate the action. 1973 was a year when such actions were relentlessly on the increase. They would enter the factories in an attempt to strike up direct connections with the working class while calling for general strikes that were taken up only in a few of the departments. But the death of a worker in Sant Adrià del Besòs expedited a connection with the Assemblée de Catalunya which, for the very first time, offered them its backing for the ensuing demonstration. One day, Sabata traveled up to the University of Girona to hand out propaganda along with a couple of comrades. After chatting with several students, he began daubing graffiti. The police turned up, and he and a female comrade were arrested. A third comrade took to his heels and managed to get away. Sabata was locked up in Girona, in a prison that inmates who had sampled other establishments referred to as family-sized. The cook said that it was more like a hotel than a proper prison. 3 or 4 months later he was given a provisional release. Awaiting trial and expecting to be called up for his military service, he decided to go on the run. The outcome of the trial could not be predicted, but he was convinced that, having sampled prison for political reasons, he had to act with caution. On the other hand, he did not feel that he had it in him to live under Franco's heavy hand without getting involved in struggles and had no reason to expect that anything good would come of time served in military barracks. No doubt, he would finish up in a disciplinary battalion. Toward the end of that spring, he crossed the border along with his friend Roger, with Toulouse as their final destination. He crossed over on his own passport without a hitch. As he was awaiting trial, the regime did not put too many obstacles in the way of youngsters who were unwelcome on account of their political aspirations. In Toulouse, they were taken in by members of the CNT and spent a few weeks working at the Union's print shop. It was a time of discovery of a world of which they had hitherto known nothing, a world that started the moment they crossed the Pyrenees and which struck them as boundless. In late June, they moved on to Paris, making straight for the anarcho-syndicalist premises at 22 Rue de Vignoles, where they met some young people with situations like their own, as well as others who, although they had not gone on the run because of any earlier political activities, had been prompted to do so because of their individual need for liberation, youngsters such as Michel. They also ran into the veteran libertarian militant Abel Paz, who found them work in the factory where he was employed. By then, it was July and they were to stand in for regular staff on their holidays. It was at this point that Sabata had his first clash with the authoritarian communists. His political education having begun on the campuses in Barcelona, he had always looked upon the members of such dogmatic groups as fellow barricade fighters, but in Paris he realized that they were the first line of the capitalist system's emergency firefighters. A strike erupted that month at Lip, and the workforce took over the factory. The youngsters from Spain had no hesitation in siding with them and daubed graffiti over several factories, including their own. Whereupon the bureaucrats from the French Marxist trade union, the CGT, irked by such maverick activity, summoned them to a meeting to charge them with acting in defiance of national sentiment and having declined to sing the French national anthem on Bastille Day, July 14. They even accused them of having been sent in by the Spanish regime. At that point, there was increased pressure brought to bear at their workplace, and the union leadership threatened to dock their wages the costs of a fresh coat of paint for the entire plant. In the end, they were sacked by those very same trade unionists who were powerful enough to be in a position to decide who could work and who could not. However, these youngsters did not meekly leave the factory. One day, in the factory canteen, a CGT member called one of the young girls from the group a hippie and a whore and, without a moment's hesitation, Sabata leapt to her defense. A fight erupted, in the course of which chairs were sent flying in all directions. A couple of months later, he learned, along with Michel and a couple of other comrades, of the fall in Barcelona of some young militants from the mill, and they decided to set up a support committee in Paris. First, they assembled in the FL, Frente Libertario Liberation Front, analogous to the Spanish libertarian movement in France, premises in the Rue Saint-Denis. Later they met on the premises of the ORA, Organisation Revolutionnaire Anarchist/Revolutionary Anarchist Organization, and CNT in the Rue Vignoles. Eva turned up during one of these meetings, an activist close to the mill whom Sabata knew from the campuses in Barcelona. The meeting was also attended by Sabas and CRI Boni, and they decided to start working together. Some of their Parisian Aura friends had been in contact with them down in Toulouse and had already broached the possibility of joining the mill prior to the September arrests. This cooperation brought them to Toulouse so that they could outline their plans for action. While their first political action was in the planning stages, on January 16, 1974, Michel was arrested in Paris along with another 3 French comrades, 2 of whom were released after a short time. Michel and CRI were jailed. Sabata was still at university, having matriculated at the beginning of his course, and, when the students learned about the execution of Puig, fury erupted. The young people were ready for anything, and that very night 2 Spanish banks and the Spanish Welcome Center in Paris came under Molotov cocktail attack. From that point on, they began linking up with a range of libertarian groups with an eye to preventing the military tribunal that some of the members of the mill were facing from handing down further death sentences. They joined forces with veteran Spanish libertarian activists, with French militants, and a significant faction of Spanish students eager to do their bit. One of their regular rendezvous was the La Boule d'Or bar in the Rue Saint-Michel, where university professor Agustin Garcia Calvo held his weekly gatherings. It was a mixed bag of exiles, young students, girls who had traveled up from Spain to have abortions, and recent undocumented arrivals eager to regularize their status. In short, it was a place in constant ferment up until the owners called a halt to the gatherings. At the same time, one of the comrades who was living in a student residence, contrived to take charge of a section of the student halls where the young activists could lie low when they needed to make themselves scarce. That May, as other comrades were abducting Baltasar Suarez in Paris, which was the springboard for Gari actions, one of the groups in the network, made up of 4 or 5 activists including Sabata, relocated to Amsterdam. The Gari was a network of groups that only claimed actions in its name when all of its component groups acknowledged them. In the meanwhile, each individual group operated along autonomous lines and remained free to carry on acting as it wished, claiming its own actions under other names if that was their preference. When Sabata's group moved to Amsterdam, it detonated the first car bombs to target Spanish economic interests and claimed responsibility in the name of the guy. These bombings were carried out on the same day that Baltasar Suarez was set free and 7 comrades were arrested in France. The targets had been the Iberia offices in Brussels, Liege, and Antwerp, all in Belgium. That was followed by a couple of months of truce until, that July, the Gari embarked upon a fresh phase marked by a more frenzied pace. On July 29, following the hold-up of a bank, one of the French youngsters who had been arrested on January 16 and freed within days was re-arrested. This was Tonton, but this time he was not so lucky. In the course of the tough questioning to which he was subjected over the ensuing days, the name Zapata came up, a French version of the nickname Sabata filtered through Spanish. After 2 months of uninterrupted direct action, in late August the Gari disbanded, each component member getting on with things, but a few weeks later the arrests started in Toulouse. Sabata, unaware that he was being sought by the gendarmerie, got his turn as he was leaving the trial of his friend Michel. On August 14, he had gone to the courts in Paris along with several other activists to support his comrade and, once the hearing concluded and he was having a beer in an adjacent bar, he and some other comrades were arrested. Some of the latter, like Benito, could not be connected to any action and were released, but in the course of a number of searches carried out in these young people's apartments, a French comrade, Jacques Lescoe, was discovered. He had been in hiding as he was a draft dodger and was taken away to a military prison. Sabata was held by the gendarmes for 5 or 6 days. During the first 3 days he was bound and brutally beaten by forces brought in especially from Toulouse. On one occasion he was beaten senseless. From day 4 onward, he was guarded by Parisian police who stopped their colleagues from Languedoc from wreaking their personal revenge. As we have seen already, in one of the Gari actions, a police inspector from Toulouse had sustained an injury to his arm. Over this time, Sabata was also questioned by police drafted in from Brussels and Amsterdam, but they were unable to indict him for the first actions claimed on behalf of the guy. Then he was placed in the prison in Fresnes in the Paris area, charged with the hold-up that had led to the arrest of Tonton, a hold-up in which Sabata had had no hand, act, or part. In Fresnes, he mounted his first hunger and thirst strike to assert his innocence but was unprepared, so, 7 days in, he gave up. A month and a half after he was arrested, other comrades who had been involved in Gari actions were arrested. All the prisoners from the network were concentrated in the prison in Paris, except for Tonton, who was down in Toulouse, and himself. This was the point at which they decided to launch a hunger strike to press for recognition as political prisoners. During the first few days, Sabata, who was isolated from his comrades, was none too strict in his observance of the strike. His lawyer would surreptitiously slip him the odd egg which he would swiftly gobble down. But before long his self-control got the better of him and he kept up the strike for 23 days, at the end of which time the judge gave in to his demand. 8 months after that, he was transferred to the Saint Michel prison in Toulouse, where he served a few weeks before being released. On his release, he moved up to Paris where he carried on with his studies while distancing himself from armed struggle, although he still felt a deep friendship with all the youngsters with whom he had risked his life in the spring and summer of 1974. From Paris, he made frequent trips down to Perpignan to meet with relatives and friends who crossed the border just to see him. During one such trip, he ran into some comrades from Girona and escorted them to the Libreria Española where they bought several books that were banned in Spain. Within days those friends got word to him that they had been detained on the border where they had been expected. They advised him to take care if he was visiting the Libreria. In 1977, he finally returned to Catalonia, where the only thing still hanging over his head was his military service obligation, which he wriggled out of by claiming to be an epileptic. For many years, he divided his time between Catalonia and Paris, although in 1978 he was arrested again, in Stockholm this time. Determined to open a libertarian school, he chose to get involved in an international operation involving the passing of phony checks in order to raise the necessary funds. Sabata decided to operate in Sweden where his friend Michel had been arrested a year and a half before for the same reason, because he had some friends in that country. Among those involved in the operation were some former social prisoners, one of whom, a member of the COPL, Coordinadora de Presos and Luchas / Prisoners in Struggle Coordination, acted as his partner. When his comrade was arrested in Stockholm, he, having changed his checks without mishap, returned to the hotel where they were staying to pick up his passport. He had intended to make for the airport, but they were waiting for him. He spent 6 months in complete isolation in the Stockholm police cells and was then jailed in Kumla, a high-security prison where his fellow inmates for a further 6 months included dangerous prisoners, repeat offenders, and high-flying criminals. The Catalan Network. In Catalonia, much of the old logistical network underpinning the libertarian armed struggle had been dismantled back between 1957, the year Facerias was murdered, and 1963, when they murdered Caracrimita. El Quico had also been murdered at the halfway point, in 1960. However, during the 1960s, direct action was still being used by a couple of groups linked to the historic organizational structures of the Spanish libertarian movement, the CNT linked de Defensa Interior / Internal Defense, and the Frente Libertario linked 1st of May group, which also had ties to brand new international libertarian networks. Some years later, the influence of May 68 in France was felt in a new generation of youngsters. In the universities and high schools, these youngsters were starting to get themselves organized. In the comarcas of Girona province, the nearness of the French border and contact with the first waves of French tourists were making themselves felt. Some youngsters had begun to daub graffiti and carry out token actions on red-letter days like the 1st of May, July 19, October 1, etc. Little by little, the web was being rewoven and contacts were widening despite the enforced clandestinity. In the end, those youngsters came to Barcelona, where other youngsters had also been drawn in by the writings of the Situationist International, writings that surreptitiously circulated on several Barcelona campuses. 1969 saw the establishment of the Bakunin anarchist group made up of youngsters from Empordà, a bunch of young students from the schools in Barcelona, and some members of the FIJL. By 1970, coordination had been boosted by the creation of Negro y Rojo, a group amalgamating several collectives from around the metropolitan district. 1 year on, Negro y Rojo was meeting in Valencia with the Acretas group from Madrid and Bandera Negra from Valencia, and, between them, they set up the first body coordinating the libertarian grupos autonomous among that upcoming generation of youngsters. That coordinating body's reach even extended to Zaragoza through the Aragonesa group, Acción Directa. In October 1972, a dispute erupted in the university city on Barcelona's diagonal. Several student organizations, Negro y Rojo for one, picketed the entrances to the canteens due to the exorbitant pricing. Unexpectedly and spontaneously, one comrade from Girona, Josep Maria Condembofil, from the Faculty of Letters, urged everyone to take over the canteen, shouting "Eat for free." This move was embraced by a large number of students, and the organizations sponsoring the pickets found themselves swamped. Their picket quickly turned into a sit-in. This entailed meetings and day-to-day distribution of food free of charge in the canteen on the Petrolbes campus and later at the industrial school. Months later, Josep Maria was arrested and sent to prison for daubing graffiti at Girona University. He was given a provisional release, but, prior to his appearance before the Public Order Tribunal, he crossed into France, where he joined the GARI and was jailed a second time. The sit-ins at the canteens dragged on for 2 months and, as they ended, the Manifest de Estudiants Libertaris de Catalunya I Les Balears, Manifesto of the Libertarian Students of Catalonia and the Balearics, emerged. This was the coordinating body set up some months before to coordinate the high schools and university departments. This student coordinating body, which had a presence in Girons, Garrotxa, Emporta, Osona, Barcelones, and Vallàbrega as well as in the Balearics, lasted for about 2 years. September 1973 saw publication of the first edition of its bulletin. This coincided with the fall of the Mill Comrades and the creation of the Mill Prisoners Solidarity Committee. At which point a substantial number of its activists decided to join the Grupos Autonomous and withdraw from the student network. And 6 months after that, the coordinating body was dealt a heavy blow by the forces of repression, one that would effectively kill it off. In March 1974, when the police first reported on the dismantling of the Alia and the arrest of 22 anarchists in Catalonia, they were in fact referring to the dismantling of one part of the Mill Prisoners Solidarity Committee, made up of various armed grupos autonomous along with members of the Estudiants Libertaris and the group that published the CNT Informa bulletin. Between September and December 1973, the committee's activities had been confined to propaganda. 3 dossiers had been prepared as a briefing on the struggle waged by the comrades from the mill, their ideological tenets and their prison conditions, but at a meeting held on the very day that Carrero Blanco was murdered, the decision was made to deploy armed action as a solidarity tool as well. The committee divided its efforts. On the political side, the aim was to mobilize the various factions of the organized opposition in case of heavy sentencing, while the technical side would carry out spectacular armed actions in order to draw public attention to the case. The comrades that the police had arrested and whom they were linking with this brand new armed organization going by the name of the Alia were in actual fact members of the armed groups going by that name. They had been operational for at least 3 years and had occasionally coordinated with the members of the now defunct mill in carrying out armed actions, plus Estudiants Libertaris activists like Eugeni Mendez and Enric Casas's sympathizers and friends who had nothing to do with the armed struggle linked to a recently raided libertarian commune in Mirasol, Sant Cugat. When, 1 month later, on April 20, the media reprinted the photograph of 3 arrested comrades, they also tossed in snapshots of other supposedly highly dangerous activists who had gone on the run: Ignasi Sol Sagranais, a mill member who had crossed the border, Miguel Didac Pinero Costa, an Estudiants Libertaris member who had slipped into France on April 28 using the Libertarian Border Network in the Cerdagne, Felipe Sol Sabate, cousin of the Sol Sagranais brothers, a member of the Grupos Autonomous who had taken part in the odd joint operation with the mill and who made it out to France on January 3, and Genis Quino, who was being hidden for a few months in the family home in Villanova by Pau Maragall Myra until the heat died down a bit. There is a measure of confusion surrounding the Alia. One faction of activists asserts that it never existed as such and that the name was concocted by a regime which was in need of brand new organizations through which to exploit the public's fear of terrorism against the established order. According to them, the police seized upon an internal document of the Grupos Autonomous that was in the possession of some mill members and that had been confiscated when the mill was being dismantled. It claimed that the activists were not part of any armed struggle organization. The point, as far as the regime was concerned, was to render comprehensible what its own bureaucrats could not understand. In the view of that faction, the groups that were dismantled under the designation Alia were in fact part of a network of small grupos autonomous. There is another faction that contends that the Alia did exist as an organization and that there are documents signed with those initials. Be that as it may, whether it existed as an organization or did not, the fact is that there was a series of 3 or 4 man groups interlinked by a go-between, making the dismantling of them a very complicated affair. Those cells were scattered across the territory, in Mataro, Badalona, Terasa, Santa Coloma, Nobaris, Sant Andrew, etc., and the vast majority of their activists, who numbered around 40, were not living below the radar but were working or studying. Such was the affinity between the youngsters belonging to these groups that it entirely precluded the possibility of police infiltration. In fact, in some instances we can speak of shared development rather than affinity. There were no misgivings of any sort between them. They were motley groups, like so many other youth groups that emerged during the latter days of the dictatorship under Francoism's iron hand, and they had no structural ties to any of the older organizations that had figured in politics prior to or contemporary with the Civil War. Impelled by the need to educate themselves politically, these youngsters read everything they could get their hands on, starting always with the Marxist classics and, little by little, going in the direction of the anarchist classics that were harder to get hold of back then. In that, they were like the mill, a breath of fresh air for anti-authoritarianism in Spain. The network was formed around 3 former members of the PSAN, Partido Socialista de Aliberamiento Nacional / Socialist National Liberation Party, on the basis of theoretical notions like autonomy and anti-capitalism. Back then, all the underground groups and political parties, including the PSAN, had their own self-defense groups, some more armed than others. These 3 young people, members of one of the PSAN self-defense groups, carried out some propaganda operations that were disowned by the party, for which reason they were prompted to carry on as an independent group under the name Resistencia. In the summer of 1972, 2 of the activists, Philip Sol and Joan J. Vinioles, met up with Jan-Marc Roerlin and Oriol Sol in the Sierra del Moixero, and they decided to bolster the links between them. On November 18, members from the 2 groups mounted their first joint expropriation, robbing the savings and pension fund in Barcelona's Calle Escorial. 10 days after that, on November 28, their collaboration was repeated at the Banco Central branch in the Paseo Valdora. Up until the arrest of the members of the mill in September 1973, they carried out another 2 joint expropriations, but these grupos autonomous did not need the mill in order to act. In January 1973, 3 of the youngsters, with support from other comrades from abroad, raided the offices of the Banco de Vizcaya in the Calle Manuel Girona and, on July 2 that year, 2 comrades carried out a riskier action by robbing the telegraph's office at the Central Post Office. When it came to their activities, they were rather more methodical than their mill comrades who, as professional militants, were always short of cash. They did not have the same financial urgency, and this allowed them to carry out much safer actions. They even managed to plant a female comrade of theirs, Nuria Ballard, in an official printers involved in the printing of national identity cards, and this enabled them to secure about 5,000 ready-to-use documents. A further novelty, one of the many they brought to the history of armed movements in Spain, was the role played by women. The female comrades used the Sten gun just like their male comrades, and every aspect the struggle was shared 100%. The arrest of the mill comrades left its mark on the future of this network. The involvement of its activists in the Solidarity Committee, which entailed dealings with other political and social factions, meant that in some instances they had to come out of the closet. By the autumn of 1973, 2 of the ex-members of the mill, Ricard de Vargas and Ignacy Sol Sagranis, had joined these groups. Meanwhile, by way of a rapid response to the arrests, several dossiers were printed up in Philip Sol's home explaining the actions and theoretical beliefs of the mill, whose members were being depicted by the media and a fair proportion of the orthodox left parties as gangsters. That November, in Barcelona, they held the first ever Congress of Grupos Autonomos, intending to expand the coordination of the network and widen their actions in support of the prisoners. A couple of months after that, On January 19, by which time Pugantic was under a death sentence, they held a second Congress to coordinate how they were going to respond to this threat and to explore the chances of an escape. Among the actions planned by these grupos autonomous, which never came to fruition, there was the plan to attack the police van ferrying the prisoner comrades from the Modelo prison to the Captaincy General building on the day of the military tribunal. This plan was rejected by Pugantic himself because of the risks to which it would have exposed so many comrades. Another plan was to break out of the Modelo through the sewers, to which end a comrade crept through the underground network for almost 20 hours before coming up empty-handed. Finally, on the day of the execution, they planned to attack the police station in the Via Laietana and wreak revenge for the killing, but this action was rejected at the last moment by the activists themselves, who could see the negative fallout from that sort of operation. The police forces ran into stark reality when they proceeded to dismantle the committee. They found themselves faced with a bunch of young people engaged in armed direct action, especially expropriations and attacks on symbols of the state, army, and capital. These were the groups responsible for the attacks using explosives and incendiary devices against banking institutions, army barracks, police stations, and fascist monuments, attacks mounted from Mataró all the way down to Barcelona between January and March 1974. During the dismantling of the committee, which news was released on March 22, 1974, two activists from the network were arrested, Núria Ballard and Enrique Conde. Conde had links to the Mirasol Libertarian Commune and was a member of the Estudiants Libertaris at the Faculty of Fine Arts. On April 7, another three comrades were caught trying to collect a suitcase packed with explosives that had been supplied by a Swiss libertarian group and which had arrived on the Talgo, high-speed intercity train, from Geneva. The suitcase, supplied by comrades from Zurich had, even though it had started on its journey in Switzerland, not reached the Talgo until Ignacy Solsagranis brought it on board in Narbonne. He had alighted in Perpignan and the suitcase made the border crossing unaccompanied. When it was detected by Spanish police, they mounted discreet checks in the main stations and, once it arrived in Girona, they watched as a couple of young people approached the suitcase. On arrival in Barcelona, they were arrested along with a third person who was waiting for them on the platform. Philip Sol, who was also in the France station in Barcelona, managed to slip away undetected. Which was the point at which the dictatorship's police forces caught on to the dimensions of the grupos, tracing 13 empty apartments and nearly a dozen vehicles, as well as plentiful weaponry and documentation identifying potential targets. The Zurich group that had supplied the mines was the very same one that had, on January 10, 1974, attacked the Spanish consulate in the Swiss city after the news broke that Pugantic had been sentenced to death, setting off two grenades in a phone box situated opposite the diplomatic legation. Some of these young Swiss even traveled to Barcelona on several occasions, the first being in 1973. They then took part in a Molotov cocktail attack on a bank over the death of a worker. A year later, they partook alongside the Barcelona Autonomous, part of the network had been dismantled by then, in a bank robbery carried out at the Banco Central branch in the Calle Girona on April 27. Following the first two crackdowns, the actions continued. On April 26, a Catalan Railways train on the Valles line was halted at Montaner station by a sizable bunch of young people close to CNT Informa who distributed leaflets and dogged lots of propaganda slogans before taking to their heels. This led to the lines being closed in both directions for some hours, as the authorities decided to clean up the convoy before anyone could read the youngsters' demands. The following day, the Calle Princesa branch of the Banco Guipuzcoano came under Molotov cocktail attack and, 4 days after that, on the 1st of May, 5 banks in Poblenou sustained damage following the explosion of several dynamite charges and the hurling of Molotov cocktails by other groups that once again dogged libertarian demands. CNT Informa purported to be a wide-ranging libertarian network linked to the CNT, yet unconnected with the divisions within the CNT abroad. Outside of Spain, the libertarian movement organized in large structures, CNT, FAI, and FIJL, had suffered a crisis that had resulted in splits. In the specific case of the CNT, the split resulted in there being two structures, on the one hand the official CNT, and on the other, what later came to be called the CNT Narbonne Congress, linked to the FL, Frente Libertario. Activists from both factions out to create a network inside Spain were involved with CNT Informa. They reckoned that the CNT was an organization capable of galvanizing the social struggle rather than just the trade union struggle. Their activists were the ones chiefly responsible for the various clandestine press conferences called during 1974 in order to publicize actions mounted in solidarity with the mill prisoners. The first such press conference was held in a bar in the Gracia barrio, regarding the blowing up of the monument to the fallen in Barcelona. The second was called following Baltasar Suarez's abduction in Paris and led to the arrest of two of their members along with a comrade from abroad and a member of the NAP, Núcleos de Acción Proletaria/Proletarian Action Nuclei, a revolutionary Marxist group that sided with the mill comrades. In a little over 6 months, about a dozen people connected with the network of Grupos Autonomos were arrested, in addition to another 30 young libertarians belonging to other factions, mainly Estudiants Libertaris and CNT Informa, yet the network had not been smashed, not by a long shot. The cell-based structure enabled many young people who had taken an active part in direct actions in support of the mill comrades to keep operating, although in some instances, due to the fall of their go-betweens, they had to remain disconnected from the other groups. They even launched brand new cellular structures, some of which remained active for several years. Some of the youngsters took the precaution of slipping into France temporarily, and other activists, such as the brothers José and Francisco García Huertas, though exposed during questioning of indicted comrades, also successfully evaded arrest. Although the outrageous repression led to the arrests of 42 comrades in Catalonia between March and November 1974, and the flight to France of a number of others, both Estudiants Libertaris and the ALIA were back in the media headlines after the arrest of Miguel Mulet Nicolau, Josep Ilamola Camprodon, and Margarita Pla Consuegra on August 6, 1975. The latter two were linked to the student organization, and Josep Ilamola was connected to the Organizació de Lluita Armada, ALIA. Just 1 month later, on September 15, the police reported the arrest, in an apartment at 117 Calle Urgell in Barcelona, where several weapons had been found, of 4 young anarchist students: Ricard García Salacorte, Núria Oleu Sanfeliu, Marina Pinacarola, and Ana Ferrer Agil. The same statement reported the dismantling of the propaganda and defense machinery of the libertarian movement in Catalonia, with the arrest of Gerard Jacques, Eduard Dominic, and Vicente Iglesias, from whom 3 Sten submachine guns and 3,000 kilos of subversive propaganda was seized. Roger. In 1968 he began studying for his baccalaureate at Vic High School and, driven by his concerns, he made his initial contacts with several political groups. The social repression and, above all, the religious oppression enforced in the small towns around the Comarca was very harsh, and the priest became the #1 casualty of the craving for liberation felt by the young during their adolescent years. He represented the regime, and social control began with the church. Those not attending Mass were marked, and residents were obliged to go through the motions in order to avoid being stigmatized. In Vic, Roger started off as an acquaintance of underground militants of the PSUC, but membership failed to satisfy him since he felt that it replicated the dogmatism of the church, albeit with a different pantheon. It was then that he began to hear of anarchism and, together with Miguel and other comrades, he began to feel an attraction to its essential ideas. After the summer of 1972 he moved away to Barcelona to embark on his university education, and there he came into contact with the Estudiants Libertaris, more at a human level than because of any ideological affinities. Estudiants Libertaris was an informal bunch demanding no rigid commitment, and even though there were comrades striving toward a more broadly based organization, most of the young people there were looking for changes in their everyday lives rather than to develop any deep-seated ideology. That was a disputatious year in the universities and, come the summer, Roger decided to venture abroad to see the wider world, along with Sabata, a fellow student with whom he had struck up a friendship. Together they made their way via Toulouse to Paris, where they made contact with the two libertarian structures, the classical CNT and the FL, and made the acquaintances of those grandfatherly sorts wistful about times past and ignorant of the social reality in which people inside Spain had been living during the early years of the 1970s. It was in Paris that they met two youngsters from Madrid who had nothing to do with the libertarian movement, one of whom wanted to go and work in the United Kingdom. Sabata decided to remain in Paris, but Roger headed off to London with his two new traveling companions. On arrival at customs, they were questioned by the British police. The Madrid comrade who wanted to enter the country in order to settle down and find a job was denied entry, whereas Roger and the other youngster, who claimed they were there on holiday, faced no such impediment. And so, they both found themselves in the United Kingdom, without any contact address and knowing barely one word of the language. In the port of Dover, somewhat at a loss, they considered doubling back, but in the end, they made up their minds to press on and look for some anarchist collective that might take them in. Which is how they came to be acquainted with Miguel Garcia, an anarchist who had been part of the Maquis and served many years in Spanish prisons. They also met Stuart Christie, who had sampled Franco's prisons in the 1960s, and Albert Meltzer, a British journalist who lived with Miguel Garcia. It was Garcia who urged Roger to go to Liverpool, where there was a Girona-born anarchist by the name of Enric Tramps, with whom Roger became fast friends. After a few weeks in the British Isles, Roger decided to travel on and, after passing through Cologne, he arrived back in Barcelona by the end of the summer. That was an autumn of changes in the city. The arrest of the mill members was a watershed moment. Hard reality required greater commitment from the young activists who had hitherto focused mainly on propaganda, and the out-and-out boycott of the campaign to support the arrested comrades on the part of the PSUC-led classical left pushed them in to make a decision, along with Enrique, a Bolton-born comrade from Estudiants Libertarios. They made up their minds to join the Grupos Autonomos which were resorting to armed agitation and coordinating around the Mill Prisoners Solidarity Committee. From that moment forth, they went underground and the actions began. They had the use of a safe house where the group's members would gather to plan actions and stash weapons and underground propaganda materials. Where their fellow members of the group lived, they did not know. They moved around using phony papers supplied by activists who had already been at it for 2 years and who had managed to plant a female comrade, Nuria, in a firm that legally produced ID cards. On January 11, 1974, 2 days after the military tribunal passed the death sentence on Puig Antich, Roger was involved in the planting of explosives in 2 Banco de Vizcaya and Banco Popular Español premises on Avenida Gaudí. There were also incessant border crossings, generally via Barg Madam and on foot, over mountain trails. They also crossed via a mountain trail known by mushroom gatherers. That trail allowed them to travel the whole way by vehicle without having to run into any customs posts. When, 3 weeks after the murder of Puig Antich, Enrique was arrested on the border and a clampdown hit dozens more comrades from the Catalan network, Roger made up his mind to drop out of sight for a while and fled to France. Not that he was the only one. In Barcelona, there was Eva, an activist with mill connections who, in the face of the crackdown, also decided to go on the run. It was around then that she learned from the media that she was part of a network that the police had dubbed the Organización de Lucha Armada, Armed Struggle Organization. Before the month of March was out, they orchestrated a climbing expedition to Puigmal. Surrounded by comrades, they set off from Nuria, aiming to flee, but, instead of pressing onto the peak itself, the goal was to slip across the border unmolested. It was no cakewalk. It was heavy going. They had to trudge through the snow that covered the entire course, but their efforts succeeded and they arrived in France without any surprises. It later came to light that Roger had not been detected by the police but, even so, he stayed on in Europe for a few months. After passing through Perpignan along with Sancho, a comrade of Eva's and a member of the mill himself. It was then on to Toulouse, but Roger settled in Montpellier, where he was put up by a local libertarian group made up of native-born French and the children of Spanish émigrés. He also popped across to England to see the comrades he had met the previous summer. In addition to working, these months were spent mainly on attempts to get hold of a professional laminating machine so that the group could be autonomous and equip itself with phony papers. Eventually, once the pressure on his circle of activists had eased somewhat, he decided to return to Barcelona. This was point at which he contacted a former Estudiants Libertaris comrade known as El Prof and, as well, Miguel, the friend alongside whom he had studied for his baccalaureado back in Vic. Both chose to join the group. The earliest grupos autonomous, the ones whose operations had begun 2 years earlier, had been hard hit by the repression, but other youngsters decided to carry on their struggle. On December 12, Roger took part in a hold-up at the Roca gun store in the Calle Aribo, and a couple of weeks after that, on December 27, he and some other comrades raided the Banco Hispano-Americano branch in the Zona Franca. Actions carried on over the ensuing months, but the situation was becoming complicated. Given the pressures implicit in clandestine living and with many of the comrades with whom they had launched the struggle now under arrest, they found themselves obliged to carry out hold-ups just to get by. On May 9, 1975, Roger took part in a hold-up at the Sabadell Savings Fund in the town of Martorelles, but he was beginning to lose faith in what he was doing and his misgivings were multiplying. He felt like he was turning into a mere criminal and that there was no clear-cut social strategy behind it all. He eventually made up his mind to pack in armed action, and he said as much to his Liverpool friend, Enric Tramps, in a letter that he never got to send. On August 6, he was arrested along with Miguel, his school pal, and another female comrade. His arrest was not especially violent, but he had the bad luck to be leaning down when one of the civil guards threw a mighty punch in his direction so that the guard's fist smashed into the jeep, causing him to break some bones, and so assault charges and resisting arrest were added to charges of terrorism, theft, and unlawful association. Knowing that they would have a hard time charging his comrades with anything, he decided to take the blame and clear them. Under questioning, he managed to be evasive by providing information about old safe apartments that were already burnt, i.e., that the police had already traced. During searches, the letter he had written to his friend in Liverpool in which he explained that he was packing in armed action was discovered. The police reckoned that he did not know anything more, and so he avoided being tortured. 2 days after that, he was in the Modelo prison. In prison, he bumped into the comrades that had been arrested during 1974, Enrique, the comrade from Estudiants Libertaris with whom he had gone underground for one. Francoism was on its last legs, the prison officers were worried about their future prospects, and the political prisoners wielded power within the prisons. Change was in the air and the jailers were trying to cover their own backs. A couple of months later, Roger took part in a hunger strike by political prisoners demanding an amnesty. They were all moved to isolation cells for 40 days, although the isolation, as such, was scarcely effective, given the large number of inmates who had been involved in the protest. As luck would have it, he was in isolation with Louis Burrow, the comrade who had had a hand in the press conference held in support of the very first Gari action, and with an inmate from Granollers. One day, from the cell just below the one in which they were, they had an indication that the occupants wanted to communicate with them, and so, as was always the case in such situations, they drained the water out of the toilet so that the pipework could be used as a means of communication. This was how another inmate was able to pass on to them the news that Franco was dead. With no cakes on hand, they celebrated by feasting on some biscuits. Half a year later, in May 1976, those comrades involved in the Alia indictment were released, but Roger, having been arrested a year after them, was not able to benefit from this move. Months later, in February 1977, by which time he had served 18 months, into the Modelo came a sizable group of libertarians as a result of a crackdown mounted in Barcelona during the FI's Peninsular Conference. A few days later, he was in the Fifth Ward, which was occupied by what were regarded as the dangerous inmates. Making his way to the usual movie show through a corridor leading from the First Ward, he was summoned by one of the new arrivals. It was a comrade with whom he was not acquainted but with whom he had a few mutual friends. While they were chatting, up came Miguel Ingles, a PCI prisoner who had served many years in prison, and Ingles gave them a queer look. Minutes later, he was telling Roger that the inmate right beside the comrade to who he had been chatting was an informer. It was Joaquim Gambin, a common law prisoner who had been rounded up with some comrades from Murcia. Roger passed this information on to the comrade who was with Gambin and, during a visit, he asked his sister to also let Luis Andres Edo know. Edo had been released a few months earlier. Within weeks of that, on March 11, 1977, both Roger and Miguel were hauled in front of a military tribunal. It was a sham, designed to demonstrate the goodwill of the military courts. They were not tried for the planting of explosives on January 11, 1974, nor for the bank holdups on December 27, 1974, and May 9, 1975, of which they had been accused, but did face charges of insulting and resisting the lawful authorities during their arrests. That way they were able to be acquitted, and the military tribunals, which were normally harsh in its sentencing policy, could be portrayed in a good light. Whereas Miguel was released, Roger, though acquitted, was sent back to the Modelo pending trial for all the actions of which he stood accused. In the end, on May 25, he was provisionally released, which meant that he was now on the outside waiting for the amnesty to come through. But there was a debt still unpaid. Roger had yet to perform his compulsory military service. Now ready to start a new life with no quarrels outstanding with the military courts, one day he approached the captaincy in Barcelona to establish where he stood. He was dealt with by a major visibly under the influence of alcohol and was told that because he was on provisional release, he needed permission from the judge before he could be called up. That was a weight off his mind, and obviously he never applied for the requisite permission. Then he headed back to the family farmhouse in San Martí Sescorts, where he was born in 1955, to tend the livestock and, with the support of his family, get back to life on the outside. A couple of years went by until, one afternoon in late July 1979, he was contacted by some of his former comrades. They were still on active service and that very morning, in the course of a hold-up, things had gone contrary to expectations. The security guards had drawn their weapons, a ferocious shootout ensued and one of the comrades, Pep, had been wounded. They were in urgent need of a doctor. Roger managed to get in touch with a doctor in Lerida who tended to the injured comrade, but, in the course of the shootout, one of the guards had been killed, and the police were in hot pursuit. On July 31 the police arrested one of the members of the gang, and 5 days after that, the media reported the arrest of 11 people, including the physician Roger had contacted and his high school pal, Miguel. Roger feared the worst, but the days passed and none came looking for him, nor did he pick up on any strange movements around the farmhouse. It took them a month and a half. One day in mid-September nearly a dozen police showed up to place him under arrest. Despite the overkill, all he was charged with was the hold-up at the Roca gun store on December 12, 1974, almost 5 years earlier. The group in question had remained active 5 years. It had begun taking action to demonstrate solidarity with Puig, and even until it was dismantled in 1979, some of the actions it had carried out at the time had not been cleared up. Under questioning, when they made the connection with Miguel, they were able to confirm Roger's role in the raid on the gun store. In any event, he was not worried. That action, like all the others in which he had had a hand, had not caused any physical injury and, having been mounted prior to the death of the dictator, they were covered by the amnesty. Roger was held in the Modelo from September 15 to October 13. The situation inside the prison was not as it had been during his first stay there, a couple of years before. Whereas, during that first stint there, he had come across only one junkie, the prison was now full of them. Even his pal Miguel was completely addicted to heroin. Miguel Mulet, his high school pal, was just one of the many victims of the dirty war, having succumbed to the blandishments of artificial paradises. Workers' autonomy. It was the assembly that was in control. It was the workers who gave the orders. You felt alive. Rosa Tortosa Masipi, Seaton y dos Horas. Labor struggles bounced back with a vengeance at the beginning of the 1960s. As the workers' commissions coalesced into a labor front headed by the PSUC and PCE, the various currents that argued on behalf of assemblies as the ultimate expression of the workers, Plataformas Anticapitalistas, the CCOO de Empresas, the Grupos Obreros Autonomos, etc., together with other groups unconnected with trade union bureaucracy, anti-authoritarian Marxists, councilists, libertarians, etc., took shelter under the umbrella of Autonomia Obrera, workers' autonomy. These labor organizations gained ground in the larger firms. Disputes were assuming greater and greater autonomy and achieving levels of horizontalism unthinkable nowadays. The sole legal trade union was the CNS, Central Nacional Sindicalista National Syndicalist Center, known as the Vertical Syndicate, and maneuvers of the other organizations were still merely internal as they competed for members. In those circumstances, it was very hard to manipulate the numerous assemblies of workers. In terms of an organized mass movement, there was no union movement prior to 1976. There were huge strikes, but the unions existed in only embryonic form within the CNS. As far as workers were concerned, the only choice was between state-run trade unionism and the wildcat strike. 16. It all kicked off with the Harry Walker strike in Barcelona, mounted from December 1970 to February 1971, but in its wake came lots of other disputes, like the one at C-Moto, the firm manufacturing the Bull Taco motorcycle in Sant Adrià del Besòs, in April and May 1976, or the Roca dispute in Gavà from 1976 to 1977, right up to the gas station workers' strike in September, October 1978. In Madrid there were the metro strikes in January 1976, the Induco dispute, at a subsidiary of El Corte Inglés, in January, February 1977, and the shop workers and construction workers disputes. There was outstanding solidarity and collaboration by the Grupos Autonomos in these disputes, but as far as a significant portion of the workers were concerned, those that actually worked for the firms on strike, they were none too enthusiastic about their performance. At the time, workers were embarking upon disputes mainly in pursuit of work demands, but in many cases the workers' demands acquired a political hue due to the repression, the essential point being that all strikes were forbidden, and the consequent need for solidarity. The Roca Company dispute was a fine example of this. This dispute lasted a year and became radicalized due to the inflexible stance adopted by the management and the choice by some of them to have recourse to force. Between March and April 1976, the Roca workforce mounted an initial 41-day strike in pursuit of wage improvements. During that initial dispute, the workers were aware of the need for them to elect representatives outside of the vertical syndicates, and they began organizing themselves on the basis of assemblies. 6 months after that, they mounted 2 new 24-hour strikes, to which the management replied by suspending one of the representatives elected by the assembly for 7 days without pay. The workers decided to dig in for an indefinite strike from November 9 onward, when the plant was taken over, only to be cleared by the security forces. The town of Gavà was brought to a complete standstill by workers' barricades, and for a week the police did not dare set foot in the town. When they did enter, battering anyone and everything on the streets, it was a sheer miracle that no life was lost, although there were injuries galore and, naturally, 200 arrests were made, 30 of them being sent to prison. 17. The civil guard began using a heavy-handed approach in its treatment of assemblies held on the streets, while para-police gangs attacked the homes of some workers in the working-class community in Gava, known as Poblado Roca, where many of the employees' families lived. For its part, the management took action against the workers and the numbers sacked rose to 46. On November 24, La Vanguardia reported that the day before, only 228 out of a complement of 4,809 workers had reported for work, and that figure included management. In December, in view of their being ignored by the media and by certain left-wing parties and unions, one of the first successes of the Roca proletarians was to spur the parties and unions into speaking out against them in the wretched way they did. 18. They decided to launch Roca support committees, which held briefings and drew other sectors of the population into the dispute. At the same time, on December 2, the drugstore owned by the family of the representative sacked at the outset of the dispute was attacked with Molotov cocktails, an action that had been attempted previously in November, when his home had also come under attack. Also on December 2, the home of another delegate came under incendiary attack. On January 11, the unions, which were still illegal but were being tolerated, legally summoned a demonstration in Cornella. The demonstration ended with heavy clashes with the Policia Armada, and 10 of the factory's workforce under arrest. The unions had cancelled the protest just hours before, but no one had informed the people primarily concerned, the actual striking workforce. On February 1, 1977, the courts declared that 35 of the 46 dismissals were null and void, and on that very day a heavily armed, far-right commando attacked the home of one of the workers who had been arrested, sending 2 of his comrades who belonged to the self-defense groups organized in the wake of the initial attacks in November and December to the hospital. That attack was claimed a couple of days later on behalf of the AAA Alianza Apostolica Anticomunista/Apostolic Anti-Communist Alliance. On February 11, the workers went back to work after upward of 3 months on strike, the company having welcomed back all but one of its dismissed employees. The strikes spread from firm to firm. A strike in one factory might very well turn into a sectoral stoppage and spread even beyond that. This was the case with the metro strike in Madrid. On January 5, 1976, the metro workers went on strike. The dispute quickly spread through the industrial belt in the city, attracting solidarity from the services sector in the city center. Within days the dispute had spread to the banking, insurance, printing trades, postal service, and Renf employees. By January 14, the strike was being backed by 400,000 workers. The operations of the Grupos Autonomos were designed to lash out at employer bodies and to afford financial support to the strikers, but although strike funds normally welcomed the proceeds from expropriations into their shrinking coffers, the workers were trying to detach themselves from the action of these young people who, in some instances, came, not from working-class circles but from the more radicalized student quarters. Essentially the criticisms were of two sorts. On the one hand, certain groups viewed as intellectuals eager to influence the working class while not part of it, came in for criticism, and, on the other, there was criticism of the violence employed by certain groups which certain worker sectors were quick to condemn, especially from the mid-1970s onward. The dilemma was mainly strategic and class-based. In those disputes, groups of workers drawn from the striking factories themselves were carrying out actions very much akin to those of the Grupos Autonomos. Typical of this were the actions of the ERAT, a group raised in the seed plant in Barcelona and made up mostly of the plant's own workers. These actions derived a sense of legitimacy from the fact that they were carried out by members of the working class, whereas they regarded the actions of the youngsters as dangerous meddling. In the course of strikes, it was a common occurrence to find the workers using violent direct action on company property and also for them to take organized action against strike breakers. Finally, over time, criticisms also surfaced of the vicious cycle of spiraling violence, especially in the Basque Country. There was one frustrating and dramatic point when we began to see that what these actions were doing was supplanting the movement at the grassroots level. That had a big impact on us. You're in your workshop pressing ahead with the movement, opening folks' eyes and all that, and next thing you see is a boss killed. And then it's all over. Now it is all action, repression, dead bodies. The whole thing winds up revolving around that. And that is the most irksome paradox. Rather than our speaking for ourselves, instead of dealing with the issues that affect us, the way we used to, for the sake of our freedom and for the sake of people's freedom, we end up talking about the problem of the state and the problems of the folk taking on the state with its own weapons. 19. Hard reality entailed a constant clash between two contending worlds, one that was sinking as a result of capitalism's evolution, coming to the end of the line after nearly 100 years, and the other that was just starting out. It was work for all versus down with wage slavery. The workers were out to uphold the status they had inherited from their fathers and grandfathers, their membership in the working class, while securing improvements for workers. The young people wanted to live life, enjoy it and secure a certain measure of joyful existence while shunning the alienation involved in the concept of toil. That joyousness was utterly incompatible with the system of ongoing toil and exploitation by the powerful classes. A paradigm shift was beginning. In both groups, the strategy and the historical analysis were the same, or very nearly so. What would never be the same again were the options, or visions, for the future. Many of these young activists had no hesitation in dropping out of their studies so as to be able to form an effective part of the working class. This was termed proletarianization, but their practical ideas regarding the latter's demands would be wholly unacceptable to those whose entire lives had been lived within the same paradigm and with one single purpose: improving working conditions, sure, but to continue working. This was a prospect to which the young were steadfastly opposed. During an interview given for this book, Petit Lou reminded me that trabajar, working, derives from the Latin tripolium, which was a method of torture. How could they consent to working? Strikes were popping up, seemingly out of nowhere, out of a subterranean process of worker analysis or material necessity. In some instances they turned into wildcat strikes that added on radical demands in pursuit of revolutionary changes, but the youngsters always had the same sensation about these strikes: all of a sudden, the revolutionary bubble would burst, and, if they were lucky, those initially sacked were rehired and all the workers would troop back into work. This is not to sneer at those strikes that concluded with workers' victories. Although on many occasions those initially dismissed were the scapegoats in disputes that insisted upon improvements all round, as in the case of the Induco dispute in Madrid. Induco was the textile plant belonging to El Corte Inglés, its workforce made up mostly of women. In January 1977, an assembly presented its platform of demands going into collective bargaining, and 4 employees, 3 women, 1 man, were sacked. The workforce reacted by calling for intermittent stoppages and holding a demonstration that was brutally dispersed by the police. In response to these partial stoppages, the management sacked 7,000 workers and closed down the factory for some weeks, alleging that anybody wishing to return to work would be required to apply in writing, explaining the reasons why they wanted to go back to work. On February 14, 2,500 workers attempted to return to work, but only 1,000 were taken back. The assembly then decided to organize pickets to prevent strike breakers from accessing the plant and, at the same time, it rejected a suggestion from the Workers' Commissions, CC.00, that the strike be ended. The management's reaction was to send in security forces to disperse the pickets. In the end, in mid-March, after 2 months of conflict, the workers went back to work without having secured the rehiring of the 4 individuals dismissed at the outset of the dispute. Worker autonomy was a real option in the factories between 1972 and 1977, when the trade unions were legalized and statewide representation accorded exclusively to the CC.00 and the UGT, Union General de Trabajadores/Workers General Union. The CNT's refusal to negotiate with the state regarding working conditions in the private sector was exploited to that end. The CNT was out to negotiate directly with entrepreneurs the way it had done before the Civil War. Up to that point, the workers, unrepresented except for the delegates from the CNS, reckoned that they were equipped to take charge of their own demands and paid a high price for that, due to the repression. The numbers murdered for demanding better working conditions were high, much too high, but the state had a feeling that the campaigning was not just designed to obtain better working conditions but that what these workers were starting to demand, unwittingly in many cases, was a paradigm shift. In the case of the groups supportive of workers' autonomy, this approximated the abolition of the state and its replacement by workers' councils. Hence, the fierce violence of the repression. But that violence did nothing to halt the demands. Quite the opposite. It breathed life into them. The demands increased up until the month of March 1976. In Vitoria, on March 3, in a city at a standstill due to strikes, where the entire life of the society revolved around the workers' assemblies, violence was unleashed by the forces of order and 5 workers were murdered. There was an exemplary response from the workers, nationwide strikes, assemblies, demonstrations followed by more deaths, many more deaths. The authorities were well aware of what the working class was asking for and what the repressive measures against their justified demands had achieved. From that moment on, the strategy of the capitalists accelerated. Also that March, the top leader of the Communist Party, Santiago Carrillo, spoke for the very first time of an agreed break. 4 months later, Adolfo Suarez was appointed prime minister and, by 1977, the trade unions and political parties had been legalized, including the Communist Party, but nothing further to its left. A little over a year and a half after the incidents in Vitoria, the Moncloa agreements were signed. The media fell over themselves to query the legitimacy of the assemblies as a method of labor organization, the assembly a haphazard body, its manipulable attendees bereft of control, bereft of rules, and in the minority plays a negative role by scorning and, in some instances, even actually thwarting the growth of the trade union centrals. Assemblyism refuses to appreciate that its heroic era of struggle against fascist syndicalism is now a thing of the past. 20. However, from mid-1976 onward, many of those same autonomo workers flooded into the CNT, especially in Catalonia, Valencia, and Andalusia, in search of a strong platform that might allow them to have a say in labor policy in Spain. In Catalonia, the CNT's support for the Roca workforce was the springboard. Only the CNT of all the unions had backed the Roca workers' strike from start to finish and made no attempt to supplant or set itself up as the leadership of the strike. That was a significant factor in labor circles linked to the autonomo movements or merely workers with some feeling for an uncompromising, participationist trade unionism flirting with the stances that the CNT of Catalonia championed. 21. The gas station workers' strike in Barcelona province highlighted this new situation. From September 28 to October 26, 1977, the very first strike was won by the workers, most of whom decided to join the CNT as a body during a sector-wide assembly held on July 4. Of the 12 representatives elected by the assembly, 7 belonged to the CNT. The employers responded to an initial demand for a wage of 1,000 pesetas a day, about €6, by offering 700, a little over €4, and the workers reduced their demand to 900 pesetas, just over €5. By the time the strike finished, the workers had secured a wage of 881 pesetas, a little over €5, or almost double the rate of pay they had been receiving at the outset of the dispute, when they were earning 458 pesetas, under €3. The strike boosted the CNT's prestige in a labor scene battered by a ferocious economic crisis and betrayed by trade union centrals that had underhandedly agreed to wage cuts with the political authorities. 22. A year later, the leaderships of the CC.OO and UGT signed onto a national agreement slashing by about 30% the economic conditions secured by the workers in Barcelona province, who, after a number of assemblies, decided on September 2 to launch a fresh strike to win back what they had won a year before, what the CC.OO and UGT leaderships had deprived them by of signing the nationwide agreement. The dispute was truly harsh. The first thing agreed between the government and the employers' body was that members of the armed forces would replace the workers so as to deprive the strike of any practical impact. The workers' reaction was unambiguous. Service stations came under all sorts of attacks, there were gunshots, Molotov cocktails were thrown, they were attacked with explosives. At the same time, dozens of workers were arrested during many actions, and CC.00 and UGT representatives unconnected with the gas station workers were assaulted by strikers when they attempted to negotiate on their behalf. After a lengthy dispute, during which the state mobilized all its forces, a rehiring agreement was accepted on October 20. The gains made in the province-wide strike back in 1977 were honored. To all practical purposes, the anarcho-syndicalist confederation had vanished from the workplace after the end of the Civil War, especially during the 1960s, but when Franco died, the union enjoyed a sudden spurt of growth, given the need by a significant section of the population to recover its history and the hostility toward the use of the workers for political purposes. And yet, because of the Scala affair as well as internal squabbling and the absence of any practical trade union alternative to the brand new social conditions enforced by those wielding power and enjoying the backing of the trade union and political bureaucrats, the libertarian trade union found, equally suddenly, that it had lost all ability to represent the bulk of the working class. The Grupos Autonomos carried on supporting the strikes, but, little by little, social and work-related changes inexorably distanced them from the working class, and from 1979 onward, they drifted apart, labor disputes were forgotten about, and when they did crop up they were systematically defused by the official trade unions, while the youngsters pressed on with their fight against capitalism and the abolition of wage slavery, although that fight too had been undermined by social reality. Prior to '77, all the major Barcelona firms striking for between 15 days and 2 months, and they secured wage rises far superior to any secured by the trade unions over the following 20 years. Daniel Candu, Setenta y dos Horas. Links, tongues, had a hand in the relaunch of the CC.00 from a church in the La Borderas barrio of Barcelona in 1966, when he was 17 years old and working in a printing firm where he had come into contact with some sections of the politically organized proletariat. Those were the years when the groundwork of a new working class was being laid. In recent years, hundreds of thousands of workers had arrived in Catalonia from various locations around the country. Many of them were from rural areas and devoid of any political grounding. At the time, the CC.00 was split into two main factions, one controlled by the PSUC and the other under the sway of the FOC, Frente Obrero Catalan/Catalan Workers' Front. From 1968 on, a third path emerged, and this was the one he sided with. It embraced anti-authoritarian workers supportive of workers' autonomy, and within the year had started calling itself Plataformas. Some of these groups, though, like the Comisiones Obreras de Barrios, realized the need for self-education and made it their priority. Born in Barcelona in 1949, Links lived in the El Clot barrio. He started to develop an interest in French, attracted by the events of May '68 in Paris and by the ease with which he could pick up other languages. In Spain, the working class had suffered a breakdown since the war. Up to that point, the trade union organizations had preserved an organizational and educational continuity, even during the Primo de Rivera dictatorship, but the 30 years of Francoism amounted to a stone slab separating experiences prior to the war from contemporary ones. That slab needed blowing asunder. Links quickly felt attracted to the group of workers that was out to supply books about worker consciousness and political action to members of the new proletariat from the greater Barcelona area. He then started helping to create a clandestine labor library. The first book he translated into Spanish was Paul Lafargue's The Right to Be Lazy, but that was followed by a good number of revolutionary and political analytical texts. It was this library that would later give way to Ediciones Mayo del 37. In contact with Emily Pardinas, who had been an eyewitness to May '68, Santo Solar Amigo, who had a particular interest in the education of workers, and Oriol Sol Sagranis, a man of action working on behalf of the militant proletariat. The tentacles of the network started to spread wider, and Links made contact with some French comrades. At the time, he was working in a Barcelona hotel, but a time came when he decided to take a step forward, keeping pace with the organization he had joined the mill, and in 1972 he gave up work. He was part of what was known as the theoretical team, the group tasked with choosing the political texts to be distributed to the workers. This was the beginning of a period of clandestinity, or semi-clandestinity, since, even though he was not working and was wholly committed to the struggle, he still lived at home and, having no record, he could move around freely, using his own papers. For some months and years, the differences between the laboring masses and the slightly reckless groups of youngsters had been widening. The impact of May 68 in France and of situationism were discernible in a whole new generation of fighters who decided to make the revolution in their day-to-day lives, in their everyday existence, and not merely in matters relating to work or politics. Meanwhile, the bulk of the labor movement was dazzled by the PSUC's proposals for averting splits and being content with a gradual increase in the proletariat's purchasing power. The new breed of workers emerging from the abject poverty caused by the war were beginning to feel content if they could buy themselves an apartment, kitted out with a television set, a fridge, and a washing machine, and take 3 or 4 weeks holidays in their seat 600. As far as they were concerned, 20 years earlier they had been famished, and this was a revolution in itself. In Catalonia, the members of the GAC, who came to serve as the mill's armed wing, were starting to carry out expropriations, while Links focused on logistical support, coordinating with workers' groups, and his translation work. Even as he was preparing his first texts for publication, he was busy with the comrades from the same team building up the workers' library, alongside which members of the outside team, the ones who made up the GAC, were making contact with the incipient network of armed Catalan grupos autonomous. When, after 2 years in action, the bulk of his comrades had been arrested and the mill's Barcelona network smashed, Links managed to slip away. First, he spent a couple of weeks in hiding in an apartment in the Calle Providencia. Then he crossed the border and headed for Italy, where he spent a couple of months with the comrades from Lotta Continua. In Barcelona, as the person in charge of some of the organization's safe houses, he let a couple of apartments be rented in his own name. One was in the Calle Girona, used mainly by Puig, and the other in the Calle Certina, where, in order to avert suspicions on the part of neighbors and the landlady, he passed himself off as a young bohemian artist keeping unusual hours and equally bohemian company. From Italy he would call the family, which was clueless as to his clandestine activities. When some weeks passed and the police had not turned up at his home, he realized that his name had not come out during interrogations. The comrades had managed to shield him and he was free to return to Barcelona. On his return, he made contact with the Grupos Autonomous that had set up the Mill Prisoners Solidarity Committee and carried on with the struggle alongside them. He reluctantly took part in some public actions in support of his comrades, particularly demonstrations and in the clandestine distribution of propaganda in the barrios, but they were hard hit that April, following the very first fall of one of the female activists from the Grupos Autonomous in March 1974. Their cell structure had been compromised by the arrest of 3 of their go-betweens, 3 members of different groups arrested while trying to collect that suitcase carrying mines shipped in from Switzerland. The network was in jeopardy when some of its members went public in support of the jailed comrades, and it was beginning to pay the price. It was in April 1974 that Links met some anarchist comrades from Zurich who were bringing in arms for the Catalan groups and who had come down to Barcelona to take part in a bank expropriation. Shortly after that spring, he had his eyes opened to the underground reality of the first organized groups of young Barcelona anarchists. First there were the publications, Cienti Informa and Tribuna Libertaria, and then in early June, at the invitation of Joan Ferran and Louis Burro, he and a comrade from the groups attended a meeting held in the mountains of central Catalonia. There they both met up with around 40 young anarchists who had little connection with the grandfatherly types that were the mainstay of the CNT in exile. These youngsters, who put together the CNT and form a bulletin, shared the same experience of oppression, both in social and generational terms as well as in cultural and political terms. That was the day he made the acquaintance of the libertarian militant Luis Andrés Edo, the oldest attendee. A month after that, both the two youngsters who had invited him to the meeting and that veteran anarchist militant were arrested for having taken part, directly or indirectly, in the clandestine press conference mounted a couple of months earlier in Barcelona in connection with the Baltasar Suarez abduction. Comrades involved in the armed Autonomo network continued to fall in September and October. In November, it was the turn of Lynx and his comrade. The media reported their arrests on November 7. No weapons were found at the time of arrest, and all they could do was seize clandestine propaganda from his home. His comrade, on the other hand, was caught in possession of a key about which he declined to provide any information. For 2 days, that comrade withstood violent police bullying. He spent those 2 days buying his brother and another comrade enough time to go and clean up the apartment. When, under pressure, he eventually did sing, the police rushed to carry out a search of the apartment in the Calle Mayor in Gracia, where they found weapons aplenty. The comrade's brother, on finding out about the arrests, had not dared go there to mop up, in the belief that it was a danger spot. The police tagged the comrade as the quartermaster for the Grupos Autonomos they described as the Alia. Unable to tie Lynx in with any armed action, they released him a few weeks later. He was never even hauled in front of the Public Order Tribunal, although they made him wait some years for the return of his national ID card and passport. 3. Transfer of powers. Horse trading. And if the street belongs more to us, damn right. And should this entire system rot and collapse, hell yes. Pau malvado, nosotros los malditos. On December 20, 1973, Admiral Carrero Blanco was blown sky-high on a Madrid street. He was the leader of the government and the dictator's natural successor, but ETA blew his aspirations to smithereens. The more astute and practical notables of the movement clearly saw what their prospects were against this ultra-conservative iron-fisted leader. The regime's end was imminent, and the powers that be intended to preserve the powers they had seized in the wake of the Civil War and sidestep any future court proceedings against them. The wheels were set in motion to plan some horse trading that entailed the transfer of powers in return for immunity from prosecution, while also ensuring that they could retain the bounty from 35 years of exploitation of the working class. That bounty would enable them to cling to power in practical terms, since submission to international capitalism was inevitable. At that point, negotiations for the drafting of a brand new social contract got underway where the body of the text would change, though not the small print. In public, the supposedly leftist forces entered into the fray rather timidly, although the horse trading had been underway for years behind the scenes. The Catalan bourgeoisie was less timorous, having raised its head quite some time ago. The murder of Puig Antich quieted all their voices. This was their way of indicating that all of them from Pujol through to the representatives of the PSUC were the ideal people to douse the flames of popular uprising licking around significant swathes of the younger generation that had suffered under the dictatorship. On October 30, 1973, the prince took over as temporary head of state. Not for the first time, since he had done the same thing in the summer of the previous year, but this time there was a widespread feeling that his position was not going to be temporary. Franco was on his deathbed. The day before, the Assemblée de Catalunya, an umbrella body for most of the Catalan political organizations yearning for a share of power, issued a statement in which it declared that only by rejecting the return of Juan Carlos I to the throne and by repealing Francoism's underlying laws, along with all of its component agencies and institutions or those bent on perpetuating it, which is to say, only a democratic break can put us on the path that leads to meeting the people's needs. But over time, these words were blown away on the wind. It was very easy to switch from a clean break with the regime to horse trading with its representatives and those who had helped keep it in place, the markets that represented international capitalism. The United States and Germany were very clear as to what path had to be taken. If the script written by these two powers was followed, the practically unknown PSOE would claw back the ground occupied by the PCE, but neither of these forces was prepared to share its voters. Besides, that script was readily understandable. The US refused to see the Communist Party legalized and Germany had it in mind to capture the Social Democratic lead. Since 1968, a section of the younger generation across Europe had been clamoring for structural changes and the pursuit of active policies to open up to anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist social dynamics, but the markets that pulled the strings of supranational politics refused to let the Spanish state turn into a source of conflict in the wake of the regime's decapitation by natural causes. Everybody was in a hurry to do a bit of horse trading. Meanwhile, on November 22, 1975, Juan Carlos as king pledged fealty to the principles of the nationalist movement and, within weeks, the deputy premier Manuel Fraga Iribarne was opening discussions with the right-wing Basque nationalists and representatives of the PSOE. A broad swathe of the population, however, having nothing to do with this backstage wheeling and dealing, was bringing pressure from below. The labor strikes and the unrest on the university campuses spread right across the country. The CC.00 found itself overwhelmed. The political parties to the left of the PCE lost members, and international capitalism was forced to issue a call to order. Kissinger, who throughout Gerald Ford's presidency served as Secretary of State, told U.S. News and World Report, "If Spain is left entirely to her own devices, the prospects may be catastrophic and the Western world knows it. It knows that whatever happens over there is vital as far as our political and military bloc is concerned." 23. The political denouement started to become evident by the first half of 1976. The populace took to the streets to press for political change and poured out of the firms to lobby for better pay. The Madrid Metro was not operational on March 5, a strike having brought the service to a complete standstill. This was unprecedented. The army took charge of operating the trains. In Barcelona, on February 1 and 8, tens of thousands demonstrated under the slogan Freedom, Amnesty, Home Rule, and the political parties were utterly overwhelmed. So were the police. Young people played an active part in these mobilizations and were unmistakable about their differences with the political class, which was even then operating tentatively as a manipulating force in the service of capital. From a clean break with the dictatorship and a referendum to decide between monarchy or republic, they switched to a negotiated break, implicitly embracing the monarchy imposed by Franco. 24. Weeks later, in Vitoria, the forces of repression allied themselves with the technocrats who had sketched out the political future. Following days of uncontrolled autonomous, assembly-based workers' strikes, 5 workers were murdered in the course of a disproportionate display of police strength. The message was clear: either the working class comes around to accepting the leadership of the parties and trade unions, or the unthinking violence for which the far-right fascists were clamoring would return. But the oppressed were clear as to what they wanted and were not deterred. The events in Vitoria convulsed the country. The workers, aware that the liberalization policy was going to be determined on the streets, switched from moderate slogans and, in their assemblies, opted for combative actions against the high cost of living and the economic failure of Minister Villarmir. 25. A couple of months later, on the 1st of May, police violence returned to the streets of Barcelona following a brief truce marked by popular pressure for instant political and social changes. On that day, the Greys seized back power on the streets of Barcelona from defenseless and startled workers, who were too naive to know that the majority parties in the Assemblée de Catalunya and Plata Junta had already agreed on demobilization and compromises on reform, rather than a clean break. 26. The Plata Junta, as the Democratic Coordinating Platform was popularly known, was a body that grew out of the amalgamation of the two coordinating bodies operating in Spain during the dying days of the dictatorship: the Democratic Junta powered by the PCE and right-wing independents, and the Democratic Convergence Platform, promoted by the PSOE and the Christian Democrats. Only 2 months earlier, the monarchy had been called into question when it gambled on ushering in a phase that would lead through a consultation of the people, on the basis of universal suffrage, to a decision on the makeup of the ministries and broader state institutions. 27 Repudiation of the people's demands on the part of virtually every political faction was moving ahead at a dizzying rate. Over that summer, Adolfo Suarez took over as prime minister, and automatically talks began with the political parties, which held their first public rallies. Though unlawful, they were now tolerated. But the PCE was excluded from all these formalities. The script outlined by the Germans and Americans was being followed, point for point. At the same time, the CC.OO was trying to secure exclusive representation of the working class by promoting a single union arrangement as a way of averting any shock and backing legalization of the PCE. That July saw the establishment of the COS, Coordinadora de Organizaciones Sindicales/Trade Union Organizations Coordinating Body, made up of the CC.OO, UGT, and USO, Union Sindical Obreros/Workers Trade Union Unity. A couple of months after that, the parties began to reveal their brand new narrative, and the demand now was not for a clean break but for a negotiated break. The horse trading was also going in internally. The year ended as it had begun. The wildcat strike at the Roca plant in the town of Gava seemed like an encouragement to the working class to resist the pressure to remain part of the same machine that held it in slavery. 1976 was a spontaneous year in that no party could quite control the revolutionary spirit that was spreading through the streets and factories. Freedom had already taken hold of the people. What was not yet known was how the politicians buzzing around the press were going to handle this wealth of hope. 28. Early in 1977, the horse trading reached the courts and the Public Order Tribunal was transformed into the National High Court. The old structures were being recast without any sort of purging and without anyone's heeding the people's demands. One such demand, the insistence on an amnesty, was what lay behind the January 23 demonstration in Madrid, during which the student Arturo Ruiz was murdered by a far-right commando. The following day, the chair of the Supreme Court of Military Justice, General Villas CUSA, was kidnapped by Grapo, Grupos Revolucionarios Antifascistas Primero de Octubre/1 of October Revolutionary Anti-Fascist Groups. Grapo had first surfaced 6 months before, and from the outset there were misgivings that it might have been infiltrated by the Spanish secret services. Within hours, and again in Madrid, during a demonstration protesting at the previous day's murder, the police killed the student Mari Luz Nakara. Before the day was over, another fascist commando raided the offices of some labor lawyers close to the CC.OO and murdered 5 lawyers and their assistants. The message appeared to be the same as 10 months before, in the wake of the incidents in Vitoria, but no longer just a matter of choosing between a reversion to the past or a future mapped out by international capitalism. Now there was the added ingredient that groups to the left of the PCE, as embodied by Grapo, were involved, the contention that all these attacks reflected the plans of the same shadowy mastermind was the one most widely believed at the time. 29. Interior Minister Martín Villa put the head of the BPS, Brigada Politico-Social/Political Social Brigade, Roberto Consa, in charge of sorting out the general's abduction. The fact that the BPS had, officially, been done away with, did not mean that it had been dismantled. The horse trading also extended to the forces of repression. The funeral of the lawyers murdered in Madrid turned into a show of strength and level-headedness on the part of the PCE. A little over a month after the incident, Adolfo Suarez held a secret meeting with Santiago Carrillo. It may have looked as if the Spanish government was straying from the path marked out by international economic and political elites, but this was not the case. In return for legalization of the PCE, Carrillo was ready to make a public statement accepting the monarchy and the two-colored flag, as well as plainly proclaiming support for the unity of Spain. 30. The PCE was legalized on April 9. Little by little, all the political parties were accepting the script that had been foisted upon them, but significant segments of the population still dreamed of a return to the republic against which the mutinous military had risen up in 1936. June 15 was the date set for the first set of elections, which were won by the UCD, Union de Centro Democrática / Union of the Democratic Center, a new party formed by the Prime Minister. Just behind it in second place was the PSOE, and next with under 10% of the votes was the PCE, which was beginning to fall apart. At the same time, the CNT was surging ahead. After it was legalized in May 1977, the organization's first three major rallies after 35 years underground were massively attended. The San Sebastián de los Reyes and Valencia rallies were followed by one in Barcelona attended by hundreds of thousands. Weeks after that came the Jornadas Libertarias, Libertarian Festival, which again drew in several 100,000 people. As if that was not enough, the autumn was ushered in by the Barcelona gas station workers' strike, a strike in which the Libertarian Union provided the backbone and which ended with victory for the workers. The renaissance of the CNT was starting to look scary. The UCD government was on the brink of a panic attack. If the CNT succeeded in articulating some of the people's aspirations, Europe might have a change of mind. The fate of Italy was up in the air, and in Germany the Greens had not yet joined the parliament. Holland, Denmark, Sweden, and other countries also had substantial autonomous grassroots movements. 31. The response from the establishment was not long in coming and went by the name of the Monclo Palace Agreements, agreements that were driven by Suarez and Carrillo. 32. The Suarez administration was having a hard time of it and was coming under international pressure. Meanwhile, Carrillo was worried about his own loss of influence over the workers. They both arrived at the same conclusion, which, as it happened, was the same one advocated by the International Monetary Fund. In the world of work, entrepreneurs needed to be given incentives, and the stability of the working class had to be undermined, in social terms, in return for bearing the costs of a new working pattern, which at the same time was still a form of control over the workers. The workers would enjoy a new welfare state that would strive to emulate that of other European countries like France or Germany, albeit never quite succeeding in this. The agreements also implied consolidation of democratic reforms, in return for which the workers would bear the costs of the crisis in the economy through a reduction in real wages and a rise in unemployment. 33. The agreement was signed on October 25, and in Barcelona, on November 4, there was a united demonstration by all the trade unions under the slogan "For a way out of the crisis that favors the workers." The demonstration was a success. It drew tens of thousands of people and made it plain that the working class was not willing to bear the costs of social and political reforms. But it was an illusion. Following the umbrella demonstration that successfully mobilized 400,000 people in Catalonia, the bigwigs in Madrid brought the alliance of the UGT and CC.00 with the CNT to an emphatic end. The possibility of a working class united and putting an end to the Monclo agreements terrified them. 34. Just 2 months after that, right after a demonstration against the Monclo agreements convened by the CNT on its own, a fire broke out at the Scala nightclub when a gang of young anarchists who had taken part in the demonstration hurled Molotov cocktails. 4 workers perished in the flames, 2 of them members of the CNT. In under 48 hours, those who had thrown the devices were arrested along with dozens of innocent militants. It has to be acknowledged that a lynching at the hands of the media was underway and overcoming it was no easy undertaking. 35. At this point, on January 31, 1978, Interior Minister Rodolfo Martín Villa declared while commenting on the recent attacks, besides the Scala fire, there was the murder of the ex-mayor of Barcelona Joaquim Viola at the hands of a pro-independence group by means of a device attached to his chest, plus the parcel bomb the far right had sent to the editorial offices of the satirical magazine Papus, resulting in the death of 1 employee. For me, the most worrying of them all is the Scala, because it definitely emanated from the libertarian movements. I am especially concerned about such action on the part of anarchist groups in Barcelona. Meaning that, in the wake of the many murders carried out by the far right over the preceding 2 years, after pro-Catalan independence activists had murdered Joaquim Viola and, months before that, the entrepreneur José María Bolto. After ETA and Grapo had racked up multiple murders, the minister was especially worried by the Barcelona libertarian groups which, unfathomably, in a harebrained act, had murdered 4 workers. Seeing is believing. Martín Villa was more worried by the murder of 4 workers than by the murder of businessmen, former high-ranking Francoists, policemen, and military. Months later it came to light that an agent provocateur had been pulling the strings. 36 It was no coincidence that the agent provocateur was under the direct instructions of a subordinate of Commissioner Consa, the man who had been head of the BPS, and under the orders of none other than the minister himself. There was a sense that the 2-year dream that had filled the hearts of an entire generation of young people with hope since the dictator's demise had come to an end. The young see anarchism as the finest encapsulation of many of their aspirations: away with bosses and leaders, away with politicking, total freedom and equality instead. 37. 9 months later, as murders by the far right as well as by ETA and Grapo were still continuing, the Spanish Parliament voted through a constitution on October 31. Only a handful of veteran fascists, members of the PNV, Partido Nacionalista Vasco/Basque Nationalist Party, and left-wing Catalan nationalists voted against it or abstained. The horse trading was now reaching into the top echelons of the state. In order to bring the movie to an end in accordance with the script, the PSOE signed up to the horse trading. Felipe González forced the rest of the PSOE to jettison Marxism and strike it from its bylaws, by means of a hush-hush coup d'état inside his own party. In May 1979, at the party congress, González put forth a reformist proposition which did not pass. Then, realizing how influential a figure he was, he tendered his resignation, which forced an extraordinary Congress to elect a new General Secretary while also affording him time to play his hand in the offices. Well out of sight of the rank and file, the leader refused to carry on. He refused to be hampered by a line of policy not his own. And he played his trump card. 38 Just 5 months after that, on September 28, he was re-elected as General Secretary and, at the same time, the party formally washed its hands of Marxism. There was now nothing to keep the PSOE from achieving power. But the facts, as signaled by the popular will, departed from the script, and in the Home Rule elections in the Basque Country and Catalonia, in March 1980, the socialists gained no ground. In the Basque Country they were pushed into second place behind a brand new coalition, the HB, Harry Batasuna/Popular Unity, while in Catalonia, contrary to all predictions, the CIU, Convergencia y Unio/Convergence and Union, took the most votes. González had to barge his way into office. In May 1980, he proposed a motion of censure against Adolfo Suárez. This enabled him to expose the government's weakness and offer a moderate alternative. 39 Since the parliamentary proceedings were being broadcast on television for the first time. 2 months later, during a visit to Lima, Peru, Suárez declared, "I am aware of the PSOE's plan to try to place a military man in the prime ministerial office." 40 On February 23, 1981, all popular misgivings about the monarchy and capitalist democracy evaporated. Civil Guard personnel commanded by the ultra-rightist Lieutenant Colonel Tejero stormed the Congress. In light of the ongoing escalation of armed activities of Grapo and both wings of ETA, the terrifying prospect of a lurch backward was in the air, but on this occasion the stage management went a step further. Juan Carlos gave the performance of a lifetime and, in a TV appearance, pulled off what he had been trying to pull off for the past 5 years, getting the population to accept him as its king. The coup d'état was nothing of the sort. What occurred and how it occurred can be understood only in the context of the king's participation. 41. A year and a half later, the horse trading was drawing to an end with Felipe González's appointment as new prime minister. In 7 years, those guilty of numerous offences had secured immunity, the political parties had switched from clean break to reform, the top had become the National High Court, the king had pledged fealty to the principles of the nationalist movement and, subsequently, to the constitution. The PCE had abandoned republicanism, the PSOE had done the same with Marxism, the UGT and CC.OO had given their blessing to laws that favored employers over workers, and the people's yearning for freedom had turned into the people's aspiration for the freedom to go shopping. Capitalism had achieved its purposes. No one believes in revolution anymore, they're off hunting for bargains at the Corte Inglés. Alman TNT, ya nadie cree en la revolución. Girard. Born into a humble family with a libertarian background in Manlleu, from a very early age Girard attracted attention on account of his ideas. Among the various family members who had had first-hand experience of Francoist repression, two of his great-uncles, both CNT members, stood out. One of them had fled to France and went on to become a survivor of Mauthausen concentration camp. The other was still living in the Asana Kammerksa, broken by the torture he had endured while imprisoned at the end of the Civil War. From time to time, the whole family used to go visit his great-uncle in France. From a young age, Girard used to love listening to his great-uncle. He always tried to talk him into retelling the stories of those years of terror and uncertainty. Manlleu was an industrial town, something like a big company town centered around textile production. With the passing of the years and the arrival of a range of other industries, it expanded to become one of the main industrial centers in the Kammerksa. Girard's mother, who came from Torello, and his father, a Manlleu native, were workers, and their precarious finances led Girard to start working at the age of 14 when he was not attending school. Back then, his mother had had to work for 18 hours a day in order to stretch things out until the end of the month. Born in 1955, Girard began studying for his baccalaureato on turning 15, at the only high school in the Kammerksa, in Vic. He took part in his first demonstration to protest the Burgos trial. It acted as a starting pistol for the organization of an initial student group that openly claimed to be libertarian. Girard did not follow the usual evolution of youngsters of his generation whose activism stated off in various Marxist groups. Instead, family tradition and his first-hand knowledge of pre-war Catalonia helped ease him into social and political activism. He pored over Mikhail Bakunin, Pyotr Kropotkin, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, and other libertarian classics and dragged other youths along with him. To protest the new general education law, a nationwide day of struggle was called on February 14, 1972, and the very first handbills displaying the Circle A symbol surfaced in the Kammerksa. That signature scandalized the Francoists, the clergy, and the Kammerksa's authoritarian opposition, triggering several arguments with groups from the authoritarian left, shocked by the appearance of a bunch of anarchist youths in what they had thought was their own stomping ground. Then contact was established with an anarchist group from the Poblenou barrio in Barcelona, one of the most active groups in the final years of the dictatorship. In 1973, Girard capitalized upon this connection to pursue his education in the city and moved into the barrio. In Poblenou, there was a bookstore in the Calle Pajades, run by a couple living in the same street. It was one of the main meeting places for the clandestine anti-authoritarian movement and a distribution point for clandestine publications. In Poblenou, as the months slipped by, he came into contact with various Barcelona groups, ranging from the collective that published CNT Informa to some of the members of the Grupos Autonomos later referred to as the Alia, and the activists from the Goa, Grupos Obreros Autonomos/Autonomous Workers Groups, whose activities centered on the neighboring town of Santa Coloma. At the same time, he began to distribute titles from editorial ZYX. It was at about this point, on the basis of these connections, that he also came into contact with French groups and with the Italian publishers of La Rivista Anarchica. It was also at this time that he made his first trip to Paris, where he met up with comrades from both countries. With the fall of the Mill Comrades, a period of great activity was ushered in the city, and Girard and his comrades started working alongside the Mill Prisoners Solidarity Committee. It was a time of wide-ranging radicalization among young Catalans, and that radicalization increased further following the execution of Puig. A feeling of outrage spread through the youth due to the performance of the political party opposition, which did very little to avert Puig's execution. That spring, Gerard made the acquaintance of the veteran activist Luis Andrés Edo, made another trip to France and went on his first trip to Italy. Finally, in September 1974, after several comrades from the Poblenou group were arrested, people who had been involved in the clandestine press conference called to claim the Baltasar Suarez kidnapping in Paris, Luis Andrés being one of them, he left for exile in Bonneuil-sur-Mer in France where some uncles of his lived. Shortly after that he moved to Perpignan, where he had links to comrades he had met in Barcelona, comrades like Philippe Sol, who introduced him to his cousin Ignacy Sol Sagranis, whose home became his first address. Once he had settled in, he started hanging out in places frequented by young libertarian exiles. He felt a great ideological kinship with the French people he met hanging out in El Escletsa, and struck up great friendships, despite the fact that they were his elders. It was at the Libreria Española that he met a neighbor from the Osona Comarca with whom he started collaborating. This was Eduardo Soler from Vic, and he too was older than Gerard. Together with Eduardo he suffered his first arrest in January 1976, when the house he was sharing was unexpectedly searched and various explosives were uncovered. They both received 6-month prison terms and served a couple of months in Perpignan's tiny, medieval prison. On his release, the comrades from El Escletsa cautioned Gerard that, in their estimation, Eduardo was bad company and that there was more to his dark personality. But at the time, when they had spotted the Spanish police keeping Philippe Sol's apartment under surveillance as well as other places where activists mingled, it never occurred to him that infiltration might be yet another weapon in the armory of the police. After he left prison, Gerard met Augustin Ruda, newly arrived in Perpignan, and they quickly became friends, partly because of the closeness of their hometowns, partly because of their social background and ideological evolution. Augustin too had come to the libertarian movement without ever having been active previously in any Marxist group. It was during these years 1975 and 1976 that Gerard started specializing in crisscrossing the Pyrenean border, helping numerous comrades enter and leave France. Months after that, he got involved in an international operation passing counterfeit checks, an operation planned in Italy but implemented simultaneously in several countries in Europe. The passing was done sporadically and helped raise funds for several European groups and collectives as well as for ordinary criminals partnered with them. It was Gerard's fate to be sent to Holland with a female comrade. He was carrying several phony ID papers to be employed in cashing a succession of French money orders without arousing suspicions. In each of the offices targeted, Gerard would walk in using a different identity, passing himself off as a tourist or businessman. The repeated recourse to this type of action necessitated changes to the whole French postal money order system. The postal bank noted the brazen repetitions by those behind this international campaign, so much so that that part of the financial sector was brought to the brink of collapse. In the course of this operation, Gerard was arrested in Amsterdam in December 1976. He was interrogated by police from several countries before they managed to identify him. Once they had done so, he was shipped off to prison where he was held in complete isolation for a month and then moved on to the dangerous prisoners ward. That prison experience was the toughest of the several he was to have during his life: restricted association time, the feeling of isolation caused by the language barrier, missing family and comrades, and the fact that he had to spend his days in the company of murderers and dangerous, unscrupulous inmates made his prison time was hellish. A year later, in December 1977, he was expelled from the country, banned from returning and bundled onto a plane bound for Barcelona. Just days earlier, Michel, a comrade arrested in the course of the same operation but in Sweden, had also been expelled, and when the plane carrying him landed in Barajas, several members of the forces of order were waiting for him. They placed him in Carabanchel prison in preventive detention, with no charges pending. To avoid the same thing happening to Girard, lawyer Matteo Segui, the member of parliament Rodolfo Guerra, and Senator Luis Maria Xirinax were waiting to greet him when his plane landed at El Prat Airport. This gambit worked. Girard arrived back on Spanish soil without a problem and went underground again. More than 3 years had passed since he left Barcelona, but he had no problems upon his return in linking up with some of the comrades who had been part of his support network prior to Franco's death. These were the comrades that welcomed him back, people like Luis Andrés Edo, who was like a mentor to the young libertarian activists. At around this time, Edo introduced him to Irma. In Perpignan in 1976, he had met El Rubio, a non-political criminal from Almeria who had embraced anarchist ideas. This was pretty commonplace back then, due to the fact that subversive activity inside the prisons was partly the product of the encounter between libertarian inmates and ordinary inmates. Both groups lobbied for amnesty, given that their being in prison was a byproduct of a fascist regime based on social inequalities. A month and a half after his arrival in Barcelona, El Rubio made contact with him, and they arranged to meet up in the first week in February. A few days earlier, some French friends Girard had met in El Ecletza 2 years earlier, including Bernard and his French partner, Isabel, had come down from Perpignan to take part in a range of actions. The rendezvous was in the Plaza Vila de Madrid, but a number of circumstances made the activists miss it. So it was fate that brought about Girard's fall, since El Rubio was an informer, and several civil guards had been waiting for him at the rendezvous site. That day, the civil guard personnel charged with arresting him, seeing that the activists had not shown up, headed for Sant Adrià del Besòs to arrest a shepherd who from time to time would help libertarian activists get across the border, in the hope that he might offer them some sort of lead on the French militants. As they were moving the shepherd by undercover police vehicle to the barracks in the Calle Sant Pau, as fate had it, they crossed paths with Girard and Isabel in El Mal de la Fusta. The two policemen stopped the vehicle, and after one of them snuck up on Girard from behind, they pointed their submachine guns and proceeded to arrest them. The two guards called for assistance from the provincial office of the Ministry of Defense, which was just across the way from where the arrest had taken place, and after reinforcements had been requested from the Sant Pau barracks, the prisoners were removed to the police station. There they were subjected to a very rough interrogation, especially the French comrades, in whose case it included a range of torture methods such as the bolsa, in which a bag was placed over their faces, along with brutal beatings. At the same time, the civil guard raided a farmhouse in Maçanet de Cabarinas in the Alt Empordà. This farmhouse belonged to some young French people and was used by activists as a staging post for crossing the border. In all, 10 people were arrested during the operation, including Ignacy Sol Sagranis, one of Girard's friends and regular collaborators. On February 17, within a few days of Girard's arrival in the Modelo prison, a prison riot erupted. Among the many libertarian prisoners there at the time were the ones charged with the arson attack on the Scala, Boni, and El Moro, who had also been arrested on the basis of information provided by El Rubio a few days earlier, plus Girard and his co-arrestees, but whereas the Scala accused stayed in the second ward, all the others had been in the first where the riot had erupted. When the riot squad entered to subdue the uprising, they headed straight for the first ward, firing rubber bullets and clubbing all the inmates, especially the libertarians, some of whom they accused of having detonated a device at the Modelo's gates on January 23. Girard still carries a memento of that experience in the shape of a gash in his head. Days later, they found out about the murder of their friend Agustin Ruda in Carabanchel prison, and on learning that the comrades being held in Madrid had launched a hunger strike, some of them joined it. Further detainees arrive at around this time, among them some comrades accused of having raked the Cornella police barracks with gunfire as a response to Agustin's murder, and just before he was released that April, the members of the Erat had been admitted. Like the comrades in the Scala affair, they had been caught due to informing by Gambin. On his release, Girard moved to Osuna, where he had not been living for the past 5 years. He had previously gone there to set up an important libertarian network, but the situation now was very different. Aside from the CNT, which was beginning to gain a strong foothold with locals in Vic, Torello, Seva, Manluru and Rota de Tur, an Ateneo Libertario had been opened in Vic. Despite that presence, he was progressively distancing himself from action, a result of his being worn out and disillusioned. Even so, he remained part of the cultural agitation network of the CNT and the Ateneo Libertario. It was active pressure brought to bear by that network which called demonstrations, lock-ins, and other actions that forced the dismissal of the charges against him, although, officially, he was never brought to trial for lack of evidence. Furthermore, a few months later, the Asana Committee for Solidarity with Libertarian Prisoners organized a Festival of Solidarity on July 22 to 25, which drew a large attendance. Neither Gerard nor his friends had forgotten about the comrades languishing behind bars. After that summer he secured his diploma as a teacher of Catalan and quickly found a job at a school where he exploited his knowledge of French. Meanwhile he also worked on setting up the Café Rossinyol in Manluru, a local replica of the El Pla de la Garza restaurant that Ignacy Sol had opened in the Calle Asayanaders. The curious thing about the Café Rossinyol was that it occupied the premises of the former civil guard barracks, and members of that corps took that as a personal affront. This led to unrelenting harassment over the 3 years that Gerard was the proprietor. Not that his return to the area where he had been born and raised was spared other conflicts. The members of the Craven left that had buried its head in the sand at the time of the murder of Pugantic or during the revolt by the non-political prisoners demonstrated their ideological impoverishment by also harassing his nearest and dearest. In 1982, he returned to Barcelona where he settled for the next 7 years, working at El Pla de la Garza restaurant, and severed all connections with activism, assuming that the battle had been lost. No borders. I haven't the strength to light the fuse anymore, but my conscience is undiminished. There are others around and rightly they revel in the stuff that sustains my hopes. A better world rather than the best of worlds. Maria Mambiola. France was the chief exit from the Spanish state and the place where the largest network supporting the militants operating in the Spanish interior were concentrated. But she was not the only one. Portugal, Switzerland, Holland, Belgium, and Italy also boasted relatively large groups that were part of the support network. Amsterdam, Lisbon, Brussels, Zurich, or Milan were cities where the activists might spend an interval resting up or attempting to create, maintain or expand aid networks and secure safe houses and provisions. In many of these cities, activists from Spain worked hand in glove with local groups that also indulged in armed action. As far as Mediterranean activists were concerned, Perpignan was a must-visit, but Toulouse was referred to as the Spanish colony due to the sheer numbers of exiles living there. On reaching France, if the plan was to stay there, what was needed was a political refugee certificate, initially a permit valid for 3 months and later valid for an indefinite period. To secure such a certificate, one had to be living on French soil, generally in some comrade's home, and fill out a form that was then sent off to the National Refugee Bureau in Paris. It was actually a pretty straightforward process, but at the same time it did require a modicum of support from the comrade who had taken one in. In Toulouse, there were a number of stopping points for newly arriving libertarians seeking refuge on political grounds. The most significant public space was the CNT premises on Rue Belfort, but equally important were the Amoros bookstore run by Jaume Amoros Vidal, a libertarian militant from Vilafranca del Penedès who had been in exile since the 1940s, and the second-hand bookstalls in the Sunday flea market. That Sunday market was a weekly rendezvous point for the entire libertarian community, a natural communications center where the elderly exiles, and by extension, their families, could hear news, especially if some new comrades had arrived, how many of them and who they were, what they needed and where they were lodging. It was their special window on the country that they had been forced to leave behind. Other rendezvous points, equally important, were private homes such as the home of Maria Mambiola, who harbored dozens of young activists coming up from the south, or Hortensia Torres's home. Maria Mambiola, born in Zaragoza on March 3, 1914, as Maria Lozano Molina, took the name of her partner Angel Mambiola, who was shot in France by German troops in 1944. As to Hortensia Madre, so called to differentiate her from her daughter, she, along with her partner Mario Ines, kept up her activism in Barcelona until well into the 1950s. This was one factor that allowed her to keep in touch with some of the Spanish networks into the 1970s, and her apartment was regularly used to crash in. Hortensia, the matriarch of an entire family of activists, was a public figure who worked for the SIA, Solidaridad Internacional Antifascista / International Anti-Fascist Solidarity. She was a strong woman due to the times she lived in, including a war and a no less cruel post-war period. For a time, around May 68, they called her Mama Che, since one of her sons, aged 14, used to wear an army jacket and a black beret displaying a red star in the center, and beneath it his locks fell to just above shoulder height. He was Little Che and used to make a really heartwarming effort to play up his resemblance to Che 42 on more than one occasion. Spanish police officers showed up to Hortensia's home uninvited, but even when she had her suspicions, Hortensia would offer them a cup of coffee and bombard them with questions, trying to find out if they really were police. After the 1970s, and especially after Franco's death, Spanish libertarians living in France were obliged to be on their guard. There was a huge upsurge in the numbers of informers and Spanish spies. In the Perpignan of the early 1970s, the CNT local was no longer the chief destination of young anti-authoritarians. Whenever somebody arrived from Spain, the exiles who ran the place still asked to see their union cards, but these youngsters had no credentials, as the CNT had gone underground and had all but evaporated inside Spain. In Perpignan, the first port of call from 1974 onward was the Libreria Española bookstore run by Enric Melich. Melich had been a member of the French resistance, the Maquis, which had been active until the 60s. The following decade, he began harboring and providing logistical support to all the youngsters determined to fight, first of all the dictatorship, and, later, against the return of the Bourbons. Such was importance of his bookstore that sometimes, when a new arrival dropped in at the Perpignan police headquarters for information about how to go about getting temporary papers, they were referred to the Libreria Española. The other popular port of call was Mariano Puzo's kiosk outside Perpignan's movie theater. Those were the days of Last Tango in Paris and Emmanuel, movies banned in Spain, for which reason there was a steady flow of movie-loving tourists from the south. Among the many fans of the Seventh Art lurked youngsters who, once they had crossed the border, had no intention of going back. El Garfio, Meat Hook, which was what some people called him, stood at his stand where he sold sweets and dried fruit and gave them directions to where he thought they might find a welcome. Aragon-born Mariano Puzo had been an important partner of the libertarian guerrillas in the 1940s and 1950s. In November 1947, while they were making preparations in the Mostardas base in Osaja for José Luis Facerias and his group to make their crossing of the border, a hand grenade exploded which caused Mariano to lose his left forearm. In Perpignan in the dying days of Francoism, another important point of contact for young people was a set of premises known as El Escletza, located on Rue de la Lanterne. It was the local of the FAF, Fédération Anarchiste Française / French Anarchist Federation, to which young French activists belonged. Some of them later went on to operate south of the Pyrenees. 10 minutes apart, both sets of premises, the Libreria Española and El Escletza, were blown up on the night of July 14, 1976. Both bombings were ascribed a few years later to Eduardo Soler, an informer who worked for the Spanish security forces as well as their French counterparts. Within months, Eduardo Soler, who had wangled his way into libertarian activist circles in the city a couple of years earlier, bought the bookstore off Enric Melich and, as we shall see, caused some irreparable damage. Initially the crossing of the border was done in one direction only, south to north. Activists south of the Pyrenees would cross over into France either on the run after their involvement in the anti-Franco resistance had been uncovered, in which case they applied for political asylum, or to collect gear, ranging from books to weapons, with a view to continuing their activities within Spain, in which case they had no need to apply for asylum as their stay would be brief. There was a third group, though, and over time it too would provide a significant cohort of activists. This was the group made up of draft dodgers and deserters, young folk who refused to perform or to complete their military service for the fascist Franco regime. Moreover, over time, this one-directional crossing of the border was undergoing changes due to the activism of upcoming generations of European youngsters who had grown up in the shadow of May 68. The first instances of borders crossing in the inverse direction, from north to south, in the form of young activists from countries in the north coming down to operate inside Spain, was that of the Mills French activists, who decided in 1971 to go into action south of the Pyrenees. They were followed by libertarian comrades from Zurich, the ones who, as we have seen, took part in the Ad Alia operation in Barcelona. After a hiatus of a couple of years, French activists taking part in operations mounted inside Spain became pretty commonplace, as was the presence of the children of exiles, who had been born or at any rate raised in their neighboring country. In the last week of January 1978, El Moro was arrested in Barcelona. El Moro was the son of a former militiaman, José Mira, who, during the Civil War, had served as the delegate of one of the 10 agrupaciones making up the Durruti column. José Mira had had 500 men under his command. When the war ended, he crossed over to Algeria and settled in Kabylia, where El Moro was born. As a military trainer, his father backed the armed rebels seeking independence for their country, but later, once independence had been won, the pressures applied to Europeans forced the family to move to France. Like many a son of Spaniards, El Moro carried out his very first armed actions in support of the mill prisoners in the city of Montpellier where he was living. A few days after that, during the first week in February, and again in Barcelona, Bernard Pensiat and Isabel Dominique Loeb were arrested. Meanwhile Victor Simmel and Oscar Magro were arrested in a farmhouse in Maçanet de Cabarinas used as a support base for border crossings. All four were French. Victor's parents were Catalans, and Bernard belonged to a group of youngsters who had used El Escletsa in Perpignan as the nerve center for their activism. Both were brutally tortured in the Civil Guard barracks on Calle Sant Pau in Barcelona. They served 16 months in Spanish prisons before being placed on conditional release, but, since they failed to show up for their trial when it did go ahead, Victor was rearrested on August 15, 1989, in Santiago de Compostela while working for French public television. He spent 2 months in prison in Galicia but was eventually acquitted on all counts. On May 24, 1978, while entering Spain via La Jonquera in a car carrying several firearms, Jacques-André Garçon was arrested. He was a member of the Montpellier group and was placed in the Girona prison. All these young activists belonged to French autonomous or libertarian groups, and they had crossed the Pyrenean border in pursuit of an internationalism that was an inseparable and intrinsic part of their activism, reckoning that their efforts were needed inside Spain perhaps more so than in their own country. On September 7, during a demonstration in support of the gas station workers' strike, the Italian activist Pascal Vera was arrested. He was jailed in the Modelo for a few days. Before the month was out, on the night of September 27, Jean-Claude Torres, a former member of the mill, was arrested in Badalona. He was wearing a blood-stained shirt and seemed to have drunk too much, but they could not connect him with any armed action. The forces of order had had no word about a tunnel that a group of comrades were trying to dig in the Girona prison, using the sewer network in an effort to free Jacques-André Garçon and 3 comrades arrested the month before in the course of the holdups of 2 bank branches in Lorad. On the same night just a few hours earlier, 5 comrades, having worked on an escape plan, approached a concert being given by Aldimiala and Musica Urbana for the inauguration of the youth pavilion in Badalona, and had a few more drinks. On returning to Barcelona in a stolen car, they had an accident in which one of the comrades sustained some superficial injuries. After wiping their fingerprints from the car, they decided to split up. It was at this point, after they had split up, that Jean-Claude was arrested along with one of the Valenciennes comrades. Incredibly, despite his record, Jean-Claude was released on the French border a few days later. He had been expelled from Spain on account of his past, but no attention had been paid to his present. A few months after that, on February 23, 1979, Patricia Bauer, the niece of El Moro, was arrested in Barcelona along with another 12 comrades. Internationalist action had become a fact as far as these youngsters from both sides of the Pyrenees were concerned. Before the year was out, a tunnel was discovered in the vicinity of the Modelo prison in Barcelona. At first, no arrests were made, but once they picked up the first Valenciennes comrades involved in the digging, Jean-Claude was implicated as well. Also involved in the tunnel was the brother of El Moro, one of the inmates who would have reaped the benefit had the operation been pulled off. A year later, on October 12, 1980, Alain Drogu, a French activist who had been engaged in the fight in Spain for several years, was arrested in Valencia in the presence of several Autonomo comrades. He had been arrested on a number of occasions and was later linked to the Figa. And on May 20, 1981, in Bilbao, the Portuguese activist Francisco José Oliveira was picked up in the course of a crackdown that also hit Vitoria, Errenteria, and Valladolid and resulted in the arrests of 10 comrades. Throughout these years, and especially during the 1970s, the situation was pretty much the same in France and elsewhere in Europe. Young Spanish militants suffered repression at the hands of the various national security forces. Oriol Sol had already sampled French prisons as a member of the MIL. The same goes for his sister, Mariana, in Switzerland after she helped smuggle anti-tank mines meant for the Alia into France, and which reached Barcelona inside a suitcase left on the Talgo train service. Also in 1974, several members of the GARI, Spanish nationals, were arrested in France. People such as Angel Moreno Patino, who served 10 months in Paris, or Josep Maria Condom-Bofill, who served several months in Fresnes prison. Mario Inés Torres served nearly 3 years in Paris for his GARI connections, from September 1974 to May 1977. In Portugal, Madrid resident Paco was arrested in mid-1975 while preparing to raid a quarry with other comrades. On returning to France, he was arrested again in Perpignan on January 8, 1976, following a search of the apartment where he was living. Josep Palau fell along with the sinister Eduardo Soler. Both received 6-month prison sentences for possession of explosives. Toward the end of the year, Michel and Gerard were arrested in a collective drive to cash counterfeit money orders. Michel was picked up in Gothenburg, Sweden, and Gerard in Amsterdam. The same thing happened to Sabata, who was imprisoned in Stockholm during a similar operation. French subject Robert Twaitai and the Madrid activist Jaime Diego Ruiz Donalds perished in Toulouse on March 8, 1976. The explosives they were about to plant, symbolically, at the door of the police barracks due to be visited the following day by the French Interior Minister Michel Poniatowski, went off inside their vehicle. Their partners, Palatai and Sylvie, who were nearby, called the emergency services before taking to their heels. The action had been intended to press for the release of the 3 GARI members still behind bars. Diego had obtained the explosives in Perpignan, where they knew him as El Madrils. Luckily for the Madrid-based Grupos Autonomos, the Spanish police did not probe too deeply, since a proper investigation might have led to a series of falls in the Spanish capital. Before turning up in France, Diego had been living in Lisbon for a little over a year. Portugal was the territory that the Madrid comrades used as their base outside of Spain, especially after the April 1974 revolution there. The earliest groups of young Madrid autonomous fleeing to Portugal crossed the border as part of an action in solidarity with Puig Antich or right after his murder. At more or less the same time the Carnation Revolution was underway. They were made welcome there by elderly Portuguese libertarian activists like Modesto or Custodio, activists who had defied the dictatorship and who, from the house they had in the Graca Barrios Rua Angelina Vidal, were publishing a Batalha, the emblematic newspaper of the Portuguese libertarian movement. Right from the outset, these premises were the center of operations for the Madrid Autonomous. It was also where they met with the activist who had had a hand in organizing an attempt on Franco's life, an attack called off due to the presence of two children at the very moment and location when the dictatorship should have been blown up by an explosive device. That activist, who died while the Madrid comrades were in Lisbon, was a man of few words. During one period in detention he had bitten right through his own toque to avoid betraying his comrades. With the revolution in progress, the youngsters decided to play their part, and over time, some of them moved south, where they came into contact with the LUAR, Liga de Unidade e Aco Revolucionaria / Revolutionary Unity and Action League, a revolutionary left-wing armed group with which they developed close links. In Italy in 1977, the activist Guillaume de Palagia was arrested and charged with membership in Azione Rivaluzionaria. Guillaume had fled the Iberian Peninsula and reached Italy with the support of Mario Ines Torres, who was starting to become a bit of an expert at crossing borders. 2 years later, in 1979, Miguel, on the run from the Basque Country for the previous 2 years, was picked up on the French border, coming from Belgium. He served 6 months in Valenciennes prison and was later deported to Switzerland. There were various ways of crossing borders. One of the most commonplace, as long as one had support from comrades on both sides, was to cross on foot, while covering most of the distance by car. A car would drop the activist wanting to cross over at a safe distance from the border, and another car, on the other side, would be waiting for him at a specified location not far away. The activist needed to hike for a few kilometers, which was the most ticklish part of the journey, of course, but it was a quite straightforward operation and the risks were limited. When gear had to move across the border, this was very often done with vehicles that had been prepared in advance. The gas tanks might be divided in two, one half being a hiding place for weapons. That was very commonplace. In such instances, the vehicle would be manned by a single activist. Over the years, several comrades using this method were caught. For a number of years, there was also a very small network of safe houses on both sides of the border, very close to it. This meant that the crossing could be made in a single day and travelers could rest before pressing on. However, old-style crossings continued, the way the former Maquis had done them. When he had to smuggle gear across, Petit Loup preferred to do it solo and on foot, since he was familiar with the mountains and had no doubts about his own physical strength. It was the same with Augustin Ruda. Others, as long as they were not too overburdened, and when the goal was simply to relocate themselves elsewhere, preferred to use public transportation services between the small towns on either side, services mainly used by the townspeople and only moderately monitored. The time of day chosen for crossing the border also had to be taken into consideration. At certain hours it was easier due to the strict timetables by which the border agencies operated. The safest times were in the early hours of the morning before the change of shift, when the guards would be asleep, at meal times or during the afternoon siesta. There were also more daring comrades who trusted to their ability to circumvent the methodical monitoring methods of the police on both sides. Between the two customs posts, the French and the Spanish, there was usually a line of police in position. Customs agents monitored the people crossing over, whereas the police made it their business to check goods passing over. On more than one occasion, Enric Melik smuggled folk south to north in a very straightforward manner. In order to get past the initial check by customs agents, he would hide the fugitive in the trunk. The agents would ask to see Enric's papers and would wave him through. Then, before they came to the police checkpoint, the runaway would move to the front passenger seat. When they came to the police line, the police would search the vehicle and find nothing out of the ordinary. Once this second check was over, the passenger would climb back into the trunk and enter French territory without a hitch. However, the safest procedure was still to rely on the historical network that had been in use since the Second World War, one that relied on the experience of smugglers from the southern side of the Pyrenees and the collaboration of civil guards who had been recruited, either because they were ideologically opposed to the regime or in need of supplementary income. These were policemen who would knowingly look the other way when it came to letting a particular vehicle over the border at an agreed hour. This procedure, though, was used mainly to assist the escapes of activists who enjoyed the backing of long-established organizations. The autonomo activists found it hard to avail themselves of it. 42 J. M. Roerlin, De Memoria, I Otono de 1970 and Toulouse, Barcelona, Virus, 2009, 22. Jose. His involvement in clandestine actions dated back to when he was 15 or 16. Those were very innocuous propaganda actions, but the regime's inflexibility turned them into criminal offenses. Born in 1953 in Ribes de Freser, he grew up in El Goibar until his family eventually settled once and for all in Barcelona's Sants Barrio where, before the end of the 1960s, he and two of his brothers came to join a cellular structure of small grupos autonomous scattered right across the peninsula, Murcia, Madrid, Vitoria, Zaragoza, Barcelona. Their actions consisted mainly of daubing graffiti and group distribution of leaflets, but as they got to know one another and developed a group consciousness, they also started mounting pickets, setting up self-defense squads and clandestine student demonstrations. These were very small groups. In Barcelona they would have no more than 10 or 12 members, but they had access to a network of letter drops that meant that they could publicize their actions and proposals safely to groups in other places. The first expropriation, the next step in the active expansion of the group, was carried out at the Universidad Autónoma in Bellatera. They needed a photocopier to print the subversive propaganda they would then go on to distribute. Jose was drawn into Grupo Autónomo membership in the most casual way, impelled by his youth. Things were about to explode, and the physical, cultural, and educational repression left only one path open to many restless young people witnessing the dying days of the regime. It's not just that their education was limited, history had been misrepresented, and they were just waking up to that fact. Catalan culture and working class culture were harshly repressed, and even the most progressive sectors of the church were suffering the fallout. Aggression was ever present, and they had to defend themselves. Their consciousness was firming up, even though they had never been involved in big political debates. Everyone read the same books and headed off into the hills to share the conclusions at which they arrived individually. Not only were they educating themselves politically, they were getting stronger as a group. In the dying days of Francoist rule, around 1973 and 1974, they began carrying out urban guerrilla activity. They didn't use firearms, though, and mainly threw Molotov cocktails and did propaganda actions. This was the point at which they came into contact with the Estudiants Libertaris and continued on their ideological rapprochement with anarchism, an ideology with which they were discovering common ground. On weekends, in a quarry in Molins de Rei in the Sierra de Calcerola, they began experimenting with incendiary devices. They also trained as a group in how to withstand torture in the event of their being arrested. From their vantage point in Barcelona, they came to realize that the propaganda potential they possessed was non-existent elsewhere in places such as Murcia or Malaga, and they made up their minds to rectify that. Jose started making trips up to Perpignan to pick up propaganda materials for shipment to southern Spain. The group's members were specializing, and Jose took charge of vehicle procurement. However, the group's sphere of influence was broadening, and its cellular and radial format meant that, even though the core was still only 10 or 12 people, anything up to 100 people might be involved on occasion. Each group member had an autonomous network of his own. Thus, Jose could call on a backup network if need be, a network made up of teachers free of all suspicion but who would, for the sake of friendship and loyalty, harbor him if needed. At the same time, as the person in charge of the procurement and preparation of vehicles, he set up a structure with some libertarian comrades who had a mechanic's workshop. There he readied the false bottoms in the fuel tanks, the hiding place in which all sorts of clandestine gear was ferried over the border. And then came 1975, at which point they came to the conclusion that the situation had altered irreversibly. On the one hand, they needed to brave legality, leave clandestinity behind and operate openly. On the other, they needed to insert themselves into a broader movement, since the revolution could not be imposed on people but had to be the outcome of considered thought and mass action. That year they held a congress in Malaga. This was the first time that all the groups had come together, and they decided to make contact with the organized libertarian movement. In Barcelona, that was easy. In January 1976, José and other members of his group took part in the CNT reconstruction meeting held in the Sant Meter church in his barrio. These days, he believes this was a serious tactical error because in the short term, integration into the CNT meant the breakup of the network and therefore the loss of their biggest strength, which had consisted precisely of their being autonomous. They were able to function as a network, and break apart as needed. It was in the year that they joined the CNT that José took part in setting up the Syndicate of Love. After nightfall, downtown city dwellers in need of greater freedom came together to mingle. After finishing his work for the union, José would go partying. His roommate had repeatedly argued that he needed to get out and about at night. If all they did was work and handle union business, they would end up becoming a couple of sobs that would demand the same sort of uptight righteousness from the others as well. In his roommate's opinion, the alternative consisted of going out every night and learning from the wide variety of interconnected nightlife. As they were young and full of energy, this became their normal practice. From job to union, from union to the Ramblas, and from the Ramblas to bed. Around the Ramblas and the Plaza Real, which were teeming with life back then, movie directors, musicians, writers, cartoonists mingled with prostitutes. On many a night, once the fashionable music bars closed down, young unpretentious libertarians would grab one last drink in the dimly lit bars playing sexy music in the backstreets of the Barrio Chino where the prostitutes plied their trade. It was during such nocturnal mingling that some young sex workers raised their own issues. They wanted liberation too. The girls were dependent on the pimps who exploited them because they had no outside support to rely upon. The young people did not give it a lot of thought. Despite the reluctance of the Entertainment Workers Union, but under its auspices, they launched the Syndicate of Love for the girls to join. For some months, José and other comrades, before going to work, made it their business to gather the girls together around the doors of the bars just as their shift was ending. They went armed in case they had to deal with any pimps who tried to reclaim what they regarded as their workforce. The Libreria Español in Perpignan was José's starting point. He was personally handed his first shipments of propaganda materials by Enric Melich, and José took them over the border himself. Later, he made the acquaintance of Eduardo Soler, who introduced him to a truck driver who might facilitate the work. On the one hand, José might be spared the risk of arrest, on the other, every shipment would be much larger, given the truck's capacity. The first time the truck driver crossed the Pyrenees carrying the propaganda, when José approached the pickup point in Sants train station to pick up the material, he had a feeling he was being tailed. Having taken the usual security measures, and finding his suspicions confirmed, he managed to shake off his pursuers, alerted his comrades and hightailed it to Murcia. The truck driver was an informer belonging to Eduardo's network, although they had yet to make the connection between Eduardo and betrayal. They merely tipped off their contacts in Perpignan so that they could sever all contacts with the driver. In Murcia, he was welcomed with open arms, having come from a hive of activity like Barcelona. A very active group was starting to take shape at the campuses, and he quickly joined it. They printed and distributed propaganda, held joint workshops with autonomous groups of workers, and participated individually in political projects that the CNT refused to get involved in as a union. When groups of workers already organized on the basis of assemblies proposed joining a union, he would pay them a visit to tell them that their best option would be to affiliate as a federated structure. That way, if the union failed to live up to expectations, they could easily unaffiliate and try their luck with some other union. As far as they were concerned, the CNT was still just a means to an end. The purpose of their struggle was to encourage the growth of the movement, drawing in more and more people. Their tools were the CNT, propaganda, and their own individual commitment. In Murcia as in Barcelona before it, their first action was to steal a photocopier so that they could churn out their own propaganda. They walked into a national school in the town of Ceuta and snatched it. It was in Murcia that the issue of guns was raised. After a lot of discussion, they decided to use weapons as yet another tool in their struggle. They took it for granted that if their struggle gained mass support and clashed with the interests of the authorities, it would sooner or later be outlawed. Given that prospect, they decided to hold on to a clandestine structure. That took cash, and in order to get hold of some they might need guns, but they never regarded themselves as an armed struggle group, and their preferred means of raising funds was counterfeiting. They made contact with a comrade working in a bank who primarily sold apartments on the Mediterranean coast to foreign investors. Together, they devised a strategy that allowed them to get hold of the money they needed through sales of non-existent apartments, and this lasted quite a while. Besides, this sort of fraud was low risk. When the police stumbled upon it, the banker comrade was not even jailed, since the management chose to start over rather than have customers discover how untrustworthy its financial practice was. The news never reached the public. On January 30, 1977, on one of his trips up to Perpignan, there was a crackdown in Barcelona that resulted in 46 arrests in connection with a peninsular conference of the FAI. On his return to the city, José was arrested. Not that he had any connection to the Federation, but down in Murcia there was a comrade who was a member of it, and he had involved other libertarian activists in Murcia as well as in Malaga. This was the first time the name of Joaquim Gambin had cropped up. José believes that at that point Gambin had not yet turned informer, but others believe there was a direct connection between him and the dismantling of the Murcian group. It looks as if Gambin was the source of an arms shipment received by the militant belonging to the Murcian FAI. The rest of the people arrested, who were CNT members, had no knowledge of this, but the police, in order to make the announcement more juicy, lumped them all together, from the theft of the copy machine carried out on June 20 of the previous year to the weapons found on the FAI militant, not forgetting a bank hold-up in a Murcian town on December 11. The police station on Via Laietana was filled to overflowing. The anarchists rounded up a couple of weeks earlier filled every cell, and José was cuffed to a radiator in the middle of the corridor. Following the Grappo murder of one of their colleagues in the Barcelona metro, the police were seething, and since he was right in their path, José took a blow every time a police officer passed him by. 17 days later he was behind bars in the Modelo. He arrived there just a week after the Copal had announced its existence with a riot in Carabanchel prison, and, even though José was in a cell with some comrades, he was drawn to the ordinary prisoners. In any event, this was a time during which the political prisoners enjoyed special treatment. The warders could not be sure where the political situation was headed, and as a precaution, they treated them with respect for a time. On October 28, there was a riot and, like many of other inmates, José found himself in isolation. Within days, while he was in solitary, the amnesty was announced. He was among the second-to-last group of libertarians to get out, a group that was 14 strong, but nearly a dozen comrades were left inside. They came mostly from the Sans Barrio. On his release, he again took charge of organizational and propaganda matters, supporting and helping to set up Radio Libertina and the Ateneo Libertario in Sans, but 8 months later, in June 1978, the amnesty was revoked, for him as well as for another 16 comrades. Officially, it was being rescinded because clemency had been granted to those who had fought for democracy, and he did not fit the description. The fact of the matter is that the 17 comrades affected by this revocation stood out as combative CNT militants who had been agitating for a clean break, which is to say, they rejected the compacts that certain sections of the Union were working toward as a means of bringing peace to society. At the same time, along with his comrades, he carried on prioritizing counterfeiting activity as a means of raising funds. This was the point at which they contacted a doctor who was working for the Diputación in Barcelona, and they successfully defrauded that institution of some millions of pesetas. A Christmas bonus was paid to all doctors working in Diputación-run hospitals in the same way, on a specific date, by means of a coded check. For weeks they had been readying ID cards and professional credentials from the College of Physicians, all of them phony, as well as the bank checks to be used. Once everything was ready, they waited until the night before payments were due, and the comrade told them what the code was that would appear on all the checks to be handed out the following day. Dozens of young libertarians ensured that, early the next morning before the genuine doctors could cash their checks, they showed up instead at the various bank premises to cash the phony checks made out the night before. 10% of the overall figure raised finished up in the coffers of the group so that it could carry on preparing actions, with the remainder being kept by each of the participants to be spent however they saw fit. José was arrested again on May 21, 1979, this time, though, while crossing the border via La Jonquera. Civil guards discovered, hidden under a false bottom in the trunk of the seat 1430 he was driving, 2 submachine guns, a revolver, and a selection of ammunition. Under questioning, he stated that he had gone to pick the car up in Perpignan and that he was supposed to leave it in a street in the Sans Barrio with the keys in the exhaust pipe. The police knew rightly that he had not come from Perpignan, although they were none too clear as to where he had come from. Everything appeared to suggest that one of the 2 comrades in the know about the operation had sold him out. One of them was highly trusted. 3 days after that, José was sent to Figueres prison. Just 3 months later, on August 29, the media picked up on the discovery of a tunnel on the premises of the prison. José had been working on it along with a couple of non-political inmates, a young Colombian who was actively helping him and a French inmate who acted as lookout. All 3 were transferred. They passed through the Modelo, the Huesca prison, and served 3 days in Carabanchel prison before the French guy and José finished up in Segovia prison. On arrival in Segovia, José asked to be taken to the political prisoners ward, even though he was not acknowledged as being one at the time. Having been arrested on his own and as they were unable to pin any other armed actions on him or membership of any armed group, his offense was categorized as smuggling arms with no political motivation. By then, the situation in the prisons was not what it had been 2 years earlier. In the wake of Copal actions, heroin had flooded the state prison system, and José opted to be locked up with his libertarian and autonomo comrades from Madrid, Valladolid, Valencia, and Barcelona, then serving time in Segovia. In concert with a few of them, he had another go at tunneling out, but luck was not on their side. He remained in Segovia for about a year until his lawyer, Mateo Segui, finally secured him a provisional release. Once back on the outside, he felt alone. The situation had changed. The repression and social changes had devastated the libertarian movement. He was in despair, disoriented, and had lost trust in his comrades. He decided to move away. But first he stood trial in Figueres on a tax matter. He had failed to pay the VAT on the guns he had been trying to smuggle into the country. With Mateo Segui's help, he was acquitted. In the end, he crossed the border via Andorra and fled to Perpignan. A few months later, he moved up to Paris to secure the phony papers that would enable him to move around safely. Once he had his new papers, off he went to Italy, to Livorno, where he had contacts in free radio circles, but the situation there was pretty much the same as in Spain. After years of struggle, the battle had been lost. He made up his mind to try his luck in Amsterdam. In Amsterdam he was welcomed by an old girlfriend who was his introduction to the Quaker movement. The Quaker movement drew youngsters from all over Europe, ranging from petty criminals to activists, intermingling with Dutch students as well as Latin American refugees on the run from dictatorships at home. It was a broad-based, maverick movement, and he quickly realized that he could spend some time there without having to go into hiding or live under the radar. He was conversant with how squatting worked, and he squatted first in an apartment in a building scheduled for demolition, but where one tenant was still refusing to move out. He knew that he could live there without being bothered by law enforcement. At the end of that period, he moved to another squat. Little by little, he was accepted into the movement and secured a degree of stability. He began sharing with 2 Italian and 2 French comrades, plus 1 Catalan and 1 Luxembourger. While the Italians came from a workers' autonomy background, the background of the French guys was Trotskyist. They had no language in common, but they held assemblies. Gradually he started adapting to this new reality. In the district where he was living, near Albert Cuyp Street, the Quaker movement had a strong foothold. He found work cleaning at an abortion clinic. After he had been working at the clinic for some months and had earned the trust of his colleagues, he suggested carrying out abortions on girls from Spain where abortion was still banned. His proposal was accepted, and he set up a network through 2 siblings of his who were teachers back in Catalonia. They helped many of their students and friends of their students to get to Amsterdam, where José helped them through these difficult moments. Like his Dutch colleagues, he also helped out by working without pay 2 days a week for a press that produced a range of alternative publications and, with other comrades from Spain, he produced radio programs covering the Spanish political transition. International solidarity groups took an interest in his position and offered him legal advice. An Amsterdam lawyer contacted Mateo Segui and together they settled on the tactics to be adopted in the event that he was arrested. Once it became safe to be open about his involvement in the movement, after helping set up the Café Mali, one of the nerve centers of the Quaker movement, he took part in a TV program about the young democracy in Spain. This was shortly after the Spanish Parliament was stormed by Lieutenant Colonel Tejero. In 1985, along with his Dutch girlfriend, he moved to Nicaragua, seeking to support the Sandinista revolution. They spent 2.5 years there, during which time their first child was born, and then returned to Holland. Once back, they settled in Den Bosch, but in 1991, after they had a second child, they decided to move back to Spain. The offense for which José had never been tried, the business of the gun smuggling that took place 12 years earlier, had passed the statute of limitations. First his partner settled in Catalonia with the children, and they started school. Meanwhile he remained temporarily in Perpignan. But since his legal standing lacked clarity, they decided to put the law to the test. One day in 1992, the 4 of them, traveling in a car with Dutch plates and driven by his Dutch partner, with 2 golden-haired children plainly visible on board, crossed the border without a hitch. Within days, and with Segui accompanying him, José reported to a police station to request a brand new ID document after reporting the loss of his previous one. They took his fingerprints to verify his details and asked him for an address to which they should forward the new documents. He gave them his father's address. 3 days after that, members of the Policia Nacional went there looking for him, but of course he was not there. Things were starting to move, and his lawyer had to deal with the courts and the police to have José's record expunged. In next to no time, his legal status had been regularized and, after 13 years, he had his new ID card. Culture of change. Now don't go thinking I am an oddball. I know a lot of others who think the same way. You make me sick with your worthiness. Long live parties and frivolity. Cuchareta, no soy formal. Toward the late 1960s, young people in Spain began to experience firsthand what turned out to be a revolutionary change in the dying days of Francoist rule and the years right after the demise of the dictator. The new culture, chiefly emanating from the United States, but also from the United Kingdom and the experiences of May '68 in France, was beginning to embed itself in a significant sector of the youth dissatisfied with the backward culture of nationalist Catholic Francoism. The earliest rock groups to depart from the commercial models and the first hallucinogenic trips were accompanied by experiments in communal living and, very shortly thereafter, publications that tried to give a voice to this new generation. The main aim was, starting on an individual level, to break with the rigidity of day-to-day living under the regime. We have our work cut out for us sorting matters out for ourselves, and between ourselves we can try to be freer, shrug off our complexes, and put up more of a fight against those who would keep us cowed and quiet and uncommunicative. 43. During the first half of the 1970s, young people dreamt of a life that was free in every possible sense and direction. For a start, they needed to shrug off a neutering education that thwarted all natural contact between people and restricted sex to Holy Spirit-blessed reproduction, exclusively between a man and a woman, and only after a previous visit to church. They wanted to break free of the lifetime of serial productivity that was the lot of every person born in countries dominated by the guiding lights of the Crusades: school, military service, work, marriage, reproduction, and death. They had an intuitive sense that there might be other forms of amusement beyond the alternatives on offer from the OJE, Organización Juvenil Española / Spanish Youth Organization, and, finally, they dreamt of a life where everyone was free to determine their part through everyday life, without any sort of impositions foisted upon them by their surroundings. The family, the mainstay of Francoist society, a society that revolved around the laws laid down by the Movimiento Nacional. To begin with, one of the major nerve centers of the countercultural movement in the late 1960s and early 1970s was Seville. American servicemen from the bases in Morón and Rota, when out on leave, mingled with Seville youngsters in the clubs and bodegas where hitherto the only music had been flamenco. Young Andalusians were tuning into American radio stations on those bases and stumbling across the new electric music. The emergence of the band Smash was groundbreaking. Nothing like it had ever been heard before, the flamenco idiom translated into the language of rock and the rhythm of rock with the addition of flamenco depths. As the band itself declared in its Manifiesto de lo Board, it is not a matter of indulging in flamenco pop or blues-style flamenco but of going for all-out mongrelization. A few years after that, artists like Lowell Y. Manuel or Triana reaped the fruits of this, or were themselves the fruits, of those first risky ventures into fusion between roots and brand new musical trends. At the same time, the new independent popular theater came surging through under the aegis of groups like the Teatro Estudio Lebrejano, Esperpento, or La Quadra, the latter of which took its name from one of the new premises where such rebellious new approaches were welcomed, La Quadra de Paco Liria. The two areas, music and theater, came together on several occasions, as when Esperpento staged Bertolt Brecht's Antigone with a live Smash soundtrack at the University of Seville. That was the Seville that the illustrator Nazario left behind in order to relocate to Barcelona, where the constant arrival of U.S. Sixth Fleet ships in the city harbor brought musical styles which were not only unfamiliar but also banned to some of the young people hanging out in the bars nearest the port. In the Barrio Chino's discotheques and seedy bars there came the very first cultural exchange. At the same time, well-to-do youngsters were traveling to far-off lands, either in pursuit of education or pleasure, and meeting young Londoners, Parisians, or Californians. Such trips were the main conduits for situationist texts, underground comics, or folk and progressive rock singers and groups reaching Spain. In Barcelona, Pau Riba, Sisa, and Oriol Tramvia, all three of them veterans of the groupe de folk that performed in the late 1960s, were a few of the artists who best reflected in music the libertarian mindset of these young people. Each in his or her own way, with no preconceived musical ideas and without any specific label attached to the music. They themselves mirrored the self-education of a generation. But they were not alone, not by a long shot. The explosion of these new approaches to music, hushed up or sneered at by media wedded to the cultural policies of the government, came on July 26 and 27, 1975, in Cannes, with the very first Cannes Rock Festival, attended by around 40,000 young people greedy for new liberating experiences. Between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m., a dozen groups performed, including Pau Riba. It had also been advertised that Sisa, who had just released Quals Evo el Nid Pot Sortir el Sol, would be making an appearance, but his performance was banned by government order. This prompted the festival organizers to play the title song of the album over their sound system, chorused by the entire audience, turning those few minutes into the most moving moments of the entire night. But there was more to it than the music. There were loads of artists who stood at their stalls trying to interest the youngsters in their creative ventures. There were comic illustrators, underground and fringe magazines, etc. The July 31st edition of La Vanguardia recounted how at one such stall, duros, 5 peseta coins, were on sale for 4 pesetas. The person behind this unusual offer was Picarol, a driving force of the counterculture and future dynamo behind Radio Pica. The festival went ahead the following year, but by then the situation had altered. The dictator was dead and the youth were looking forward to other real possibilities. As is customary now, political displays took place at the El Canes Rock Festival, but anarchist groups and their black flags predominated, and anarchist slogans were chanted in between the performances of the singers or by stalls at the Festival 44 that year. To be sure, the three singers Pauriba, Sisa, and Oriol Tramvia were able to perform without a hitch on the main stage. The festival was held for another 2 years, and the last time, in 1978, there was involvement by new bands that stood out for their aggressive, wholly urban approach, a so-called punk approach. At the Canes Festival, the new music style was represented by Blondie from the United States, and by upcoming local performers like Els Masturbators Mongolics or La Banda Tripura del Rio. A few weeks later on June 23, there was a 24-hour festival devoted almost entirely to such new groups held at a campsite in Castelldefels. Organized by the CUC Sonnet group which revolved around Xavi Cot, the real driving force behind the punk movement in Barcelona, and the two Catalan groups that had performed at the Canes Rock Festival, Coca Deluxe, and Basura o Mortimer, among others. The attendance was estimated at upward of 20,000 people. These youngsters have moved on from poetic mystical alchemical music to urban rock. From acid to alcohol and what have you. From family to urban bands, parties, and orgies. From alternative lifestyles to practical action and group organization. What has absolutely not altered is their personal provocative stance, spectacularly out of step with political fashion. 45. As for the publishing world, Star and Ajo Blanco were the major reference points for this new youth culture, but not the only ones. Over time other more specialist publications emerged, such as Alfalfa, focusing on ecology, or Globo, focused on psychotropic substances. Star, built around the energy of Janjo Fernandez, was an all-around mischievous magazine, comics, literature, music, movies, and much more, that released its first edition in June 1974, and it was a constant target of the cultural oligarchs. Issue number 13 was impounded by the government because of a comic strip by Miracle, who went on to become a singer with Els Masturbators Mongolics. Shortly after that, before issue number 16 was released, the magazine was banned for a year, and its relaunch edition in July 1976 was again confiscated. And with good reason, as its pages caricatured a society in decline and boldly offered provocation to the law and established order compliant. One of the main ingredients was the comic strips with explicit references to sex and drugs, but there were also important articles about the new music as well as socio-cultural articles that dealt with things such as the counterculture abroad, new connections being made in the Iberian Peninsula, or alternative living experiments, communes, banned substances, diverse sexual options, etc. Its final edition came out in 1980. Ajo Blanco covered the same time period. Launched in 1974, it was wound up in 1980. This magazine pursued clearer social aims as part of the burgeoning libertarian movement in social terms, and it introduced the young to ideas such as ecology or anti-psychiatry, without neglecting what were at the time more mundane matters such as sex, communes, and drugs. It grew up around the figure of Pepe Ribas and was well known for having its readers contribute content and assist in its distribution. Some editions had print runs in the order of 100,000 copies. It also had a temporary ban slapped on it, but since its graphics were not as explicit or daring as those of sister publication Star, it had better luck with the regime's censors. As a countercultural capital, Barcelona was a magnet drawing in creatives from all the country, especially illustrators. In dribs and drabs, many of those who had started out publishing their output independently and illegally in their respective hometowns began to move into the city. A fresh surge of cultural energy was delivered by communes like the one on Calle Comerc, where some of the most outstandingly provocative illustrators like Nazario, Mariscal, or Max lived, permanently or temporarily. All three were recent arrivals in the city and, together with other illustrators, they made up the El Rolo Enmascarado collective, which published a band comic of the same name. None of the creative arts were left out of the countercultural explosion. Drama groups like Els Jogglers or comedians were renowned throughout the country, and after Franco's death many actors, technicians, and theater and movie directors decided to form a union together with musicians. They set up the Assemblée de Trabajadores de el Espectacle, Entertainment Workers' Assembly, a markedly libertarian outfit that announced its public debut with a spectacular staging of Don Juan Tenorio in the former El Born Market on November 19 and 20, 1976, barely a year after the demise of the dictator. The show was watched by around 20,000 spectators, and the mounting of it involved some of the most outstanding countercultural artists from every sector. It was a sort of trial run for the self-organizational capacities of the city's artists. Months after that, along with the CNT and the libertarian movement organized in its Ateneos, the Jornadas Libertarias Internacionales, International Libertarian Days, were staged, during which Joe Blanco printed the Barcelona Libertaria newspaper. The Jornadas offered, free of charge, dozens of theatrical and musical works as well as numerous debates and talks on political and social issues. It was the first occasion when these two formally opposing countercultural communities came together: Latino rock, which was on its last legs after a 10-year existence, and the strident new punk rock that was forcing its way through. It is estimated that upward of 500,000 people passed through the Parc Güell, where the shows were staged, and the Salon Diana, which hosted the debates and talks, between July 22 and 25, 1977. In Madrid, things were moving in a different direction. The fact that it was the nation's capital meant that the pressures and the repression there was more intense, and this had an impact on the creative sector also. In terms of music, whereas Barcelona had its Latino prog rock, Madrid spawned groups such as Burning, Incendiary Energy, as Oradoliopi said of them in issue number 21 of Star magazine, Indiana, and Moon, which, along with a few others, headlined the compilation disc Viva El Rolo in 1975. Launched in 1974, Burning were not punks, far from it, but their wildness and aggression were light years ahead of the music coming out of Barcelona and its surroundings, which would not give birth to La Banda Trapera El Rio for another 2 years. On the comics scene, 1975 saw the opening of the Cascoro Factory, a collective of illustrators that became known for the publication of El Carajillo and for their stall on El Rastro on Sundays. Among its members were CISP, El Hortelano, and El Zurdo, and over the ensuing years they churned out publications by the dozens. And, as in the field of music, the differences with Barcelona were striking. Cascoro Factory members were less indifferent to social issues than those from El Rolo, and more political, as well as more outrageous in the way they dressed. The pace set in Madrid was breathtaking. 46 in places like as La Vaqueria or La Bobia, these illustrators and script writers mingled with members of independent theater troupes like Los Goliardos or Teatro Escuela Independiente, followers of alternative cinema like Pedro Almodóvar, and young painters and photographers itching to break new ground. La Vaqueria opened in February 1975, at number 8 Calle Libertad, at the instigation of some young poets, Antonio López Luna, Emilio Sola, etc., and was utterly destroyed on June 8, 1976, when it came under a bomb attack mounted by the guerrillas of Christ the King. In the commune that some of its founders set up in an apartment on the same street, the CNT's very first local in the city opened for business some months later. 1976 also saw publication of the very first edition of the magazine Bazofia, and shortly after that came MMM, Organo Official de la Locura, MMM, Official Organ of Craziness. Another significant distribution center for brand new countercultural ideas was the Lukaku Center, Laboratorios Colectivos Choica/Choica Collective Workshops, where members of the Primama, Prensa Marginal Madrilena/Madrid Fringe Press, could be found. This was a coordinating body that attempted to churn out the huge contingent of fanzines, illegal publications, that were beginning to circulate in various parts of the city. Through Lukaku, a number of music groups also made their name. They included Cuchareta, which, heavily influenced by the new independent interactive theater of the Living Theater Troupe, would occasionally work alongside companies like Tabano or T. Cuchareta members often performed on the streets and on a number of occasions fell afoul of the social menace law, to which they dedicated one famous, provocative song. There was a generational and stylistic change in 1977, when publications like Bazofia and the Primama coordinating agency faded away, and the fanzine La Livianidad del Imperdible, the fickleness of the safety pin from around which the group Caca Deluxe emerged, was published. All of it triggering the subsequent eruption of what became known as La Movida. The countercultural explosion was pretty much the same in all parts of the country. Thus, all these music and drama groups passed through Studio, a hall opened in Valencia in the late 1960s. In May 1974, the rock opera El Home de Coto en Pel was staged there, giving rise to the prog rock group Coto en Pel. A couple of years after that the comic El Gat Palat was published, and the El Tavas del Congal Illustrators group was formed. In Zaragoza, meanwhile, among other things the Bohemios Bar was opened, which later changed its name to El Golem. The El Grifo drama group was also formed, and some of its members published the magazine El Pollo Urbano in 1977. When the Colectivo Zeta was launched some months later as an umbrella for a number of illustrators, including Carlos Azagra, the El Pollo Urbano publishers provided them with legal cover for their magazine, which came under a significant attack from the official courts for scandalizing the Catholic faith. In the Basque Country, the Garandi Collective in Ajpaixa made its mark. A social experiment by youngsters with close ties to the workers' autonomy sector, it evaporated following police harassment prompted by the armed actions of the CAA. Transvestite willing to sell or trade penis and 3 testicles, brand new, hardly used, in return for 1 female sex organ, rather on the tight side if possible. AD appearing in the contacts section of the magazine Star, No. 22. Danny. Rotten City brings us night and fear. Her streets full of fire while she sleeps. La Bunda Tripura del Rio, Ciutat Podrida. Born in Barcelona's Poblano Barrio, Danny grew up to the noise of heavy machinery from its factories. This historic working-class barrio was like one big community within the city. His father was a taxi driver, his mother a seamstress. Years later the family relocated to Valcarca because his mother was stricken with asthma due to the pollution in the working-class quarter. But by then the lad had already acquired a class consciousness, and the oppressive, bland surroundings of his childhood days never left his memory. In July 1974, just 10 days after he had turned 14, he started work in a bank as an errand boy. His main occupation there was ferrying documents from one office to another, his briefcase constantly laden with papers and cash. Danny wrote and enjoyed writing poetry, but he was still just a kid, and this made it impossible for anybody to take him seriously. In a community of workers that was starting to see light at the end of the tunnel after 35 years of dictatorship, the teenager came up with a way of getting some of his efforts into print. Among the offices regularly on his route were some belonging to media outlets. With each visit he gained the trust of some of the journalists he knew and suggested that they trade. He would act as propaganda link between firms in return for being able to have his writings published in newspapers such as Mundo Diario or Tele Express. Agreed. He would drop in on offices, and comrades from the CC.00 or the USO slipped into their professional correspondence some trade union propaganda that needed to be brought to another workplace. And so he began to come into contact with the realities of trade unionism. Once, after the PCE's clandestine printing network in Madrid had been dismantled, he even traveled to the capital by train lugging 2 suitcases filled with underground propaganda. He was escorted as far as the train station by his father, who of course was clueless as to what was inside the suitcases. He was evolving ideologically in this labor context, and met a libertarian comrade in the bank where he worked. Not that he was the only one. There had also been libertarians inside the commissions, just as there were workers in the USO who advocated self-management. In addition, Danny was stating to take part in activities as spokesman for local youths. The youth groups came from the neighborhood associations, and the group from his barrio in the Calle Tirso had a sizable library used mainly by young people in need of education. Then Danny found out firsthand what it was to run the police gauntlet. In September 1975, he tried to take part in a protest against the dictatorship's most recent executions and headed up to Cerdañola by train. Right at the exit from the station, they ran into lines of civil guards who forced them to run the gauntlet between the lines while they doled out truncheon blows, kicks, trip-ups, punches. The important thing was to keep one's balance, try to get through quickly, and not fall down because, if one fell, the violence escalated. After he had been working for 18 months, in January 1976, he took part in a clandestine meeting held in the Sant Meter Church in the Sants Barrio. At 15 years of age, he was not the youngest one there. On the other hand, he was startled to find that the entire turnout for the meeting was made up of youngsters and over 50s, its purpose was to rebuild the CNT. This was followed by a period of frantic social and political activity which took up all his time. He finally joined the Valcarca Youth Forum, which some months later amalgamated with a youth group from El Carmel and was rebranded as the Ateneo Libertario. Barcelona youngsters, eager to break down taboos and everything that was forbidden, flooded en masse into libertarian organizations and bodies the way their grandfathers had 50 years before them. And where no such organizations or bodies existed, they set them up. Those were the years of the Faro-like works on the construction of the La Rovira tunnel connecting the barrio and the city center. Entire streets and building disappeared, and the residents were rehoused in other areas with some homes left to stand, vacant, for months on end. So, swayed by a few movies and documentaries arriving from Germany, they began squatting in these or at any rate using them for parties. There was a proliferation of communes across the city. Hundreds of them announced their presence in the contact pages of magazines such as a Joe Blanco or Star. Hallucinogenic drugs, tripping to a Jethro Tull, Genesis, Hendrix, or the Doors soundtrack, feminism, the new ecology movement, there was a blend of them all in these shared spaces. In some instances, the wages of all the comrades were pooled to make up a common fund and the money then doled out. Nothing belonged to anyone in particular. A shared existence was much more fun. Danny divided up his day between lending a hand with the many libertarian publications, demonstrations, new leisure activities, and work. Among the many publications on which he worked, since he had never given up on his writing, were Debates, Fuera de Bunda, and the last few editions of La Cloaca. Many of these were printed at Graphics Tortura in the Gracia Barrio, a press shop belonging to Jordi Sol Sagranis and Pilar Garcia, who never pressed for payment when a bill was occasionally overlooked. Both of them still had their links to the struggle. As for demonstrations, those were some particularly tough years. Activists who were ready for urban guerrilla warfare took part in them, and sometimes pistols even put in an appearance. Molotov cocktails were packed with shrapnel, there were extraordinarily powerful catapults, and when the time came for physical confrontation, no one shied away. One time, they tried to reach the underground cells at police headquarters, the station on the Via Laietana. They used cars as shields, and after releasing the handbrake, they inched forward, dreaming of an impossible assault on the police stronghold. Little by little, but relentlessly, they saw the insides of all the police stations, but their young age helped them get out again, pretty much unscathed. And then, at one such violent demonstration while a gas station workers' strike was on, one of his roommates fell. That comrade, an Italian not really familiar with the city, paid the price for his inexperience and even served a few days in jail. Meanwhile, Danny was working away. Time and again, he lost his job as a result of being arrested, but the comrades quickly made it their business to find him a new one. Even comrades from other unions searched on his behalf. Back in those days, solidarity was still a thing. He applied to the university and, after several years away, he resumed his studies. The campuses were in ferment. Politically organized students capitalized on every opportunity in an attempt to bring classes to a standstill. The assemblies were in constant session. The libertarians were calling for rationalist courses and the abolition of examinations. In late 1978 or early 1979, Danny found himself in the Modello for the first time. A pistol had been produced during a demonstration and everyone stood accused of it. He spent 10 days there, but the fact that several comrades were with him made his stay more bearable and not particularly severe. In situations like these, there was safety in numbers, and back then there was still a climate of solidarity, what with the prison revolts over the previous months. But once back on the streets, he carried on where he had left off and was rearrested within months. Oddly enough, and strange though it might seem, once he arrived at the gates of the Modello, they turned him away. The demonstration at which Danny had been arrested was every bit as violent as the ones over the preceding weeks and the ones that were to follow, no more and no less. They had made their way right down the parallelo, attacking bank branches and keeping the police at bay until, on reaching the Drassanes barracks, they found themselves pinned against a wall. This was a tactic known as La Bolsa, the bag completely cornered. The kettled-in demonstrators were slaughtered from a distance as the noose tightened until eventually, with nowhere to go, the demonstrators gave up. It was not the first time he had seen the tactic applied. On an earlier occasion he had been arrested in just such circumstances. On that earlier occasion, the demonstration had started off from Las Caceres de Sants. They had made it as far as La Bordeta, where they had decided to turn around and press on as far as the Plaza España. Once there, they ran right down the Gran Via until they were cornered at the corner of the Calle Brook. After they were arrested, they were taken to the police station at the High Court on Calle de Loria. The prisoners were brought in via 2 different doors. One was reserved for the exclusive use of the policemen who had infiltrated the ranks of the demonstrators and who had, with the activists, withstood the relentless hail of rubber bullets. There were a lot more of the undercover boys than he would have thought, had he not witnessed it for himself. On the second occasion, in Las Drassanes, all of the demonstrators were bundled into several police buses and driven straight to the Modello. The activists had been at it for several straight days and the police stations were full. Fear turned to expectation when they were refused entry to the Modello because there were too many prisoners there to admit in one go. These being the circumstances, the police chiefs decided to remove them to the court cells, but being guarded there by just 2 or 3 civil guards, the latter also refused to take responsibility for such a large batch of activists. In the end, after touring Barcelona in police vehicles for several hours on end, they were all released. It was during one such demonstration that Danny met Irma, who stood out for her constant goading of the forces of order and because she was one of the few women taking part in the ongoing revolt. That year he made a radical decision in his quest for revolution. Along with another comrade, he boarded a ship at anchor in the port of Barcelona and stowed away as far as the Mexican coast, from where he moved on to Nicaragua, hoping to fight in the ranks of the Sandinista revolution. Sympathy for that anti-imperialist movement was spreading. He was disappointed, however, and within months returned, using the same means, to Barcelona. The leading revolutionary Eden Pastora was beginning to distance himself from the Sandinistas. The bureaucrats and Communist Party hacks who had hijacked the FSLN, Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional / Sandinista National Liberation Front, were dividing up the appointments and the power among themselves. Gradually but inexorably, things back in the city were changing. Always attracted to the counterculture, Danny felt more drawn to the aggressive stance of the new punk movement emanating from the English-speaking countries. La Banda Trupera had previously performed at the Cannes Rock Festival and had also taken part in the Jornadas Libertarias during the summer of 1977. Lou Reed had defied the regime with a legendary, and condemned, concert in 1975. An entire generation of young people cut its hair and traded its brightly colored, loose, baggy clothes for tight trousers and black leather jackets. They opted for La Orquídea in the Calle Bruniqueir, or the Orfeo Negro, which Xavier Sabater opened in the Calle Sant Dominic del Cal, rather than the Celeste. Of late, they had been drifting away from the influence of orchestras such as La Plateria or Mirasol Colores, and away from the psychedelic rock of Pink Floyd, turning onto Lou Reed or Iggy Pop instead. Unwittingly, they were coming to realize that the battle had been lost, and that they had no future. Doors records gave way to those of The Clash, and the latter's first big hit, London's Burning, was construed as a death cry, "Let's burn down Barcelona." The libertarian bubble was continuing to deflate. Some ex-comrades were busily making money, others were still at their nocturnal activities, mostly for appearance's sake. The battles for control of the CNT were getting uglier with every passing day, and materialistic capitalism was stymieing every form of collective or liberating lifestyle. The trial for the arson attack on the Scala nightclub was the swan song as far as Danny and many other young people were concerned. The fate of the comrades charged with that outrage could as easily have been his own. In December 1980, during one of the demonstrations organized to denounce the police frame-up and show solidarity with the comrades, Danny was arrested. In the Plaza Urquinaona, a huge staircase with scaffolding had been set alight and it had collapsed onto the Maryland cinema. The pitched battle had been impressive. When the mass of demonstrators was split by a police charge, Danny's group attempted to move directly ahead via the Ronda Sant Pere. But the police had occupied the El Corte Inglés building, and so they decided to retrace their steps and head down the Via Laietana. As they neared the police station, all available personnel poured out of it, and the entire group was arrested. The judge ordered pre-trial detention without bail for all of them, and Danny was sent straight to the first ward of the Modelo, which back then was the ward used for minors. The Modelo was no longer the prison he had known a couple of years earlier, back when the libertarian inmates commanded respect. Toward the end of 1980 the Modelo became hellish. Heroin had taken a hold and was in every nook and cranny. The inmates, the bulk of them addicts, had lost their dignity entirely. The warders, knowing that they had the upper hand now, had lost all fear of, meaning respect for, political prisoners. Judges aligned to the old regime, never having been purged, realized that control of the prisons was back in their hands, and they turned a deaf ear to inmates' complaints about ill treatment and irregularities. The worst thing, though, was the filth, the unhygienic conditions. Prisoners were required to line up half-naked and were showered with a dust that was supposed to be a preventative against a wide range of illnesses. All one could do in there was try to survive. There were no educational facilities available. No diversion. All one could do was watch one's back and survive. At that point Danny really did wake up to the fact that all was lost. Without the support of the organization, beyond the provision of lawyers, and with no solidarity on the streets, with no pressures being brought to bear to lobby for their release, his comrades and he suffered quietly, over the victims of that time and space. His time and space. Some months later, the judge set a bail that the CNT could not afford. Danny was left alone and isolated from reality, except for visits from his sister. When he was suddenly informed that the judge handling his case had been changed and that his replacement had ordered him provisionally released, he could not believe it. Once back on the outside he realized that he had to stand down, as a further setback might prove irreversible. Luckily, he found support from the cultural bodies and pursued his literary predilections. These were concentrated on the Ateneo Enciclopedico, a range of poetry publications, and the punk movement, and step by step, he dropped out of activism. Within months the PSOE took power, and the CNT pulled some strings, although Danny always thought that it could have done more on behalf of many comrades. In his particular case, he was never brought before the courts, although he was never pardoned either. His file was merely misfiled in some box at the courthouse to this very day. 4. Repression. Oppression. Repression was a constant presence at every level: physical repression, judicial and media repression, and, finally, there came a brand new, hitherto untried repressive formula: repression through dependency. Physical repression was the first sort that these young people experienced. The dictatorship's rule was based upon force, and members of the security forces used violence as a matter of course. There were none of the sophisticated checks and balances we know today, and they reckoned that none were needed. Physical force was all the armory they needed, and hatred fueled every arrest. The execution of Pug Antic was a vengeful act that they tried to disguise with the support of the military judges. The really odd thing is that they had not finished him off at the time of arrest. The change in the regime wrought no thoroughgoing change in the machinery of repression, and even though physical force was not their only tool, murders were constantly happening, both inside the police stations as well as in the prisons and on the streets, where the police and the far-right groups did not hesitate to use guns in order to break up demonstrations. Time and again, deaths led to further deaths. In the wake of the murder of 5 workers in Vitoria in March 1976, several more workers perished during protest demonstrations in Tarragona and in Basauri. On September 27, 1976, in Madrid, during a demonstration to commemorate the Francoists' most recent shootings, Carlos González Martínez was murdered by a fascist gang. On January 23, 1977, again in Madrid, and again at the hands of a far-right gang, student Arturo Ruiz was killed. The very next day, during a protest demonstration over that, the police murdered Mari Luz Najera, another student. In Barcelona, on November 11, 1978, Gustavo Muñoz Bustillo, a member of the PCE, was killed. In Valencia on June 29, 1979, in the course of a strike, a worker belonging to the CNT, Valentín González Ramirez, was killed. The list of those murdered during demonstrations and other acts of protest throughout Spain between 1976 and 1979 is never-ending. As for arrests, these were as violent as ever. Directly responsible for such violence, and someone who can never be forgotten by those who sampled his methods firsthand, was Francisco Álvarez Sánchez, head of the anti-anarchist squad in Barcelona in the years after Franco's death, a man known by the nickname of El Técnico. In 1982, his work in Barcelona complete, he was transferred to Bilbao, where he took charge of the intelligence squad. At the time when the GAL was set up, a year or so later, he was appointed director of the Intelligence and Special Operations Bureau of the Interior Ministry. In 1994, he was jailed for a number of months for his links to the GAL. In the police stations, torture methods referred to by such names as La Barra, the bar, La Sauna, La Banera, the bathtub, or La Bolsa, the bag, were an everyday occurrence when dealing with those arrested for political activities, especially those that could be linked to armed actions as a response to state aggression. This was the case with the young people arrested in January and February 1977 during the FAI conference in Barcelona, or the days thereafter. Miguel Didac Pinero, who spent 17 days in custody, publicly exposed once released the tortures inflicted upon him during his lengthy stay in the police station in the Via Laietana. He also spelled them out in full detail to reporters from Cuadernos para el Diálogo. He was subjected to the sauna, which consists of slow asphyxiation that sets the entire body sweating while taking a beating, tightly wrapped in 3 blankets. The person sits with his head down and resting on the 2 feet of an officer, leading to asphyxia and panic. Pinheiro Sick was subjected to the bar on February 12. His testimony is as follows: "This consisted of being cuffed, after my wrists had first been bandaged so no marks would be left. Then I was forced to squat down with my hands under my knees. Once in position, and after having first received a flurry of punches and kicks, 2 detectives slotted a long metal bar with a curve in the center between my arms and legs, under my elbows and knees, and I was left dangling in the air for something like 3 hours, head down, between 2 tall tables that ensured that I could not rest my head on the floor." 47. In all likelihood, this form of treatment was prompted by the fact that back in April 1974, when Diduck had gone on the run, they had printed his photograph in the media during the operation to dismantle the Aliyah. Activists making fools out of them was not something that they could permit. A month after publication of the magazine detailing his torture, Diduck was rearrested in his home in La Escala. Visually impaired and possessing no driver's license, he was nevertheless charged with having been the getaway driver in a hold-up at the Agroman firm in Barcelona. During this second detention he was not subjected to torture, other than psychological torture. During interrogation, they brought him over to the second-floor window of the police station and threatened to throw him out. They also tried to trick him using the stratagem often used in police stations. Before interrogations concluded, a policeman entered the room and carelessly left his gun on the table, within sight of the detainee. They all decided then to allow him some time to think things over and stepped out of the room, hoping the suspect would pick up the weapon, which was, of course, not loaded, so that they would have a pretext to go on beating him. That very same strategy was used with the comrades from the Scala case. They all stepped out and left me lying on the floor for I do not know how long. They had left one of their guns, unloaded for sure, on the table. All of a sudden, they burst back into the room. Son of a bitch. You were just about to pick up that pistol and kill us, right? I was still slumped on the floor and the kicks and punches started up again. 48. In Diduck's case, the backstory to this charge came to light over time. The Agroman workers who had identified him from photographs shown by the police in the wake of the hold-up, retracted, claiming that the police had threatened them that unless they identified Diduck as one of the guilty parties, they themselves would be charged with making a false report of armed robbery so as to hold on to the money themselves. This was but another ploy used by the police, concocting phony charges and false evidence, or straightforwardly using their hired provocateurs. During the January-February 1977 crackdown, about 70 people were arrested. It is hard to believe that, by sheer fluke, the only armed group dismantled which a dozen people were tied to, although some of them obviously had had nothing to do with anything, had Gambin as one of its activists. Most of the arrests were made on January 30 at a Barcelona bar during the FAI Peninsular Conference. No weapons were found. The arrests spread right across the peninsula, but despite intensive interrogation no weapons could be unearthed. And then the merchant group fell. In theory, it was made up of FAI members. The fact of the matter is that most of those arrested had no connection with the Anarchist Federation but were involved in libertarian propaganda actions. Guns were found in relation to this group. To be precise, Joaquin Gambin was found with them when arrested. We will probably never know whether he triggered the arrests, but it is hard to believe that it was a fluke. According to the books La Ciente en la Encrucijada and Los Servicios Secretos en España, Gambin, a non-political criminal, had worked with the state forces before to thwart a prison escape bid back in 1959. Despite this background, Gambin, known as El Grillo, remained active in libertarian circles for a further year and had an active hand in the Scala affair, which dealt the Spanish libertarian movement a blow from which it never recovered. That was in January 1978. With Spain in turmoil, agents of Inspector Roberto Concha learned their lesson. They planted arms in the greatest hotbeds of rebellion, which suspicion had previously been cast upon, hunted down the most ferocious opponents and, once their work was done, the bourgeois press would add the finishing touches by portraying all the anti-establishment groups as dangerous terrorists who might further destabilize the precarious political and economic situation, thereby costing them the support of the citizenry. A script painstakingly written by law enforcement in cahoots with the international secret services to ensure that the populace lost any sympathy it had for what had become by then a significant movement. 49. Also in 1977, collusion between the police and another person with ties to libertarian activists came to light. That person was Eduardo Soler. A native of Vic, the son of the owners of the Casa Soler restaurant in the center of that town, he had been living in Perpignan since late 1973. On arrival in the city, he bragged of having been behind the arson that destroyed the central headquarters of the telephone company in Barcelona on June 8, 1973. In La Ciente and La Encrucijada, it states that this act resulted in the failure of the workforce in their dispute against the introduction of modern worksite monitoring technology, but the city's mayor declared on June 12, 1973, "We have the full reports from the company and from the firefighters, stating that it was accidental. It started in a given spot and for some unknown reason, spread." 50. On January 8, 1976, Eduardo, who used a range of names, Fernando, Rafael, Antonio, etc., and was about 40 years old, was arrested in Perpignan along with Gerard when the explosives that the latter was storing in his home were uncovered. They were the only two people to have any knowledge of them. Gerard had been in town for about 2 months and had met Eduardo at the Libreria Española. Initially he thought it just a coincidence. Nowadays he has no doubts as to the reason why he was arrested. The arrest bought Eduardo the prestige he needed if he was to engage deeply with the teams of activists moving through the city. Besides, under threat of being expelled from the country, he ensured that a campaign of solidarity was mounted in his support. From then on, his back was covered, and he had tales of victimhood to relate. But the members of the FAF in Perpignan began to have their suspicions, and they passed those suspicions on to Gerard. Shortly after that, Eduardo blew up the dais from which Santiago Carrillo was supposed to have addressed a rally at a campsite that the PCE had in Argel-sur-Mer and recounted the attack to some of his comrades. At the beginning of that summer, on July 14, 2 attacks were mounted on the 2 most significant centers for libertarian activism in Perpignan, El Escletza, the FAF's local, and the Libreria Española. The upshot of these explosions was that both premises were closed down, but, months later, Eduardo reopened the Libreria, which he had bought from Enric Melich, in what was his last roll of the dice. Everybody knew that the bookstore was an implicitly trustworthy libertarian center, and from that privileged vantage point, Soler was able to monitor almost every move of the libertarian activists passing through the town. A few comrades had their suspicions, but Eduardo carried on with his activities. Eduardo introduced a truck driver to Jose, and right from the very first trip the driver made smuggling arms. When Jose turned up to take delivery of them, once in Barcelona, he realized that the police were tailing him. Some comrades of Sabatas paid him a visit in Perpignan and availed of their visit to pop into the bookstore to buy books not available back in Spain. On their return to Girona, the police were waiting for them at the border. But all these young people were too innocent and naive to dare raise the alarm. Until it was too late. 1 year later, Felipe, one of the young activists who had crossed the border to seek shelter, started to raid quarries to procure explosives. Eduardo acted as his driver. When Felipe and Agustin Ruda crossed the border illegally in October 1977, bringing all the explosives with them, they were arrested. It was Eduardo that had dropped them off right at the border in his car. The Spanish police hastened to cover for Eduardo by putting out a story that bore little resemblance to the facts. In the late evening of last Saturday, the 15th, civil guard personnel on duty in Figueras traded gunshots with 3 individuals in the vicinity of the French border. At 6 o'clock the following day, 3 individuals carrying several packages entered Spanish soil. 2 of them were successfully arrested, and the third fled in the direction of France despite shots fired after him. 51 No such gunshots were traded since the arrested duo were not armed. Nor did the one that got away, Eduardo Soler, ever set foot on Spanish soil, let alone had the civil guards fired shots at their collaborator. The activist duo, who by then had their doubts about their driver, tipped off their comrades back in Perpignan. From Salent, a friend of Augustine's made a trip up to Perpignan to clear up any doubts, but, unbelievably, Soler, having dropped out of sight for a few days, turned up again and carried on unmolested with his work. 4 months later, he was definitively unmasked, but by then it was too late. In February 1978, Gerard, living under the radar in Barcelona, had a rendezvous in the Plaza Vila de Madrid with Bernard, who had just arrived from Perpignan. The meeting had been arranged by El Rubio, who was working with the Spanish police at the time. Gerard missed the rendezvous and could not be arrested, but Eduardo, confident in the efficiency of the police and knowing that the whole thing had been a trap, tipped Enrique Melica's wife off about his having been arrested. Even though Gerard had not been arrested, this was definitive proof, and Eduardo Soler was finally forced to distance himself from the libertarian movement. El Rubio, the nickname of José Juan Martínez Gómez, was a horse of a different color. Born in Almería in 1956, he came from the same generation as the young libertarian activists and was yet another of the non-political criminals who was drawn to the libertarian movement on account of his kindred anti-authoritarian urges and for social support, should he be arrested. El Rubio turned up in Perpignan in the late Francoist period, and it seems that, like many another young person, he was dodging his military service. In Perpignan, he associated with the libertarian movement, and at the Libreria Española he met the woman who would become his partner. She was working in the sex shop right beside the Libreria, and Gerard worked there too. As explained in the book Atrocadaries, El Rubio was arrested by the civil guard in January 1978 in Sant Sadurní, and following the usual violent interrogation session he asked to speak to the civil guard intelligence service. 52 Once in the Calle Sant Pau barracks in Barcelona, he provided information that led to the arrest of El Moro and 3 other comrades in Madrid a few days later. Then, again according to the book, El Rubio relocated to Perpignan and persuaded the FAF comrades to pop down to Barcelona in an attempt to free the arrested autonomous. When he got back, he set up the rendezvous with Gerard in the Plaza Vila de Madrid and, even though Gerard failed to keep the appointment, he was arrested in the city within hours. It was also El Rubio who provided the tip-off regarding the Puig farmhouse in Maçanet de Cabarinas, where other comrades fell, also in the first week of February 1978. El Rubio called Victor Simel, a guide at the Maçanet border crossing, and asked him to go to the farmhouse to pick up some comrades who needed to get out to France after having escaped the police crackdown. By the time Victor showed up at the place, its inhabitants had already been arrested, and there were civil guards there waiting for him. One agent from their intelligence service acknowledged, "After the services he had rendered us, we rewarded Juan José and smuggled him into France." From that point on, our collaboration was sporadic. In Perpignan, the arrest victims' comrades had only to put 2 and 2 together to see that if Eduardo Soler had had wind of the plan to arrest Gerard during the rendezvous organized by El Rubio, this meant that he too was working on behalf of the Civil Guard Intelligence Service. At the time, there was fierce rivalry between the Policia Nacional and the Civil Guard as they wrestled for control of the anti-terrorist fight. 6 months later, El Rubio himself was in the very same prison as all the young people on whom he had informed. On August 28, 1978, he was arrested in Barcelona with 2 youths after shots were traded with officers from the Policia. One of those arrested, Manuel Cruz, admitted to his involvement in several actions carried out by the ERAT and that he had fled to France after the dismantling of the group. The 3 of them were charged with having held up a bank on August 21. When the case came to trial in the National High Court in April 1980, El Rubio was acquitted, even though he had been identified by one of the bank employees. But there was no way that could shake off the response from some Copal inmates housed in the Modelo. When they got wind of his arrival there, They tipped off the libertarian activists whom he had betrayed. One day, those inmates asked the libertarians to ensure that at a given time they were clearly visible to the warders, that way, they could avert any chance that they might be accused of having been behind the beating he was to receive from the other prisoners. In the end, El Rubio was splashed all over the front pages of Spanish newspapers 3 years later when, in May 1981, he led the raid on the Banco Central in Barcelona, taking a number of hostages for a couple of days. It seems that some of the weapons he used in that operation had been supplied to him by Eduardo Soler. It was a rather unusual hold-up since, at one point in the negotiations, El Rubio was demanding the release of the far-right military personnel and civil guards jailed for the raid on the Congress of Deputies on February 23 that year. However, after all the raiders had been arrested and the identity of the bank robbers' leader came out, the media made great play in their headlines of his ties to the anarchist movement, without mentioning his links to the Civil Guard Intelligence Service. We shall never know just how many young people lost heart after brutal interrogation by the Civil Guard or Policia Armada, to begin with, and then the Policia Nacional, but the fact is that the vast majority of those arrested for armed actions during those years were told they might recover their freedom, and their files might be mislaid, if they would trade intelligence about their comrades. Another ploy used by the state forces in their attempts to get to the active groups that the police could not infiltrate, the ones that they sometimes were not even able to locate, was to set up ghost groups replicating the actions and dynamics of the Grupos Autonomos. The object was to conjure up a degree of kinship that would facilitate a rapprochement with and subsequently a dismantling of the latter. Or at the very least, sow confusion in the populace and earn themselves medals whenever they thought the time was right for dismantling them. The GAR, Grupo Anarquista Revolucionario / Revolutionary Anarchist Group, was one instance of this. The GAR surfaced in Valencia in the summer of 1977. The Grupos Autonomos in the city had been operating for the previous couple of years, and the police had no leads on who belonged to it. Over that summer the GAR raided several banks and even a UGT local. At the start of September 1977, it was broken up, and 5 people were arrested, among them a UGT member and a member of the JS, Juventud Socialista / Socialist Youth, denounced by their organizations as provocateurs in the hire of the state. Some months after that, on January 3, 1978, the GAR claimed responsibility for an attack carried out on a Valencia discotheque that had been left entirely destroyed, a discotheque whose owner was known for his ties to FN members who frequented the place. Whoever it was that made the telephone call burst out, "We don't want those fascist pigs partying anymore." 53 Oddly enough, the premises and the entire contents had been placed under receivership and no longer belonged to the fascist Luis Gabon. Besides, some neighbors stated that they had seen several individuals removing some furniture and other stuff from the premises in the early hours prior to the explosion. Another constant factor with which those activists had to contend was repression by court. Thus, whereas the young libertarians charged with carrying out holdups and possession of weapons were sentenced to 24 years in prison, as in the case of Juan Manuel Fernandez Asensio, arrested in March 1981 following a holdup of a bingo hall, the fascists implicated in the murder of the young libertarian Jorge Caballero, who was stabbed in the heart in Madrid on April 14, 1980, were only fined 50,000 pesetas, about €300, and served no prison time following their arrest. Other telling cases included those of the Frenchmen Bernard Pensiat and Victor Simmel who, even though there was no evidence to connect them to any armed action, spent 16 months in Spanish prisons. Or the case of Francisco Cuero who, having been charged with involvement in the digging of tunnels in an effort to break out some jailed comrades, spent upward of 3 years in pretrial detention, before later being merely fined. Although the dismal record holder has to be Guillermo Marin, sentenced on January 10, 1985, to 33 years in prison for several holdups and for planting 3 explosive devices that had harmed no one. It is worth highlighting that the heaviest sentences were handed down once the PSOE had taken over the premiership. Such sentences bore no resemblance to those handed down under the so-called transition, which rarely went as high as 20 years. As for repression of the media, the most outlandish instance concerned José Miguel Maluquer, who was arrested in January 1977 during that FAI conference. He was one of the many young libertarians re-arrested following the Scala fire, and, like many more, having had no hand, act, or part in the incident, was freed a couple of days later. 2 weeks after that, a married couple, the Vilas, were killed when a bomb strapped to the body of the former city mayor went off, and somebody placed a phone call claiming responsibility. Which would amount to no more than a malicious canard, except that the following day the media carried the photograph of the young activist who, plainly, had had nothing to do with the incident. A couple of days before, faced with the intense campaign of support for the prisoners that was mounted by those groups who had mounted simultaneous attacks on the Modelo, the Duran home in Barcelona, and the courthouse in Granollers on the night of January 22 to 23, La Vanguardia stated apropos of the two actions in Barcelona, all these two latest attacks have done is add to fear among the citizenry, which feels defenseless in the face of this rash of criminal acts, which merely trouble the peace of mind of the residents of Barcelona. Yesterday, due to a stroke of luck, and no thanks to the intentions of the perpetrators, there were no casualties, although many people were greatly distraught at one or the other of the explosions. 54. That was the same month that Martín Villa made his notorious announcement acknowledging that the young Barcelona libertarians were more of a concern to him than ETA or Grapo, and, on that assumption, he was even so bold as to ban the carnival in Barcelona, just as Franco had done before him. Anyone not belonging to a party or trade union and who is even slightly active can be regarded as a libertarian, and the current blight is libertarian. The minister has said as such. And if the minister says so, the civil governors, police chiefs, commissioners, sergeants, corporals and, allowing for differences, the lower ranks will say the same. Everything falling under the heading of libertarian, the copal, criminality, drug addicts, they are all thrown into the mix and make up the undesirable scum that is to blame for so many misfortunes. And from the authorities we have a climate of fear and anti-criminality paranoia being fostered in order to get people to crave peace and order. And peace and order are what the powers that be are offering. 55. Reporting the dismantling of one Barcelona Grupo Autónomo, bridging the months of January and February, the media emphasized, similarly, a quantity of hashish that, according to their own admissions, those detainees used prior to going out to carry out their holdups and terrorist acts, has been intercepted. 56. On the other hand, in order to conjure up the desired atmosphere of social panic, the media did not shrink from publishing police communiques in full detail, communiques that brazenly pointed to the guilt of all those arrested for those very actions. Thus, whereas La Vanguardia of February 7, 1978, pinned the blame on a dismantled Grupo Autónomo for the hold-up at the Barcelona Central Fish Market on October 13 of the previous year, that same hold-up was ascribed on February 28, 1979 again by La Vanguardia to a different group more recently dismantled. And on the same basis, the proceeds from that hold-up were wildly inflated. On February 7, 1978, it was reported as 1,700,000 pesetas, about 10,000 euros, whereas a year later, on February 28, 1979, this figure had soared to as many as 10 million pesetas, around 60,000 euros, according to La Vanguardia. Confusion was another weapon in the armory used to misrepresent the activists. Following the arrest of the members of one group in July and August 1979, the August 4 edition of La Vanguardia reported that they were part of a group that appears to have been part of a breakaway from the mill, what would later become the Alia, which is these days hiding behind a sort of independent anarchist group. And El País the following day reported alleged direct links with the Ola Sick, an armed grouplet, radical nationalist in character, broken up years ago, as well as with ETA. Although it succeeded in gradually isolating the activists, this three-pronged repression made up of the security forces, the courts, and the media, fell short of putting an end to those groups. For that, nameless youngsters would need to leave the struggles, and direct repression did not seem to be reducing either their intensity or their numbers. The only way of ensuring that was by means of a change of priorities. It was a matter of curtailing their ability to resist and distancing them from their social surroundings, the very things that had driven them into activism. The only way to pull this off was to lash out indiscriminately and employ an indirect strategy vis-a-vis those quarters of society from which they came. That strategy, already tried in the USA in the wake of the unrest of the late 1960s, was introduced in Barcelona in mid-1977. Somebody from the Ateneo in Sants mentioned that, back at the time of the Jornadas Libertarias, the Red Cross had reported that someone was circulating low-grade heroin, but not much was made of the matter. 9 months later, there was a massive, orchestrated epidemic of it. 57. It was heroin that really managed to break the back of that generation of young people, most especially the ones who were using direct action from inside the prisons to lobby for changes inside the prison walls and a general amnesty that would also cover social and ordinary prisoners. It crept in quietly but suddenly, in the jails and on the streets alike. In the city, where the copal was causing the system headaches, the need to escape an oppressive reality was a guarantor of success. On the streets, it took the involvement of the undercover boys, who reappeared following the restoration of the Generalitat in late 1977, in places like El Paraguay, El London, and the Rivalta Pizzeria on the Calle Hospital with little bags of heroin given to pushers as gifts. 58 Too many young libertarians fell into that alluring trap. A lot of them became hooked during their stays in prison, others simply during those wild nights where nothing was off limits and experimenting with banned substances was commonplace. The stupidity of those youths, incapable of realizing the vicious cycle into which they were being drawn, was also matched by witless countercultural magazines mirroring the generation in which they had grown up, with their glib talk of such substances and their short-term effects, with no ability to gauge their long-term impact. The denouement was not long in coming. There came a point at which the young militant libertarians who set the second half of the 1970s ablaze with their ideas and their energy, were forced to choose between the syringe and the necktie. 59 In the Basque Country, this tactic came a little later on, once it was found that the new political system left no room for the demands of the populace. This occurred roughly, be it by coincidence or otherwise, a year after Francisco Alvarez, the head of the Barcelona anti-anarchist squad, arrived in Bilbao. There was proof of the state's involvement in heroin distribution, albeit that at the time it was an open secret that there was a connection between the state security corps and their involvement in drug trafficking. It was to be authenticated in 1989 when that conspiracy was publicly exposed in the so-called Navajas report. That report clearly spelled out the date when the conspiracy had begun, in 1983, the very point at which the Zona Especial Norte/Special Zone North plan had been launched. 60. Dennis. Since I was born under a bad sign, I can hold my tongue no longer. About what I suffered as a child, or what may befall me. And in this land I find myself reaping the whirlwind, with the truth in my mouth, smelling dead flesh. Manuel Gerina, Autorretrato. Dennis's parents had moved up to Catalonia from the province of Granada and they finished up in La Batusa, a mining district in Salent in the El Bages Comarca. The textile and mining settlements of the Berga district and El Bages reflected the need of entrepreneurs, first, to boost their profits and, secondly, to keep a close check on the working class. To put it another way, they were spawned by the union of modern notions of capitalism and older, more feudal notions. Thus, the entire lives of working class families who arrived in the settlements, driven by necessity, revolved around work, and all the profits from their upkeep went straight to the company owner, who ran the company store and what few public facilities there were, ranging from the social center to the schools. The difference being that the textile towns belonged to Catalan bourgeois families, whereas the mining towns were owned by Spanish corporations. In the case of La Batusa, the owners were the Patasas Ibericas S.A. Company, a subsidiary of Explosivos Rio Tinto. The workers and their families lived right beside the mines, in barrios or settlements created for their exclusive use and which took care of their basic needs. The goal was to create settlements that were closed off from the outside world, where there was no social intrusion and the will of the employer was law. Out-and-out ghettos inhabited mostly by Andalusian and Extremaduran immigrants with not much contact with the native-born locals. Dennis was born in a shack in La Batusa on November 14, 1952. Although they had no home of their own, that shack housed Dennis, his parents, and his uncle. Not for another 4 years would the company grant them their first halfway decent accommodation. Dennis grew up in the midst of extreme poverty and brutal oppression. There was a cultural and a physical oppressiveness that also sought to deny these families' children any escape, thwarting any betterment of their social circumstances. The children of the exploited of today would become the parents of tomorrow's exploited, just as the children of today's bosses would be parents to the bosses of the future. The adolescent Dennis caught on that the purpose of such a wretched existence was to avert any interruption to the continuity of production, and from a very early age he tried to climb out that dark pit, the potash mine that oh so disinterestedly provided them with a home, sustenance, education, etc. Dennis was 11 or 12 when the schoolmaster asked the pupils to write an essay about their barrio. He penned a critical text in which he complained of the alcoholism among the menfolk, the women's submission to their violence, and the lack of expectations. Within days, his parents received a visit from the schoolmaster to ask them to call their son to order. The teacher, Don Jose Fresno, was another player in the social pantomime and, as Dennis was to write years later, even as he was teaching his pupils to sing the Falangist anthem Cara al Sol in such a hopeless setting, his own daughters were enjoying a university education that was off limits to them. In the barrio, the school teachers and the priests were symbols of an education geared toward the benefit of the strong 61. Any attempt to break out of this cycle was forever being dynamited, and the only option was self-education. Besides football, Dennis, from a very early age, stood out because of another of his passions, reading. In 1966, he finished his primary education, and like every other youngster from the settlement, on turning 14 he had to find himself a job to help support the family financially. On April 24 the following year, he began work as an apprentice at the auto parts plant Matricerias Reuter in the neighboring town of St. Peter. Since, under that social arrangement, the miners, most of them illiterate, had no way of providing their children with a decent education, they at least wanted to see them learning a trade, but Dennis was not interested. However, so as not to upset his father, he agreed to go through a trade apprenticeship and let himself be ruled by the stifling economic reality. 1 year later and he had company in the shape of Manuel Tirado, his boyhood pal, alongside whom he spent another 3 years working in St. Peter. They were years of shared learning in every sense, and during trips from one town to another, always together, sometimes cycling, on other occasions by bus, walking half of the route, sometimes, with pals who had a car and might give them a ride, they analyzed the settlement's educational plight and planned ways of breaking the chain of oppression that was holding the working class population back from getting ahead. He spent the summer of 1969 with some other comrades setting up a youth club in the hope of getting the youngsters from the settlement to engage with self-organization and start to break through the vicious cycle foisted upon them from without. He pulled this off in September that year when the Articles of Association of the Youth Club were approved by the parish, once it had imposed limits on its autonomy. From then on, his main purpose was to inject some social and cultural impetus into the mining settlement. Over time, the youth club persuaded the company to let it have the use of some premises, and this made the youth club truly autonomous. These premises were used for recreational activities such as dances, slide shows, or sports tournaments alongside activities unrelated to youth activity, things like meetings to lobby for job security or reductions in the prices of goods in the mining settlement's bar. Through the youth club, a music festival was organized in the settlement in 1971. At the same time, ever since he was very young, Dennis had been heavily into playing football. He was an outstanding centre forward and idolised the Scottish player Denis Law, which is where his nickname came from. As a youngster, he started playing for the club in Sallant, and from Sallant moved on to a club in Manresa. Later, he was scouted for the Moya club, where, for the very first time, he was paid for playing. Also there at his side was his inseparable friend Maynell, but even that was not enough for them. After a lot of hesitation, they decided to go a step further by trying to widen the extent of the organization among the settlement's residents. It was at this point that they launched a sports club, Dynamo ERT, which even had a groundbreaking female section. They launched the club with an eye to promoting popular, socially conscious sport. We had two aims: one was to expose football as an ideology and expose its structures, offering an alternative to both; secondly, to turn Dynamo into an effective weapon of struggle, capable of reaching out into other aspects of the barrio's issues. 62 The club's name was directly connected to the influence of the socialist countries. Those were the years of the Cold War, and the communist bloc was the only politically tangible alternative for the young rebels in the making. Instead of a hammer and sickle, their badge consisted of a pick and a spade laid across each other, typically mining tools. They agreed to tack on the company name, ERT, Explosivos Rio Tinto, in order to make it clear that this was the town team, and in return the company agreed to cover the costs of the gear, shirts, boots, balls. On January 3, 1972, a dispute broke out between the company and workers in the potash mines in Sallant. The employer's response to the initial demands for better pay was to sack 8 miners. Whereupon the workers took over the mines for 23 hours, backing down only after mass sackings were threatened and a promise was made that the 8 miners sacked would be rehired. 3 weeks after that the company broke its promise. On February 10, a comrade from the mine in Balzarani, owned by the same firm, was dismissed. Spontaneously, the workers' response spread to both mines, which within hours were brought to a standstill, except for the office staff. The workforce from the Balzarani offices joined the strike on February 12, while the workers in Sallant carried on working as they were on separate contract. On February 12, the 2 mines were besieged by civil guard personnel who stopped food getting through to the locked-in workers. The reaction to this was that the miners' wives, including a few very bold types like Pipa Gomez, after holding a few meetings, decided to lock themselves inside the church in Sallant. The following day, a Sunday, found upward of 300 women locked inside the parish church in Sallant, and a significant segment of the population backed their struggle. The bakeries, cake shops, and bars, the only establishments open for business on Sundays, looked after feeding them. Young people collected provisions and delivered them to the sit-in, while a few women looked after the children of the women locked inside. That night, the company let the workers know that it was prepared to rehire 7 of the 8 men dismissed. The workers' reply was emphatic: all 8 comrades were to be rehired and wages were to go up by 1,500 pesetas a month, about €9. Denis was up to his neck in this dispute. There was no sort of trade union backing, there was no structure taking the miners under its wing, and there was no experience of this sort of a dispute. Solidarity and steadfastness on an individual level was the only chance of a good outcome. That Monday, a sympathy strike spread across the Comarca. The only places open were a few food stores, because the citizens had decided that this should be so. In the early hours of the morning, the civil governor had ordered the civil guard to withdraw from the 2 mines. The company again urged the workers to come out, but they only restated their demands. The next day, workers not locked inside the mines mustered at the gates of the companies but did not return to work. On Wednesday, February 16, after 6 days locked inside the mines and a 4-day lock-in at the parish church in Sallant, the company agreed to every one of the workers' demands. During this time, by now with somewhat of an education, Denis was enjoying all of the argument and counter-argument, whether with other comrades, with the miners, with the people who made up an underground cell of the PSUC, and even with the priest in Sallant, he enjoyed arguing about society and life in general, the future and the past, dropping in phrases from philosophers such as Wilhelm Reich, his favorite. When he spoke, a hubbub of voices grew up spontaneously around him, but in the long run all his opponents, especially the priest, kept out of his way. His gift of gab, his ability to get into minute details, made him unbeatable. His libertarian outlook, ideologically he was not yet a proper libertarian, or at any rate did not realize that he was, became a bit of a drawback when the end of the regime was in sight. 6 months after that, Dennis publicly denounced the business strategy of the factory in which he was working. It was popularly known as the glove factory in Salent. The glove factory was a recent addition, but it got plenty of work, and it used fiberglass with no thought for safety nor for proper gear for handling it. He started by exposing these issues, but he also discovered the reality of the factory. Every 6 months, its owners would dismantle it and move on to a different town, the aim being to avoid having a fixed workforce. Several meetings were held at his home, but he had a hard time getting the comrades to mobilize to demand their rights. In the end, he was sacked from his job, but not before he had achieved his purpose, that the factory should stay in town. His involvement in these two struggles, the mine strike and the complaint against the factory, together with his gifts of oratory, give him a higher profile than others, and that was to have dire consequences. That summer, after the miners' strike turned into a moment of unforgettable solidarity between the residents of the settlement and the inhabitants of Salent, a group of youngsters from the settlement and a group of youngsters from the town, among them Dolores Capdevila and Jordi Fabregas, decided to organize a music festival together, with the aim of further encouraging cultural activity plus deepening their class consciousness. Advertised as 6 hours of progressive music, the festival took place on September 24 on the trail between the schools in Salent and witnessed performances by groups such as Toti Solars OM and Jaume Sisa. On November 19, 1972, Dennis took part in a demonstration in the course of which traffic was blocked on the highway through the settlement. The demonstration was called for the purpose of lobbying for an underpass, or, failing that, a set of traffic lights, after a resident had been knocked down and killed. She was the mother of a friend of his. After traffic was blocked on the road linking the towns of Manresa and Berga, civil guard personnel from the barracks in Manresa were sent in. These civil guards did not stand on ceremony and started firing their submachine guns in the air at the first opportunity. The demonstration was quickly dispersed. The demonstrators had not been looking for a confrontation, they were simply asking for additional safety measures for the local inhabitants. However, Dennis took a hefty blow on the back from the butt of a civil guard's rifle when he confronted the officer. When the shooting began, he had been trying to help his uncle, who was suffering from Parkinson's disease. On the afternoon of the following day, he was with some friends at the entrance to the local bar. The sergeant from the Salent barracks walked up to him, and after summoning him, but without a word of explanation, dealt him an almighty punch in the stomach, taking his breath away. Helplessly, his friends merely picked him up and helped him back onto his feet. That same night, he was arrested in his home. At the same time a couple from the settlement, Pipa Gomez and her husband Rafael Camacho, who had both been to the fore in orchestrating the demonstration, were also arrested. All three were jailed. Dennis and Rafael were sent to the Modelo in Barcelona. On arrival at the Modelo, Dennis was sent to the 6th ward, the one used for minors, the age of majority at the time being 21. His cellmates were a couple of youngsters, one of them had only been admitted a week earlier, and Dennis and he became firm friends. His name was Andrés Grima. Andrés, another 20-year-old, was an anarchist militant from Madrid's Autogestión Obrera, workers' self-management, group. Months earlier in Madrid, on arriving back home from a clandestine meeting in the El Pilar barrio, he found a carload of police parked at his door. Imagining the worst, he decided to make himself scarce. He later found out that his suspicions had been correct and that, unable to find him, they had arrested his two brothers. He also found out that his fellow members of the group had been rounded up that same evening in their respective homes, so he decided to head to Barcelona. In Barcelona, he was initially harbored by people from the Negro y Rojo group, who put him up in a garret at the intersection of the Calle Aribo and the Gran Via, where they had their propaganda gear and a bed. But when he found out the risks involved in staying in the safe house of an active group, he made up his mind to move on. Living under the radar also led to his sharing an apartment with a Galician militant, also clandestine, a member of the PCI. On November 12, after meeting some comrades from Perpignan in the Ciutadella Park, with an eye to organizing the escape of a Valencian activist to France, Andrés realized that he was being tailed. He managed to shake off his pursuers, but on showing up that afternoon for a safety rendezvous on the corner of the Calle Aribo and the Calle Mallorca, he was placed under arrest, as was the Valencian activist, his roommate, and his roommate's girlfriend. In the Modelo, Andrés helped with Denis's anarchist education, while in return he learned about the ability to fight for one's own dignity. Together, they resolved not to let their surroundings brutalize them and to fall back upon their humanity in such unfavorable circumstances. When Denis was freed on March 20, 1973, after payment of a 10,000 peseta fine, about €60, he told Manuel that he would have liked to spend a little more time there in order to complete his social and political education. Living alongside Andrés had been an unforgettable learning experience for him. On April 8, 1974, he had been acquitted of disturbing the peace, but by then the damage was already done. 4 months behind bars for asking for an underpass so that his neighbors might cross the road in safety. His time in prison during the turbulent years of the late dictatorship left an indelible mark on the social evolution of this young 20-year-old. As if that was not enough, on leaving the Modelo, Denis realized that he was now a marked man to the local political bosses in the Comarca, who were not about to forgive him for his connection with self-organizing in the working-class settlement. On May 9, 1974, he received his call-up papers and reported to the Naval Military Command. During his time in military barracks, initially in Cartagena and later in El Ferrol, his father died and, within months, he was followed by his mother. Their death secured him the only furlough he enjoyed during his entire stay in the barracks, but there was no end to his restlessness. Along with another comrade, he set up a clandestine library in the lockers in his barracks. On his return to Salent in November 1975, he found that nothing was the same. His friends were now grown ups, and the group that had been the driving force behind the youth club had scattered. Some of them had married, others had left the settlement. Having no job, he felt like a burden on his sister and began to withdraw into himself. Pondering the possible ways to force social change, he spent many a long hour poring over books. On the odd day, he made a trip down to Barcelona where a comrade he had met during his military service was living. In April 1976, he crossed into France for the first time, on his own. A neighbor who was to have gone with him dropped out at the last minute. His immediate intention was to find a job, but at the same time he had a plan for the medium term, to build a bridge between the restless youths in El Bages and the libertarian organizations established in the south of France. He settled in the town of Cornellà de la Ribera, where he found work as a casual worker, picking fruit. On July 10, in an effort to regularize his life, he joined the French Football Federation as a player for SMOC Perpignan, a club that, with his help, managed to move up a division during that time. At the same time, he started hanging out with libertarian refugee circles in Perpignan, places such as La Belle Taverne and the Libreria Española. He was put up overnight by various comrades, sometimes in the home of Bernard Pensiat, or Gerard, or Philip Sol. That October he sneaked back into Spain bringing libertarian propaganda supplied to him by Enric Melich. It was then that he kept a rendezvous on the Ramblas in Barcelona with Andrés Grima who, having served out his sentence and being freed from prison, had settled in Barcelona for good. Dennis turned up wearing a jersey that Andres had made him a present of 3 years before in the Modelo, and he positively radiated clandestinity. Andres thought that he had been hiding out in the hills. He told Enric Melik, who bumped into Dennis on the same avenue in Barcelona, that he had walked it all the way from France carrying a heavy knapsack. He turned up in Salent again that November and tried to slip back into his social and sporting dynamic. On December 4, 1976, he organized a performance by the flamenco singer Manuel Gerina and the Trotamons band at the town's social club, but at the last minute this was suspended for reasons out of his control. At the same time, he took an interest in organizing a local CNT federation in the town. He was homeless, but some musicians let him stay at their rehearsal room. Once the mining company, which owned the premises, got wind of this, it decided to close it down rather than let Dennis carry on sleeping there. Dennis then moved into an abandoned farmhouse on the outskirts of Salent. By that point, the local oligarchs knew him by sight, and thwarted in his search for work in the Commerce where he had grown up, he was forced to head back to France in February 1977. He felt let down by the locals in the town and, more broadly, in Salent and the Commerce, for which he had tried to do so much. He was at a dead end. The questions have always come from you. Questions that prompted me to become a leader and, of necessity, a martyr. I am an ordinary person, a regular guy, and I turned a blind eye to death, to say the least, in order to look life in the face, assuming that there is such a thing as life where I am concerned. As I am starting to have enduring doubts there, at least I gave it a go. 63. That second trip to France was made surreptitiously. Two comrades from the same Commerce, from the town of Balzarani, were keen to wriggle out of their military service. He had a word with Manuel, and Manuel volunteered to drive them across in his seat 600. They would meet up in Barcelona. Galera, a deserter, turned up in his army uniform, which he tossed into the port of Barcelona along with his bedroll. Before they set off, the other comrade, Juan Felipe, had yet to report to the barracks but had made up his mind that he was not going to do so. All four of them, along with Juan Felipe's wife, climbed into the car. Manuel drove, passing through La Calada de Tozas, a village near Puigcerdà where Dennis pointed out the route they were to take to bring them to the foot of a mountain, where Manuel dropped them off. They now had only to get to the summit, and they would be across the border. In Perpignan he found himself in dire straits. If you were considering coming up this summer, I couldn't recommend it, because if only you knew the dismal conditions I find myself in, sleeping on the floor, living here and there, living in tents. 64, but, dissatisfied as he was trying to stay in touch with reality on the other side of the Pyrenees. His countercultural inclinations even prompted him to attend the third annual Cannes Rock Festival on July 30 and 31. That year, he was forever crossing backward and forward over the border, and in the late summer found himself back in Barcelona with a comrade whose acquaintance he had made in Perpignan. He was due to hand him a number of copies of Anton Pannekoek's The Workers' Councils in Germany, a book that had been published by Mayo Dal 37 some years before. At the same time, he joined the libertarian movement once and for all. The city was one of the operations centers of the Grupos Autonomos. Along with Felipe, Sistidos, and El Cordobés, he started planning actions. However, one fine day El Cordobés went missing, and the first suspicions of infiltration surfaced. Also camouflaged among the dozens of activists there were individuals suspected of working hand in glove with the police on both sides of the border. And then those suspicions shifted to another of these questionable individuals. He went by a number of names, but his real name was Eduardo Soler, and at that point he was running the Libreria Española, which he had bought off Enric Melik in the wake of the bomb attack a year earlier. The youngsters made up their minds to take a gamble in order to confirm or dispel their suspicions. On October 15, 1977, Dennis was arrested with Felipe just after they had slipped across the border, at Cal de Banyuls in the Emporta. They had with them a 150-kilo load of explosives. The Col de Banyuls Pass had been an important crossing point for post-war smugglers, and it was one of the few places where one could drive right up to the borderline on the French side. The promoter of the action, who accompanied the two youngsters as far as the border but who headed back to Perpignan without a hitch, was Eduardo. In his red car he drove them as far as the inhospitable, treeless location covered in low scrub. There was no escape route from it and no hiding place. Lights from the seaside town of Banyuls-sur-Mer were flickering a few kilometers behind them. Ahead of them was nothing but darkness. The borderline ran right across the crest of the mountain range. Once they had reached the peak and crossed the invisible line, there was nothing for them to do but head downhill, and once a start had been made on that, there was no turning back. Burdened as they were, turning back and heading back up the slopes would be quite impossible. Before starting out on the trip, Eduardo had tried to talk them into carrying guns so that they could defend themselves against any possible brush with the Spanish security forces, but the young men, who did not trust the man, ignored him. Their aim, as they strove to minimize the risks, was to enter Spanish territory and hide their cargo in an abandoned farmhouse a few hundred meters from the border. As they crossed the borderline and started to head downhill along the narrow trail, they heard a gunshot. This was in the early morning, and they knew that there was no turning back now. It was then that they realized that there was a string of civil guards barring their path. They knew that if they were to try to flee uphill, they would be killed. They were arrested. They were taken to the very same farmhouse where they had planned to stash the explosives, and there, waiting for them, were officers from the Policia Nacional's anti-anarchist squad based in the Via Laietana in Barcelona. It got them then and there that Eduardo Soler was indeed a plant. In the farmhouse they were repeatedly questioned about where they stashed their guns, the belief being that Eduardo had convinced them to going armed. During a brutal interrogation, one of the members of the squad even used a leather whip on the youngsters, like some sort of a medieval punishment, or as if they were slaves in the United States 100 years ago. They were then driven in separate vehicles as far as the Via Laietana station in Barcelona, where the rough treatment continued. Some days after that they were hauled before a judge in Figueres to make their statements, and the young men met up again there following torture sessions that left Dennis with several broken ribs. In the end, Dennis and Felipe were jailed, initially in Figueres and later in Girona. In Girona, Dennis ran into a Balzarani resident, José Simón Cazorla, who was serving time for petty robbery. Social inequality had filled the state's prisons, and there were other youngsters from El Bages scattered through a range of prisons. Quico Roqueta came from Arts and was in jail in Valencia, Antonio Aller from the settlement was in Barcelona, etc. Once behind bars they carried on with their self-organizing efforts. In January 1978, following the arrival of some members of the Copal, who had been moved out of Carabanchel prison following rioting there, the inmates decided to mount a hunger strike. It lasted several days, but at the same time it gave them strength. Even here, there is breath and life. We want changes and we are going to have them. 65 As a result of their activism within the prison, and because they were helping with the expansion of the Copal in Girona prison, the two young men, Dennis and Felipe, were switched to Carabanchel, arriving there on February 2 after a night spent in the Modelo in Barcelona and another night spent in Zaragoza. On the very day they arrived in Carabanchel, a libertarian Grupo Autonomo in Madrid was broken up. Its members arrived in the prison a few days later. Joining forces, they all started working on a tunnel, intending to escape. Dennis, who had some technical expertise in mining, was the pacemaker, but on March 13, after the tunnel was discovered most likely due to treachery by another inmate, the warders were hell-bent on finding out the name of the diggers, resorting to their usual interrogation methods. Within hours, that same night, on March 14, Dennis was murdered in a brutal beating involving prison officers, acting with the connivance of the prison's governor, doctors, and chaplain. Months later, José Simón Cazorla wrote in a letter to Manuel, "My letters are meant to accomplish a task to which I have committed myself. That mission is to carry on with the fight begun by a fine comrade who, once in Girona prison, I promised to fight for ideals akin to the ones for which he was fighting, and for which he gave his life. The murder of Agustin Ruda. They know how to silence mouths with one pass of the scythe. Slowly and mercilessly. No one will ever know the worry of the hours before one catches the last carriage. Barricada, El Ultimo Vagon. At around 9:30 a.m. on March 13, 1973, warders in Carabanchel prison uncovered a tunnel in Ward 7. It was instantly reported to the governor, and questioning sessions began automatically, conducted by the chief warder in the presence of the governor himself, Eduardo José Cantos Ruda. Almost a dozen inmates who had come to prominence for their support for copal demands and their prisoners' self-organizing, were sent for and beaten by the chief warder and 7 or 8 other officers. Since the results proved unsatisfactory, the governor decided that the interrogations should continue in the underground cells of the prison under the supervision of Deputy Governor Antonio Rubio Vázquez. In the course of these initial interrogation sessions, even the prison chaplain was on hand. At no point did he voice any objection to what the warders were doing. The chief warder already had 2 outstanding allegations of torture hanging over his head from the previous year. At around 11 a.m., having endured a brutal beating, Agustin Ruda was placed in one of the so-called death penalty cells. He was in a pitiful condition and unable to stand upright. In the cell his condition worsened and, at the insistence of other inmates who had suffered the same treatment, he was visited, twice, by the prison doctors, José Luis Casas Garcia and José María Barragão Pérez, who confirmed his dire physical condition but did nothing beyond giving him some suppositories. 12 hours later, Agustin was removed to the prison infirmary where he passed away in the early hours of March 14. The 2 doctors had left the prison premises when their shift ended without as much as drafting the appropriate report. That report was drawn up the following day, by which time the prisoner was already deceased. They falsified the date in order to avoid subsequent disciplinary measures. When Agustin was removed to the Carabanchel prison hospital, all the prison doctors could do was sign his death certificate. Warders spent the morning of March 14 preparing their respective alibis. A false and far-fetched version of events designed to preempt a judicial investigation. Finally, shortly before noon, by which time Agustin had been dead for about 10 hours, the governor informed the police court. News of Agustin Rueda's murder spread through the Carabanchel inmates, who quickly realized that the prison administration was out to hush it up. Prisoners receiving visits from their lawyers that day were given the task of getting the awful news out past the prison walls. Within hours, those inmates who had received beatings had a visit from the Director General of Prisons, Jesus Miguel Haddad Blanco, who ordered them removed from the isolation cells and taken back to their respective cells. Agustin's sister learned the news from the television on the night of March 14. On March 15, a panel of senators visited the prison to look into what had occurred for themselves. One of the warders explained to them that a hollow had been found, in which Agustin Ruda, whom they described as proficient in the handling of explosives, had been planning to place a device to blow the prison up. 2 of the warders then locked themselves inside a cell with 8 of the inmates to question them further. Some reporters were told that it was at this point that Agustin had attacked the 2 officers with a knife. Others were told that he had fallen down some stairs. Another version had it that he had been lynched by other inmates. In Madrid on March 16, once an autopsy had been performed, libertarian sympathizers expressed outrage and, unsolicited, a delegation walked the coffin carrying the comrade's body through the city center before handing it over to the family for onward transfer to Salent. That afternoon, thousands took part in the many demonstrations held one after another around the city. At the same time, the police raided premises in the Calle Moratin where the Prisoners and Ex-Prisoners Families and Friends Association, UFAPI, was holding a press briefing. Everyone there, reporters and lawyers included, was arrested. But by then the news had gone public, and there was no stopping the many reactions to the murder. That same afternoon, an officer from Carabanchel prison was assaulted and injured in Madrid city center. Also in Madrid, 4 CNT members were arrested for putting up posters reporting the killing. In a gesture of solidarity with the family and to denounce what had happened, other comrades from Wad Ras prison women jailed in connection with the Scala affair, for involvement in the Grupos Autonomous, and militants of the PCE, declared a hunger strike. The strike was subsequently joined by the Els Jogglers theater troupe. Members of Els Jogglers had been jailed over the play La Torna, based on the murder of Heinz Shea, real name George Michael Wetzel, the prisoner murdered on the very same day as Pugantic was executed. They stayed on hunger strike for a week except for the PCE, women who, on direct instructions from the party leadership, were required to keep up the strike. Later one of them was expelled from the organization for disobeying orders. On the same day, the governor, deputy governor, and chief warder from Carabanchel prison were dismissed. On Friday, March 17, Salent ground to a standstill. As the hours ticked by, every business, every company pulled down the shutters and locked its gates. That afternoon a huge demonstration toured the town, while down in Madrid there were repeated saltos, attempts to demonstrate, and clashes with the armed forces. In the early hours of March 18, the coffined body of Agustin Ruda arrived in Salent. The strike was total that day. That afternoon, Agustin was buried in his hometown cemetery. The first tense moments came when the body arrived. The forces of order prevented the coffin from resting in the family home as had been agreed when the journey from Madrid had begun, and they forced its removal to the funeral home at Salent Cemetery. Later, in an attempt to thwart any demonstration of solidarity, the security forces obliged the same funeral home to give the family just 30 minutes notice of the actual burial. Hundreds drawn from all over Catalonia lingered in the vicinity of the family home. When Agustin's sister emerged to make her way to the cemetery, she was followed by a cortege of upward of 5,000 people. The route to the cemetery had been taken over by riot personnel from the Policia Nacional, who monitored the public mourning ceremony from a cautious, though provocative distance, especially from the hills overlooking the cemetery. The police provocation even went to the extent of posting officers on top of headstones near the space set aside for Agustin's corpse. The populace kept calm, the most notable frictions being between the family and CNT General Secretary Enrique Marco, who addressed the mourners without asking permission from the family and, during the subsequent press conference, named himself chair of the news conference. On March 19, the Policia Armada barracks in Cornellà was raked by gunfire in an action later claimed by a libertarian Grupo Autonomo. On March 21, a demonstration was held in Barcelona to denounce the murder. Some saltos followed, and there were clashes with the police throughout the city center. The following day, the Director General of Prisons, Jesus Haddad, was gunned down in an attack outside his home in Madrid in an assassination ascribed to Grappo but claimed by another two organizations. The statement issued by Grappo claimed the action as its response to Agustin's murder, but some of those interrogated along with Agustin expressed doubts about that. Later, even the media were talking about the possibility of the murders having been the work of some far-right group. Just before midnight on March 22, a device planted behind the Civil Guard barracks in Hospitalet was defused, and within hours, on March 23, another device planted in CNT premises in Madrid was also disarmed. On March 26, there was a news report that a device had exploded at the police station in Montpellier, and that action was claimed in the name of the Grupo Autonomo Libertario Agustin Ruda. The day after that, two SMOC Perpignan teams played wearing a black armband as a sign of mourning. After releasing a statement in reference to Agustin, "We wish the world would be as kindly as you were." On March 30, 4 people were arrested, accused of having been behind the machine gunning of the police barracks in Cornellà. On April 8, another hunger strike erupted among the libertarian prisoners. Initially these were 9 comrades in Carabanchel, who were joined on April 12 by the 12 libertarian comrades from Wad Ras Women's Prison, who had already been on a week's hunger strike that March. Half a dozen inmates in the Modelo and other comrades held in Valencia and Alcalá also took part in the strike. The French newspaper Sud-Ouest estimated the number of libertarian prisoners on hunger strike was 26. On April 21, the trial was held for the action that had led to the imprisonment of Augustin Ruda. His co-defendant received a 2-year prison term in the first terrorist trial held during the new era of democracy. Months after that, the prisoners who had undergone that brutal interrogation with Augustin were dispersed around several prisons around Spain. Pedro Garcia Pina and Alfredo Casal Ortega were removed to the top security prison in Herrera de la Mancha, where they came under ferocious pressure from warders. Finally, in 1979, on August 13 and November 21 respectively, they sent lengthy submissions to the judge retracting their earlier statements which had named those responsible for the killing. The judge was startled by these submissions, though. He intuited that something odd was going on and summoned both prisoners to testify before him. They acknowledged that their retractions had been sent as a result of mistreatment they had been undergoing since arrival in Herrera de la Mancha. Alfredo Casal, on the very day he arrived there, after undergoing a further brutal beating and prior to his going into solitary for 42 days, had been forced to eat his 13-page statement. The killers served less than a year in prison. In February 1979, the judge in charge of the first section of the Madrid Provincial High Court, Luis Pérez de Limor, ordered their release. On March 14, 1979, first anniversary of the killing of Augustin, the Palace of Justice in Barcelona was evacuated after someone had placed a suspicious package there. The case arising out of the killing of Augustin opened in Madrid on December 9, 1987. Almost 10 years after the events and shortly after the judge in charge, Alberto Gutiérrez, who had always done his best to obstruct court action, was due to retire. The defendants were the governor, deputy governor, 9 warders directly responsible for the killing, and the 2 prison doctors. On February 9, 1988, the sentences were revealed, from 6 to 8 years in prison for those responsible for the murder for their reckless endangerment and injury, as well as 4 years for the 2 doctors for negligence. During the trial, the scandalous details of the murder came to light. The autopsy report explained that it had found an exceptionally vast picture of injury, indicative of undue cruelty, in the form of multiple contusions covering almost the entire surface of the body, displaying unmistakable signs of having been thrashed to the point of such pain that the subject was unable to revert to physical normality, and expressing the view that given the victim's strong build, and the aforementioned fact that he was not bound and restricted, it must necessarily be concluded that the injuries were produced by multiple assailants. And it went on to argue, the fact that there was no discernible fracture, of either the ribs or the skull, and that still intense contusions had been caused to the lungs and meninges, this indicates that the beating was delivered with expertise. It can be stated that so many external injuries sparing the underlying bony structures cannot have been produced by anything other than special dexterity. It declared that death was the result of the combination of injuries and the absence of appropriate treatment. In short, the report made it clear that the warders were professional torturers out to inflict pain, but at the same time it held that Augustin need not have died, had the doctors done their job properly. Those violent torturers were Chief Warder Luis Lirion de Roble and prison officers Julian Marcos Minguez, Hermenegildo Pérez Bolaños, Nemesio López Tapia, Alberto Ricardo Cucufate de Lara, José Luis Rufo Salamanca, José Luis Esteban Carsto, Andrés Benítez Ortiz, José Javier Flores Ramos, and Alfredo Luis Mayo Diaz. Felipe. The history I have lived through is an authoritarian history in which folks are not supposed to educate themselves. They force you to make decisions that no one would, left to their own natural devices. Felipe. Back in 1970, Alcoy had about 60,000 inhabitants, and there were few signs of what Alcoy had been during the Civil War. In 1936, the CNT was the majority presence among the workers of the textile plants that abounded in the town. The entire productive and commercial setup was collectivized after the troops in the city's army barracks refused to support the fascist uprising and went over to the side of the people. Things stayed that way up until the nationalist forces emerged victorious. Felipe arrived in Alicante province in 1970. His parents, peasants from Almeria province, had been forced by necessity to give up on farming and to seek work in some of the many mammoth construction sites the regime was rolling out across the country. In 1955, while they were working on the construction of the La Ingana tunnel in Burgos province, Felipe was born. At the time, the La Ingana tunnel was the longest ever planned in Spain. The work was begun by several companies of Republican prisoners and was later supplemented by wage laborers. When the project was complete, the family moved on to the Madrid airport site in Cuatro Vientos, after which they made their way back to Almeria, intending to revert to farming for a livelihood. Felipe lived there until he was 8 or 9 years old, at which point the homeschooling scheme, whereby the regime and the Catholic Church sought to provide a way out for children from small farming communities with no schools. Priests would sweep through these villages, arranging propaganda meetings, screening films showing idyllic scenes of children receiving high-quality education, thereby encouraging the most gullible to send their children off to the cities for an education. Felipe spent a couple of years in Almeria, then Vélez-Rubio, and finally he arrived in Agitated, in the fertile plains of Granada, where he spent 3 years in the care of the Marist brothers. During those 6 or 7 years as a boarder, he had more than enough time to have his eyes open to the fraud of the priests managing the home schools planned by the Education Ministry. When his parents were forced by the economy yet again to move to Alcoy, he decided to pay them a visit and never went back to boarding. In 1971, he started work in the plant where his brother, Sistido Six Fingers, had worked before him. It was through him that he met a group of young people with whom he formed an anarcho-syndicalist workers' collective and set about mounting propaganda activity with an eye to reorganizing the CNT, although he had no contact of any sort with it. In late 1973, having just turned 18, he managed to secure the post of trade union liaison, to sort of cover his back and ensure that his activities did not attract attention. At that time, some afternoons he would approach a riverbank where he met the teacher Rodrigo. Maestro Rodrigo was an older man, an anarchist who had been a teacher under the Republic and who had been barred from the profession following the Franco victory. He had spelled out the hard facts about the 1936 revolution to Felipe at some length, trying not to add fuel to the fire in his heart, which craved immediate change. In addition to Felipe and his brother, the trade union group also included El Alcoyano. They were active between 1972 and 1974 when, following the campaign that strove to avert the execution of Puig, a mistake led to Sistidos and El Alcoyano having to go on the run, via Valencia, to Perpignan. The group was broken up. The apartment where the Vietnamitas used to print up their propaganda were stored was uncovered, and those members who had stayed on in Alcoy were arrested. Up until that point, all Felipe's activity had consisted of was an attempt to organize the working class, but after 15 days in the Policia Armada barracks and the brutal treatment at the hand of its members, the 18-year-old started to think that maybe he needed to work on self-defense as well. After he was put on provisional release, Felipe returned to his activities, promoting strikes and demanding better pay and working conditions, going so far that the owners of the textile plant urged him to return to work only on Friday to pick up his wages and to forget about working Saturday to Thursday. Despite his activity, the owners of the small family firm never turned him in. It was in the late summer of 1975 that he fell for a second time, while daubing graffiti with the brother of El Alcoyano in solidarity with FRAP and ETA members, who were shot a few days later. Again, it was members of the Alcoy Policia Armada that arrested and beat him, but this time the judge ordered him imprisoned, and they were taken to Alicante prison, where they were held in solitary for 15 days. These were bold young men, however, and their outlook on life was impassioned and in the moment. To them, solitary was a double punishment, and after several eruptions of never-ending rioting they succeeded in getting access to the news on television. 2 weeks after that, they were transferred to Murcia prison, where they were at the same time as political prisoners from other organizations such as the ORT, Organización Revolucionaria de Trabajadores/Workers Revolutionary Organization, or the PCE. After 2 months in prison and having paid a fine, Felipe was freed on November 19. The dictator died hours later. In Alcoy, he returned to work, but at 20 years of age, with 2 charges pending before the top and with Policia Armada personnel dogging his every move, he made up his mind to cross the border. One day in early 1976, he turned up at his brother's Perpignan home. The situation there in the capital of Roussillon was very different from how things had been in Alcoy. He became a CNT member, but there was no bridging the generation gap. Many youngsters who had crossed the border to get away from the regime had already moved beyond trade unionism and needed a more emphatic answer to the harassment visited upon the population during the dictatorship years. Arming themselves was now on the agenda. On March 6, just a couple of weeks after arriving, he found out that El Alcoyano had been picked up in Valencia with 2 Valencian comrades. He stayed on in the home of Cestidos for about a year and then moved into the home of a young man known to them as El Cordobés. He later found a job as a gardener, rented his own apartment in the old city and moved out. In Perpignan, he met up with other activists and started making plans with them. One was Agustin Ruta, whom they dubbed El Secretario and who signed letters he sent home as Dennis. They would meet up after work in La Belle Tavern where Bomits, light bulbs in Catalan, was working. He was a libertarian militant who had fled Barcelona in April 1974 after they linked him with the Alia on account of his involvement in the Mill Prisoners Solidarity Committee. One day, El Cordobés and his wife went missing. Gradually, 2 and 2 were put together, and they came to the conclusion that he was most probably a civil guard. It was at about the same time that he became acquainted with Eduardo Soler. Eduardo was about 20 years their senior and was the new owner of the Libreria Española. They assumed that if he had persuaded Melik into handing the bookstore over to him, he must have been trustworthy, and they allowed him to dabble in taking part in their activities. He was the only one among them who had a car and he volunteered to act as their driver. In early 1977, Felipe was sacked and found a new job in a furniture factory beside the train station. Shortly after that, with Eduardo doing the driving, he began raiding quarries around Perpignan and stashing the proceeds, Goma 2 explosives, dynamite, detonating wire and percussion caps, at home and in the bookstore. This was the point at which they and El Secretario started planning how to get these explosives into Spain. Around this time, they made contact with some former Gari activists. The latter gave them the rundown on their suspicions about Eduardo, but in the light of their joint activities of the past few months, they refused to pay this any heed. At the beginning of that summer, both El Secretario and Felipe slipped over the border, although they did so separately and with different destinations. They arranged to meet up at the end of the summer in Perpignan to make their way back over the Pyrenees together and smuggle the explosives back at his house into Spain. They met up in the late summer and weighed up their options, now that they had been alerted to Eduardo's questionable reliability, but in the end, they decided to risk it and cross the border carrying the explosives and relying on Eduardo's help. Their only purpose was to stash their cargo on the far side and try to see if their colleague was an informer. They would cross over via Cal de Banyuls, a location unfamiliar to Felipe, and would stash the explosives in an abandoned farmhouse. Over the days leading up to the operation, Eduardo did his best to talk them into going armed. He kept on and on about it, but they refused. They were clear that if he was an informer, guns would only make their predicament worse. And if he was not, they would have no call to defend themselves. On the agreed date, October 15, 1977, Eduardo drove them as far as the border in his car. It was early morning. The road across the border was in a dip between 2 mountains. They slung their knapsacks over their shoulders and set off downhill. Within minutes they both heard a gunshot and realized that their suspicions were correct. It must have been a signal. They mentioned it, but now that they had loaded up, there was no turning back. There was a small valley on their right with a mountain on their left and beyond. Shortly after that they were just about to cross the valley when they heard the call to halt. In front of them, atop the mountainous crest on the far side, some civil guards loomed with guns trained on them, edgy and convinced that they too were armed. Right then, they were in fear for their lives. Slowly, they dropped the knapsacks to the ground. The guards approached them and, discovering that they were not offering any resistance, they calmed down. They handcuffed them, asked them where their guns were and, after checking that they were not carrying any, forced them to walk on, keeping them apart, unable even to see each other and moving directly ahead. The violence started en route. Shortly after that, they forced Felipe to veer off slightly while civil guard personnel lined up a few meters away and loaded their weapons, feigning a firing squad. Their journey ended when they came to the farmhouse where they had been intending to stash their cargo, and there some members of the Barcelona-based Policia Nacional anti-anarchist squad were waiting for them. They called El Secre by his name. The needless violence continued. Amidst punches and threats, they were driven in two separate cars to the Via Laietana station in Barcelona, where they were held in isolation for 3 or 4 days, over which time the beatings continued. They were then driven up to Figueres, where there was a judge waiting for them. The two friends were reunited after their hellish detention and the days thereafter. They had both taken quite a beating. The judge committed them both to prison, and they were removed to the city jail. They stayed there for about 2 weeks until they were taken to Girona, where they were held for around 3 months. Their arrival in Girona roughly coincided with the arrival of some prisoners who had been transferred from Carabanchel because of their involvement with COPL activities. The government was out to undermine the organization's unity. Together, they embarked on a hunger strike to press for better conditions, a strike in which half the prison got involved. The warders forced them all to go to the canteen at mealtimes, and half of the prisoners ate while the other half looked on. They gave up the strike after a few days, but the prison authorities realized the implications of having 2 young libertarians at a small prison like the one in Girona. They were both then relocated to Carabanchel, arriving there on February 2, 1978, after spending a night in the Modelo in Barcelona, followed by another night in Zaragoza. In early 1978, Carabanchel was a powder keg. Overcrowding, lack of expectations and vexatious treatment by the warders meant that the place might blow up at any moment. On arrival, the young men had set about planning their escape. They made contact with COPL members and with a group of Grapo militants who had recently been sent there in the wake of the abduction of General Villa CUSA and the businessman Oriol. They set about work on a tunnel that would leave them outside the walls. Days after that, some comrades from the Madrid Grupo Autonomo arrived in the prison and took turns at the excavations. Felipe and his comrade ensured that, for safety reasons, they would never both be working in the same place. One would dig while the other kept a lookout and vice versa. After everything they had been through together, they trusted each other implicitly. One mid-March day, Felipe was due to come and dig as they carried on working toward a path to freedom, while El Secre was to keep a lookout in case the warders turned up unexpectedly. But neither of them were able to operate according to plan. After going to the bathroom prior to slipping into the tunnel, Felipe spotted that the warders had uncovered the tunnel. There was every indication that one of the inmates familiar with the escape plan had run out of patience and decided to give away his comrades in return for some prison advantages. That inmate must have drawn up a list of all those involved, and the warders summoned the first inmates named on the list. The aim would have been to question them and throw a scare into them all, but the warders' brutality as they spent the first interrogation brutally beating El Secre, leaving him in such a state that he died hours afterward, ensured that none of the rest of those implicated were ever interrogated. Felipe was told by the trustee in charge of the prison infirmary what had befallen his comrade. Within days, someone told him that that trustee was the very person who had betrayed them, but he was never able to confirm this information. A month or so after the murder of his comrade, Felipe was brought to court. He received a 2-year prison term for possession of explosives. By then, he had already served more than 6 months behind bars, so he would be back on the streets again within months. After the murder of his predecessor, Garcia Valdez was the new director of prisons, and he gave the go-ahead for periods of leave and sentence reduction by means of work. Felipe started work in the miniature boats workshop alongside one of the Madrid comrades, and from there they devised and planned a fresh escape attempt. Felipe's role would be to stand by the doors. He was the one who closed the door of the van that, loaded up with inmate-manufactured boats, would also carry 7 prisoners hidden under a false bottom. One of the 7 would be Janjo. But it was not long before his opportunity arrived. One of the warders, having learned that periods of leave outside the prison were now standard practice, suggested to him that he should apply for one. His belief was that, with less than 6 months left to serve and his comrade having been murdered right there in that prison, the prison review judge would grant it to him without any sort of a hitch. Weeks later, in June 1978, Felipe left Carabanchel on leave, his mind made up never to come back. He passed through Valencia, but the Grupos Autonomos there had broken up, and the most active members had moved away to Barcelona. He decided to follow suit. In the wake of the continuous falls at the beginning of 1978, activists were flooding into that city and returning to action in brand new grupos made up of youngsters from both France and Valencia or Madrid. Shortly after arrival, 3 comrades from one of these brand new groups fell: Paco from Valencia, Michel from France, and El Kilos from Madrid. A hold-up at the Banco de Madrid branch in Lloret de Mar did not go according to plan. Felipe's first move was to start planning for the escape of these comrades. His first go was an attempt to get Michel out of Girona Hospital, where he was recuperating after having been shot twice. The thinking was that helping to get him out of the hospital would be easier than breaking him out of prison. They came up with a plan whereby they would smuggle a nun's habit through to him. They put the disguise together, and Felipe held it in his home, but in the end, they could not get it to Michel since he was under very strict surveillance. Michel was then moved to the prison where his comrades were. So, they set about looking into the chances of breaking them all out of jail, and expeditions to Girona began. They decided to mount an escape bid through the sewers, after locating, close to the prison, a sewer fed into by a pipe of around 60 centimeters. It looked like an easy undertaking. The gap between the sewer and the prison walls would have been around a little over 10 meters, although there was a considerable incline. Outside the walls there was a strip of land about 6 to 8 meters wide, after which the ground fell away and there was a bank with shrubbery. The pipe was at the next slope, and then the sewer into which it fed. The youngsters boarded the train in Barcelona, armed and carrying the required tools to venture into that underground realm, but the situation was extremely delicate. On one side, the exit was too close to the prison premises. When the comrades entered the pipe, one of them stayed outside as a lookout, but from that position not only could he see the civil guards in the sentry boxes surrounding the prison, but he could even eavesdrop on their conversation. Keeping watch in those conditions could ruin the nerves of even the most laid-back person. On the other hand, once inside the sewer things were more complicated, as there were several offshoots which narrowed and there were also some virtually insurmountable inclines. And as if that was not enough, there was the additional issue of the overpowering stench that accompanied them the whole way back to Barcelona. Doubts as to which offshoot they should follow were resolved by arranging with inmate comrades to flush detergent down at a pre-arranged time. Initially they sorted out the first few narrow pipes by ensuring that the comrades entrusted with entering the sewer network were the 2 most lightly built comrades, himself and Nano. They bought diving suits in an effort to circumvent the problems of the stink, but of course they failed in the attempt. They did end up under the prison, but the piping had become so narrow that they could not budge, much less dig upward. After a month of trying, they had to give up. Besides, in order to ease the tension that had built up over some days working in Girona, they decided to give themselves a night off, and the partying was such that 2 of the comrades, Cri and El Morito, wound up getting themselves arrested. El Morito, a Valencian comrade with an unblemished record, was released the next day, but CRI, even though they could not tie him in with any criminal offense, was escorted as far as the border and expelled from Spain, due to his being a former member of the mill. Some months after that, in 1979, Vigo provided them with plans of the sewers in the Modelo. Jone had obtained these from the School of Architecture. The escape plans were switched to the Barcelona prison where several French and Catalan comrades were being held. While they set about planning the best way of getting inside the walls, Vigo and Jonjo were arrested with another 9 comrades. A copy of the escape plan came into the possession of the police, who broke the story to the public, in the belief that it had been aborted. Likewise, they were found in possession of a highly detailed plan of the Modelo prison in Barcelona, the purpose being to dig tunnel from the outside in order to prepare the escape of several prisoners, to which end they planned to rent some premises in the vicinity of that prison 66, but this hurdle simply led to a change of plan, rather than rent some premises. Felipe used some phony papers to rent a van. Next, they bought some industrial blowtorches with which to cut through any grill they might run into and make a hole in the van's floor. The idea was to position the van on a manhole above a drain, yank it up from inside the van and slide into the underground system. On the night of the operation, they loaded up the van with the blowtorches, guns, and other necessary equipment and parked it above the manhole. They were just getting ready to enter the sewers when they spotted a Policia Nacional van hovering around. After a few minutes of great hesitancy, they decided to call the operation off, dumping the van and all the gear, except for the guns. Then they went for a second option, which was a lot more wearisome but at the same time, safer. Using phony papers, Felipe leased a tiny flat on the ground floor of an apartment building in the Calle Villamari. During the 50s and 60s, some of the broad inner courtyards of these buildings had been parceled out, and 2 or 3 small flats had been built there. Usually, these were occupied by the porters. They passed themselves off as agronomists carrying out some research and, over some months, they removed tons of dirt into bags that they carefully stacked in one of the rooms, trying to make sure that they were not stacked up against the walls. First, they dug a vertical 2-meter shaft, and then they worked at an angle for a further 1.70 meters until they had gone 7 meters deep, the depth at which they had been told they would run into the sewer that would bring them up inside the prison premises. They carried out the requisite electrical and ventilation work for digging at that depth. They divided up the work. Those not at work would rest up in a couple of apartments they had leased in the city. But the information given to them regarding the pipe work in the sewer system proved incorrect. Instead of being 7 meters underground, the sewer they were after was actually only 2 meters down. They started searching for it by digging right and left, but there was no sign of the pipe, so they decided to come up, but eventually, after a lot of effort, they found it, just as well, as they were not able to pump oxygen into the new shaft. They wasted precious time searching for the pipe, and the additional excavated soil caused a wall to crack, alarming the neighbor lady living on the other side of it. When days after they had found their way, Felipe took a phone call telling him that the landlord would be coming to inspect the flat the next day. He assumed that the game was up. That night, several young people scrubbed the place of fingerprints before making themselves scarce. Felipe then traveled down to Valencia to support a comrade, Jone, who had devised an escape plan to break out a social prisoner with whom he had become acquainted during his time inside. The prisoner would ensure that he was transferred to Valencia Hospital a day ahead of an agreed date, and his escort would be jumped by armed men in the hospital corridors. It would be up to Felipe and Jone to jump the 2 police officers while, outside, other comrades would cover their retreat from a separate vehicle. This action was a disaster. On the appointed date, November 17, Jone and Felipe kept watch at the hospital entrance, and once they saw the policeman coming with Ramon, as Jone's friend was called, they hurried to intercept them in one of the hospital corridors. Within minutes it was all proceeding according to plan. the two young men were walking down a corridor in the opposite direction to Ramon's police escort, and as they passed one another they grabbed the two officers by the shoulders, giving them no time to react. All of a sudden, Ramon took to his heels. Felipe, startled, turned to see where he was going, and the police officer capitalized upon his bewilderment to wriggle free. Then Felipe made to draw the revolver from his pocket, but unfortunately the catch on the chamber snagged on his trousers, resulting in the chambers rolling along the floor. He stooped quickly to retrieve it, but when he straightened up, he could see that the policeman was already drawing his regulation weapon. Felipe replaced the chamber, but, seeing that all the shells were now scattered on the floor, all he could do was hurl the revolver at the policeman and take off at a run. Before he knew it, he had taken 2 bullets. Same as Joan. By some miracle they both survived, but one of Joan's wounds looked pretty gruesome. One of the shots had entered, grazing his eye and exiting through the back of his head, without touching his brain. They were held in the hospital, cuffed to their beds, no better treated than on previous occasions. Initially, the police stood on ceremony as his paper identified him as Swiss. When he came to after 2 days' unconsciousness, he asked to see the Swiss consul. But within days, instead of the Swiss consul, it was members of the Barcelona anti-anarchist squad that showed up, and his hospital stay turned into a nightmare. In spite of his serious condition, the policemen carried on with their shortcut methods. One day, one of them gave him a kick that sent him sprawling off the bed, and his tubes were ripped out, causing him unbearable pain. The next day, he underwent an urgent operation for pancreatitis triggered by that violent fall. He then decided to ask for a voluntary discharge. The sooner he got out of hospital and into prison, the better and safer it would be for him. This rush led to his being moved back into the hospital 15 days later, but at least he managed to avoid being manhandled over that 2-week stay. Once he had recuperated, he was taken to Misleta again, although the policeman guarding him took him, quite unlawfully, to the police station once the doctor had discharged him. Luckily, the judge got wind of this and alerted his lawyer, Garcia Esteve, who made sure that they brought him back to the prison. He spent only a day or 2 in Misleta, after which he was sent to the cellular prison in Burgos, a punishment prison where the warders could do pretty much as they pleased and without supervision. There an attempt was made to implicate him in a sham escape attempt, and one night he was abducted for a number of hours before he was returned to his cell. He spent about a year there before he was transferred to Carabanchel. And then came his trial, although his Valencian lawyer, Garcia Esteve, and Carmen Perdijo, a young lawyer from the same chambers, had attended him throughout the whole preparation of the charge. His defense counsel was Marc Palmas from Barcelona, who ensured that he received a sentence of about 4 years, 3 for assaulting the authorities during the attempted hospital escape, a year for unlawful possession of weapons, and 3 months for attempted escape after they linked him to the Calle Villamari tunnel. In another trial for breach of sentence after he failed to return to Carabanchel after his approved period of leave in the summer of 1978, he was given a further 3 months. After he was released, he was feeling low. A social outcast with no support, with his entire family affected, getting back into real life was complicated. Knowing that mere association with him might create problems, he decided to distance himself from the anti-authoritarian networks. Although, at the same time, he was one of the people who helped keep alive the flame of friendship between all the now not so young people fighting against the system of oppression under which he had suffered. Despite this distancing, he was arrested again a year later. They came looking for him at his home on some utterly bureaucratic pretext, something along the lines of his not having served his sentences in the proper order, as if prisoners have any choice as to the order in which they serve their time. Carmen Perdijo quickly submitted a habeas corpus claim, a newly introduced court procedure, and even though it was granted, Felipe was not able to avoid serving another 2 weeks behind bars. The prisons. I'm going to burn down the high nobility. I'm going to steal away their cash. To buy more gasoline. And carry on setting fires. La Bunda Tripura del Rio, Cariqui de Barrio. The state prisons were an honest mirror held up to Spanish society, and during those years went through the same evolution and turmoil as the outside world. Initial demands were repressed through brute force. During the latter years of the dictatorship, then came a point where it was believed that social change might be possible, the years directly after Franco's death, only to finish in the same political disappointment experienced on the outside, following the signing of the Moncloa agreements and, later, the Constitution. Franco's prisons were utterly third-world prisons. Warders not only allowed, but positively encouraged the inmates to fight with and betray one another, ensuring that, as on the outside, relations would be founded upon the law of the jungle. The young, foreigners, gay people, and those without support from their families represented the weakest link in the chain. At the other extreme were the prisoners who enjoyed favors from the warders, the trustees who ran the prisons on the basis of informing and force, things that made the bulk of the inmates their enemies. However, political prisoners, who were acutely conscious of their status as victims of the dictatorship's repression, a consciousness grounded in theory and bolstered by a record of clandestine activism, 67 were basically excluded from this setup. Such prisoners banded together to secure differential day-to-day treatment, the sort of treatment that might make it possible for them to serve out their obligatory stay with rather more dignity than the ordinary or social prisoners enjoyed. As on the outside, from 1973 onward, there was an upsurge in the demands for changes, and rioting spread from prison to prison, albeit in a disconnected way. Of all these prison riots, Burgos, Seville, and Teruel in 1973, San Sebastián and Valencia in 1974, and Ocana, Burgos, and Barcelona the year after that, the one with the greatest media reverberation was the riot in the Modelo prison, precisely because the Modelo was packed with political prisoners who ensured that public opinion got to hear about the reasons behind the riots and their outcomes. The trigger for it was the death of a social prisoner known as El Habitual following a beating received from some warders, prominent among them Juan Guisado, El Matigatos. But there was nothing exceptional in that. Mistreatment, beatings, and torture was commonplace in every prison. One needs to know and be in touch with the inmate population, the repeat offenders, to properly know the extent of the crimes of the machinery of exploitation and subjugation in this fascist system. 68. Following Franco's death, rumors about a potential amnesty, and the demand for one from the civilian population on the outside, triggered a high level of anxiety in the inmate population, which slowly began to organize itself. If it is to be understood, the prisoners' struggle should be seen in the context of the downfall of Francoism and a practical criticism of existing institutions. Prison was unmistakably one of the most characteristic symbols of the Franco era. Almost everybody had spent some length of time in prison or had some friend or relation behind bars. So many crimes had been committed within those walls that the people had built up a boundless hatred of prison as an institution. 69. But even as they were getting themselves organized, the social prisoners were beginning to appreciate that any amnesty would not be applied to them, that they were not about to enjoy any of the opportunities on offer to their neighbors in the same ward, and the situation began to become unsustainable. Added to which there was the aggravating factor that a goodly number of those political prisoners assumed that they were morally superior due to their political grounding, for which reason they clung to their privileges and supported the ordinary prisoners being left out of the amnesty. There were some exceptions to this notion that ordinary prisoners were socially inferior to political prisoners, and these were to be found mostly in the ranks of the ETAPM, Trotskyist, and libertarian prisoners. Take the anarchist prisoner Fernando Carballo, the longest-serving political prisoner in Spain. When he was released after 26 years inside, he called for an amnesty for all prisoners. Or the ETA member Wilson, whose message was the same. But they were not the only ones, and some of them, upon their release, involved themselves in the campaign calling for a comprehensive amnesty. Finally, in July 1976 an amnesty was granted, but thousands of prisoners in Carabanchel, who had either been found guilty or were in pretrial detention for common criminal offenses, found that the political reasons behind their imprisonment, 40 years of social injustice, had not been acknowledged. They went into action and rioted on July 30th. On that day the roof of one of the prison wings was occupied. We could stand it no longer. And as if that was not enough, things were further inflamed by the contempt that the political prisoners displayed toward us, especially, oddly enough, the ones due for release under the amnesty. In the end, we came to blows on several occasions. 70 over the ensuing days some of the prison officers brutally targeted some of the inmates, prominent among them Ricardo Pérez Rabanal, a member of the FN, as were many other warders. He was later transferred to the Modelo in Barcelona and in 1978 was still noted for his violence, or Julio, aka El Legionario, who made his name years later in the new prison in Herrera de la Mancha. This excessive repression planted the seeds of the Copel. The driving force behind the Copel, Coordinadora de Presos and Luchas / Prisoners in Struggle coordinating body, was a group of Carabanchel prison inmates. Beginning in the autumn of 1976, after a few months of hush-hush efforts, it produced a list of demands that included, in addition to a complete amnesty, humanization of the prisons, protection of prisoners' rights, a purge of prison officers, police, and judges, and reform of the law and prison institutions. Copel's first public move was the February 21, 1977, riot, but its activity dated back to when prison officers had raided the reformatory in Carabanchel where minors were being housed. On that day, some young inmates were ferociously beaten on the pretext that a pistol belonging to one of the warders had gone missing. Prison guards were banned from carrying their guns into areas meant for inmates, and the pistol later turned up in a waste paper basket, but the viciousness unleashed on the youngest inmates in Carabanchel outraged the adult inmates, who declared a hunger strike on January 19. That strike lasted for 7 days and was followed by a further crackdown. On the night of February 28, with all the prisoners locked in their cells, 2 members of the Copel were beaten by a gang of prisoners who enjoyed favorable treatment. The warders opened the doors of their cells so that they might do their dirty work for them. Within days, the abductions started up. The overnight transfers known to the inmate population by this name continued until well into the 1980s and were effected without any court order, which is to say, unlawfully, without prior notification of the prisoners themselves and without their lawyers or family members being informed. It was their lot always to be removed to the harshest prisons in Spain, Ocana, Zamora, El Duso, Huesca, Burgos, etc. These abductions were behind the February 21 strike, which in turn catapulted the Copel into the Spanish media headlines. Tension could not be running any higher. The accumulation of punishments and unpunished assaults, the dereliction of the authorities vis-a-vis the 350 incidents reported to the Office of the Director General of Prisons by way of protest at these sanctions, the murky business of the pistol, which was hushed up, as well as the instigation of prisoner transfers to other prisons ensured that on February 21, having plumbed the depths of despair, rioting erupted in Carabanchel. 71 Just 1 month later, a royal decree was announced in the face of the protests triggered by the ineffectiveness of the 1976 amnesty, but this step, although widely cited by the politicians and the media, was construed very differently by those prisoners who were members of the organization. As far as we social prisoners are concerned, the royal pardon was a blatant ploy to divide us and apply the brakes to the growing numbers and activities of the members flooding into the Copel day by day. 72. But neither the first moves designed to split the group nor the unrestrained and merciless repression, let alone the illegal transfers, could stop the rebelliousness. The riots, hunger strikes, and plants, a collective refusal by prisoners to carry out their daily tasks, as well as refusing to receive visitors, attend the canteen, or make purchases from the prison commissary, were replicated across the prison system, while the inmates of the various prisons embraced the Copel demands as their own and used its initials when releasing their communiques. The reprisals, punishment cells, and beatings failed to bring its gestation and birth to a halt. Let alone the transfers to other prisons. Quite the opposite. Not only did they fail to break the Copel, but they had the opposite effect, it expanded. When its most pugnacious members were transferred, the spark spread to all the prisons to Ocana, Córdoba, Burgos, Barcelona, Cartagena, Porto de Santa Maria, Zaragoza, Bilbao, Valencia, and others. 73. On July 18, before the first anniversary of the initial revolt in Carabanchel prison, a further riot occurred in the very prison where the couple was born. It was the third in a year. That afternoon a group of 24 prisoners self-harmed, and while they were being removed to the infirmary, another large group of inmates showed solidarity with them by taking over the rooftops again, over 4 days, seizing their opportunity, according to the Justice Ministry, no less. Between 300 and 700 prisoners rioted on the rooftops of the Madrid prison, and hundreds more inmates engaged in acts of rebellion across much of the prison map. 74. Finding the revolts more than they could cope with, the authorities decided to tighten the noose and riot personnel entered the prison, giving no quarter. 1 prisoner was killed, and many others sustained gunshot injuries. Forced down from the roof and marshaled in the yard, the prisoners carried on with their self-harming, slashing veins and swallowing blunt objects so as to secure transfer to the hospital and carry on publicizing their demands, while at the same time placing themselves beyond reach of the beatings and the torture. That month, both before and after many of the activists penned in Carabanchel were transferred, there were riots in the prisons in Valencia, Zaragoza, Basauri, Granada, Las Palmas, Tenerife, Barcelona, Cádiz, Zamora, Oviedo, Porto de Santa Maria, Malaga, Valladolid, Almería, Burgos, Murcia, Seville, and in the women's prison in Yeserías. The powder keg that was the Spanish prison system had erupted once and for all. No more human bloodshed for rights that are rightfully ours as human beings. We are desperate and ready for anything if this carries on. 75. That autumn an amnesty was introduced, but again it omitted the bulk of the prison population. The last Basque political prisoner to be freed, the Autónomo Fran, stated once he was on the outside that December, that I am the last of the political prisoners does not matter. That still leaves the social prisoners, the marginalized. 76. The rioting spread after that and in most cases turned violent, with the torching of prison buildings the general keynote. The social prisoners are literally destroying the prisons by means of arson, riots, and escapes, insisting upon a general pardon, and have also organized themselves on the basis of assemblies. 77. Self-harm had also become everyday practice in every prison. This extended even into the courtrooms. Prisoners quickly realized that it was a lot more effective to spill their blood in front of judges and journalists than to do so inside the prison walls where the censorship of news was an everyday fact. Libertarian activists were direct participants in these struggles. First of all, from the streets, by showing solidarity with the prisoners, setting up or serving on the Copal support committees, acting as spokesmen for the inmates, arranging support meetings, and using Molotov cocktails and explosives to attack the judicial and prison authorities, which were offering no sort of solution to the conflict. In the course of 1977 several devices exploded at premises associated with the judicial repression across Spain. On March 1, the Justice Ministry in Madrid came under attack. On June 13 an explosion rattled the courthouses in Barcelona. In November, the Territorial High Court in Valladolid had its turn. On December 28, devices hit the courts in Sant Feliu de Llobregat and, again, in Barcelona. Just a month after that, on January 23, 1978, in a coordinated simultaneous operation, the courts in Granollers, the Duran y Bas home, plus the Modelo in Barcelona were all targeted. As the prisoner revolt spread, the GAAC appeared, Grupos Armados de Ayuda a la Copal / armed groups in support of the Copal. In addition to carrying out a number of holdups at bank branches, they also claimed responsibility for bomb attacks in the Valladolid area. During those same months there were many demonstrations in support of the prisoners and their demands, and some of these were quite violent, like the December 24, 1977, rally held opposite the Modelo in Barcelona, spreading through the whole of El Example, After a summons went out from the Copal support committees, demonstrators threw stones, blunt objects, and Molotov cocktails at the riot squads deployed in large numbers in an effort to control the situation. At the junctions of Calle Viladamat and Gran Via, and Calle Valencia and Calle Villamari, through traffic to other locations was completely halted as bus lanes were blocked. 78. But the campaign was beginning to bear fruit. Some prison guards, a few, and doctors sided with the prisoners, refused to use force, for which reason they too were transferred to more problematic prisons, or even resigned from their jobs rather than be party to the policy of repression. The debate went public, and the inmates went so far as to ask if they themselves might take over the running of the prisons. Little by little, the Copal was achieving some of its aims, and relations between the prisoners were becoming more decent and humane. The Copal was denouncing rapists, publicly siding with less favored categories, demanding respect for gay people, foreigners, and prostitutes, and exposing cases of flagrant injustice, such as the case of Manuel Muela, a 16-year-old who by October 1978 had been in preventive detention for 9 months for the theft of some cakes. Inside prisons, away from the public spotlight turned on Carabanchel or the Modelo, the situation had not altered much, and conditions were still worthy of the 19th century. Copal members transferred to El Duso in February 1978 issued a statement according to which the living conditions in this prison are as precarious as can be. We have no water, no WCS, no wash basins in the cells, merely a bunk, a foul-smelling plastic potty that we can only empty twice a day, and a water carafe of the same material. These are the only fittings in the cells. To grasp our situation better, one would need to know that 2 people spend 23 hours per day in every cell. We have gone 16 days without a change of clothing or a shower, which has given rise to several outbreaks of scabies. We are refused access to all news media, as a result of which, plainly, we are enduring physical and sociological brutalization. We are denied family visits and visits by our lawyers, which not only places our home lives in jeopardy, but rides roughshod over basic legal guarantees. 79. In the women's prisons, the repression was rather subtler, and force was not constantly employed. But the fact that the women who ran them were members of fundamentalist Catholic orders did nothing to diminish the suffering of the inmates. The humiliation is relentless, and those who watch over us are doubly repressive, on the one hand, as jailers and, on the other, as members of a Francoist religious order such as the Evangelical Crusades of Christ the King. To these women, we are not merely a menace to society but sinners to boot, and we represent the one and only release for their frustrations. 80. On March 14, Agustin Ruta was murdered in Carabanchel prison, which was evidence of the facts of life within the prisons. For all the talk of reforms, repression was the main response from the state, either to the prisoners' demands or to their attempts to escape. The warders were the same as they had been 3 years earlier, and there had been no change in their methods. March 22 brought the murder of the Director General of Prisons, Jesus Haddad, and shortly after that Carlos Garcia Valdez was appointed to replace him. Initially, he suggested that he might accede to some of the prisoners' demands. What became known as co-management began the running of the prisons jointly by the warders and the inmates. In every ward, panels of delegates were set up. The sergeants in each ward were replaced by inmates. Assemblies were held in the prison yards on a daily basis. Cleaning teams were organized, and no inmate was exempted from service. Solidarity funds were raised to pay for tobacco, soap, and milk for those without income, most of whom were African. Every time anyone received a little cash or goods from family on the outside, a given percentage of this was handed over to the common fund. Head counts were kept to a minimum, most of all because the prisoners themselves were the ones who signed off on them. 81. But this reform was merely a mirage, or rather, a ploy to buy time for the planning of the definitive state response to the prisoners' demands. A mere 5 months later, Garcia Valdez himself, in an exemplary display of audacity, replied to complaints from one inmate in the Modelo prison, the treatment received by the inmates is correct, and I reject the charge that beatings, provocations, insults, and harassment take place. I would call upon you to abide by proper behavior from now on, radically different from the sort you have been displaying in recent months, and that will be the only route to ensuring a more permissive, more liberal regime within an ordered community. 82 Shortly after that, with the prospective opening of a brand new top security prison in Herrera de la Mancha, the discourse switched from mere audacity to direct threat. Here you have a prison for people. A decent one. If you try to destroy Herrera, I can just as easily create prisons catering for wild animals, and that's where you will go. 83 The prisoners realized that they had been deceived. What is this reform about? We prisoners have the measure of this reform, Herrera de la Mancha as an example of repression. 84 All of the ground gained through the previous 2 years of struggle evaporated, and in the spring of 1979 one of the inmates active within the Copal, Miguel Sanchez Garcia, summed things up in an article in the magazine Ozono: a lot of blood was spilled for so little return. At the same time the prisoners from the 5th Ward in the Modelo issued an agonizing statement, but above all there is the fear of beatings. The most recent ones we have heard of came last night and lasted for 15 to 20 minutes apiece. The nightly fear, terror, and panic have now become unbearable. 85 That year, 2 warders in the Modelo stood out for their behavior: Agustin Morales Garcia, aka El Rompaticos, and Daniel, El Cojones. On March 5, 1977, just a year on from his promotion to director of the state prison system, the magazine Cuadernos para el Diálogo published statements by Garcia Valdez, who had these thoughts regarding the creation of the Copal: I can see a real case for unions or organizations like those for enforcement of the rights of prisoners, be they in preventive detention or after conviction. To ferocious repression, the new prison strategy added media misrepresentation in pursuit of its interests and the manipulation of inmates in order to sow discord in the ranks. During 1978, it became commonplace to see sensational and questionably accurate reports on the alleged murders of inmates after people's courts set up by Copal members. News of the discovery of torture cells set up by prisoners themselves during the period of co-management was also commonplace. There was also the repeated release of specific prisoners, some of whom had been active members of the Copal, but who made statements to the press after they were freed to the effect that the violence had to end and the campaign redirected down peaceful avenues. As part of this new wearing down strategy, a group even surfaced that was against the Copal's demands. This was the GIL, Grupo de Incontrolados en Luchas/Uncontrollables in Struggle group. Far-right prison officers were behind this group, and it was made up of prisoners wedded to the previous prison set up before the establishment of the Copal. And the last weapon deployed was the final blow. With a strange simultaneity, heroin made its way into all the prisons. In December 1978 3 prisoners were found dead in the Modelo. One of them had died by hanging, he knew too much about, and apparently was dangerously inimical to, the traffic in hard drugs. 86 The other 2 died from overdoses. The mother of one of the young men had written to him, Garcia Valdez, on the subject just a few days before. Drug dealing inside the Modelo bordered on scandalous. 87 1 year after his arrival as director of prisons, Garcia Valdez's reforms had been reduced to paper and ink. He had achieved his real purpose, the breakup of the Copal and the deterioration of living conditions for those who could not bring themselves to collaborate with the prison officers and to remain silent about injustices. Many of the leading members of the Copal were transferred to the new top security prison, where warders took revenge. The arrival of such prisoners in Herrera de la Mancha did not vary by one iota from the arrivals in prison 5 years before. Under a hail of blows, they ordered me to undress. Insults, thumps, kicks. It all came down on me, breaking my honor, my spirit, and my morale while I stripped. 8 hand-picked jailers just for little old me. I found myself naked and up against the wall in the search position. I underwent that torture, and several times I fell to the floor, only to be trampled and then forced up against the wall in the search position to suffer further blows. The doctor saw the torture and treated me for it, writing prescriptions, signing them off as old injuries, bronchitis, or lost his footing on the stairs. The whole thing was a farce. 88. The treatment in other prisons was the same. The PSOE's accession to power in 1982 brought no positive change as far as the prison population was concerned. Any change had a negative impact on them. Prisoners and their families were punished by means of surveillance and dispersion. In 1984, things in Segovia prison were greatly changed and bore no relationship to the living conditions back in 1979 and 1980. The PSOE had also made no changes in the prisons, or rather, something had changed. Now the regime on the inside was harsher than before and the food of poorer quality and lesser in quantity. 89. It was at this point that they introduced a tightening up of conditions for the so-called political prisoners, the aim being to launch a psychological warfare that would end up destroying them. 90. We cannot consider the prison system in isolation. It is, rather, the last word in a system of oppression that starts with the laws and in the very organization of society. Agustin Rude. 1. Juan arrived in Barcelona in 1962, the year of the big snowfall that crippled the city. Juan had just turned 9. His parents had sent him up from Medina del Campo to find a new life and prepare for the arrival of the remainder of the family. After a time in the home of his aunts, he lived near La Ciudad Ella with a family that had a dozen adopted kids. The children sold carafes of olive oil door to door in return for a warm meal and somewhere to bed down for the night. He spent his childhood on the streets, and back in those days there was only one law: there is a price to be paid. Nobody mentioned education to him, nor cleanliness. The city and society were a jungle, and the only aim was to survive at any cost. By the age of 14 or 15 he saw the inside of the municipal cells, although his stay there was a short one. 2 or 3 nights. When members of the civil guard arrested him for riding a motorcycle that did not belong to him, by way of punishment, they wanted to use pliers to clip his long hair which fell to his shoulders. And then his parents arrived in Barcelona, but he refused to go and live with them and ran away to Madrid. One day in 1970, when still a minor, he was arrested en route to the city center boarding house where he was living and placed in the reformatory in Carabanchel prison. His father had reported him for running away from home. He remembers that winter, locked inside the freezing reformatory, as one of the toughest in his life. He served some months in the reform home, and shortly after his release he was rearrested, but this time finished up in the adult prison. That was in 1971. He had turned 18, and after a time in Carabanchel prison he was moved to the prison in Ocana up until 1977 when he was released. That last stay in prison changed his life. It must have been in 1976 when another inmate let him have a book. He cannot remember the title, but it was the first time had read anything about anarchism. The attraction was immediate. He was released in April 1977 and made his way back to Barcelona. One day when strolling through the city center, in the Calle Porte Ferrissa, he bumped into the comrade who had lent him that book in Ocana prison. He was painting some premises and invited him to step inside. It was the CNT's amalgamated trade union, Sindicato de Oficios Varios. At the time, Juan was working as a waiter. He joined the union and quickly ended up on the prisoners' aid committee. He was out to try to ensure that no one went through what he had been through. He collected clothing, food, and cash that he took it upon himself to distribute among the libertarian prisoners so that they might go on to share it with the social prisoners needier than themselves. The situation on the streets was becoming unsustainable, and the aspirations for freedom and justice that seemed possible after Franco's death were vanishing spectacularly. The Moncloa agreements, the Copel, the Scala affair. Somebody put it to him that it was time to glove up. He did not hesitate. The transition was forgetting about the poorest, the ones who suffered despicable living conditions in prison, which were the same under the new setup as they had been 40 years earlier. In slang, glove up meant going into action, donning gloves so as to leave no fingerprints. Months after that, in mid-1980, he joined forces with some other comrades to form a relatively stable group. Their first actions were in support of the comrades charged in the Scala case. Their trial was imminent. The money raised was used for the upkeep of their infrastructure and, once those costs had been covered, anything left over went to pay the lawyers of the jailed comrades, but Juan was never involved in the money side. Every member of the group had his own organizational role. They remained active for around 3 years. They virtually always lived together in rented apartments procured by one of the comrades. They were not clandestines, but they did not hold down jobs either. These days Juan reckons that leaving their respective jobs behind and turning pro was one of their biggest mistakes. When their actions started up, they made contact with comrades from another Barcelona group who offered to supply them with phony papers. At the same time, the members of a Valencia group, one of whose activists had worked with them on their initial actions, was supposed to provide them with several firearms, but the fall of that group in Valencia also led to the dismantling of the Barcelona group, and Juan and his comrades were left with no documentation and weapons just as they were beginning to carry out their first expropriations. They carried on with normal life and were often to be seen in places that made up part of the libertarian community of the time, La Rivalta, La Fragua, El Tierra Alta. In fact, when arrested years later, they were shown some snapshots taken in La Fragua. Members of the group could be seen at leisure, but there were no photographs of Juan. He was making an effort to be more discreet, and at the time, given his activity, his mind was made up to cut back on his social life. 2 years later, one of his comrades fell during a hold-up at a bingo hall on the Paralelo in Barcelona, but the remainder, having adopted their usual security measures, such as, say, instantly evacuating the flat they were all sharing, carried on for the next year gloving up. And then they stepped up their security measures. They stopped living together and got in touch by phone whenever they had to meet up to plan or carry out some action. They had no idea what the arrested comrade might have said, and they took it for granted that they had arrest warrants. At the time, Juan slept with 2 pistols stashed near his bed. On just a few occasions they carried out vehicular operations, using cars, but as a rule they operated on foot. It was on one such occasion when, luckily enough, they had access to vehicles, that Juan lost a shoe during an expropriation. He did not realize this until he got back to the car, which had already started up. The tension at the time ruled out any follow-up to such petty personal matters. That day, his comrade had to take him as far as the door of their shared abode on the Avenida de la República Argentina, lest he arouse suspicion for walking the street with only one shoe. They carried out their actions unmasked, and when there was no need for every member of the group to participate in an action, those not involved were left out of the loop. For security reasons. At this point they were starting to receive, if the operation made it necessary, support from other libertarian comrades or even activists from the pro-independence left. In the end, the group disbanded, and Juan spent nearly a full year out of contact with his comrades. One day, though, he received a phone call at home. One of the comrades, Willie, told him that he needed to speak with him as a matter of urgency and would ring back in 15 minutes. 5 minutes after that, BPS officers were knocking at his door. The comrade had been arrested the previous day in Valencia. One of the group's members managed to get away and went underground. In time, he left the country. The rest were arrested over a 2-day period of police overtime. They were charged with a dozen holdups and with planting a couple of explosive devices at bank premises. No incriminating evidence or guns were found in one's place. They spent 9 days at the police station, with the usual violence from the police that implied, and then a tour of the state prisons began. Those under arrest were moved to Carabanchel prison and, after an initial night there, were placed on the 3rd ward, where Juan met with other comrades from the Grupos Autonomos and joined the Libertarian Prisoners Commune, a commune that managed some aspects of the routine life of the prison, such as the catering or cleaning. Protecting the rights of the inmates implied a relentless battle with the warders and the prison supervisory judges, but Juan was undaunted. In January 1984, a disciplinary report on him was written up after he referred to one prison officer as a jailer. His punishment was 6 days in solitary. Juan presented a defense argument relying heavily on the dictionary of the Real Academia de la Lengua, jailer someone engaged in looking after and guarding prisoners in prison. That same month he was given 3 weekends in solitary as punishment for telling a prison officer not to talk gibberish, which was regarded by the prison's department as disrespectful. Having listened to his plea, the prison supervisory court reduced that punishment to a single weekend. 3 members of his group served upward of a year and a half in preventive detention, but the law prescribed a maximum of 18 months of preventive incarceration. For that reason, in order to insist that the law be observed, they mounted a hunger strike that lasted 32 days, at the end of which Juan was down to 41 kilos. In the end, they stood trial, and Juan received a sentence of 24 years, 9 months, and 17 days in prison for membership of an armed gang, possession of weapons, and 5 hold-ups. After conviction, he applied for a transfer to Segovia prison, where there was a sizable community of libertarians. Twice he was refused a transfer until he informed the prison's department that, unless he was granted it, he would embark upon a further hunger strike. Within weeks he was transferred. There was only one language the prison authorities understood: pressure. During his time prison, the national prison network expanded. In Segovia, autonomous from Madrid, Valladolid, Barcelona, and the Basque country found themselves neighbors, although at that point the Basques were starting to be targeted by extraordinary repressive measures. They were beginning to all receive the same treatment, meaning that all Basques were lumped together, as Basques, but were treated differently from the rest, no matter how autonomo or libertarian they were. Juan strove to carry on with his activism from inside prison. These were the years when there was the squabble over ownership of the CNT initials and the trade union legacy. He had been a member of the union and went public with his support for the CNT against the Paralila, eventually CGT competitors. He also publicly denounced HB's stance on the Portugalete incident. A Grupo Autonomo had torched some PSOE premises, and HB vigorously condemned this, just as it had previously condemned the murder of Enrique Casas by the CAA. In addition, having served more than 4 years in prison, he mounted his last hunger strike, insisting that he be transferred to a prison in Catalonia. This time, after 28 days without food, he failed in his effort. By then the state had won the battle inside the prisons. From 1988 on, representatives of the so-called Congress of Valencia CNT, today's CGT, opened negotiations with the government aiming to secure a pardon for libertarian prisoners, while more or less explicitly conceding that the libertarian movement's days of armed struggle were now over. On March 22, 1989, the Council of Ministers released 8 of the prisoners. Juan had refused to sign the repentance papers. If all went well, he had about another year left to serve and refused to bend the knee to the state. He remained in Juca prison for a little under a year. That was his last prison address before he was released back onto the streets on August 10, 1990. After more than 7.5 years inside, he was one of the last to walk away from the nightmare that was the Spanish state prison system in the post-Franco and neo-democratic era. While he was in that last prison establishment, and in a good example of the Spanish state's courts being out of control, Juan was tried in his absence by the Barcelona Provincial High Court for some of the group's earliest actions. A verdict issued on October 13, 1989, acquitted him on the grounds that the statute of limitations had passed. In actual fact, he was tried for offenses for which he had already stood trial and been convicted by the National High Court, but the latter had failed to brief the Barcelona High Court on either that trial or its outcome. On his release, he arrived back in Barcelona without a penny to his name. He had no one he could rely upon, but the comrades from the Ateneo Libertario in Gracia welcomed him and helped him to start a new life. Juan carried on supporting the prisoners for several more years through the CAP, Col.Lectio Anti-Prison/Anti-Prisons Collective, in Barcelona. The results of infiltration. 11 o'clock in the morning on January 15, 1978, marked the start in Barcelona of the first demonstration called lawfully by the CNT in 40 years. Following the success of the demonstration called a couple of months earlier in Barcelona by the trade unions to protest against the Moncloa agreements, a demonstration that had assembled several 100,000 people, the CC.OO and UGT bureaucracies hurriedly called their Catalan delegations to order in order to dismantle the United Trade Union Front, which posed a threat to decisions made outside of the factories endorsed by those very same trade union bureaucrats. Once isolated in trade union terms and in the wake of the telling victory secured in the gas station employees' strike in 1977, the CNT decided to take to the streets alone in order to carry on standing up to new capitalist policies meant to stifle the working class's ability to respond. Several thousand people backed the union's proposal and marched the length of what is today the Paralelo, back then it was the Avenida Marqués del Duero, between the hours of 11 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. Over an hour later the fire broke out at the Scala nightclub in the Paseo de Sant Joan. That fire utterly destroyed the nightclub and ended the lives of 4 workers, some of them CNT members. 3/4 of the Scala workforce belonged to the Anarcho-Syndicalist Confederation at the time. 16 hours after the fire broke out, members of the Policia Nacional's anti-anarchist squad arrested a couple of young people, Xavier Canadas and Pilar Alvarez, in their home in the No Barras quarter and, minutes later, did the same to Arturo Palma, Xavier's workmate, a CNT member as Xavier was. Within hours José Cuevas, another No Barras resident, and Rosa Lopez, his partner, were arrested. Xavier, Arturo, and Jose had all been involved in throwing Molotov cocktails at the nightclub's entrance, but, of them all, Jose Cuevas was the only one with a police record. How had the people behind the attack been so effectively traced if the people initially arrested never even had police files? Years later, the man who prosecuted the case, Alejandro del Toro, wrote in the review Cuadernos Jurídicos in November 1994, to an expert, the weirdest thing was the speed with which the police had rounded up the alleged perpetrators. In order to get a handle on at least part of what really happened during those days in January 1978, we need to hark back to the year before. In January 1977 the same police squad rounded up dozens of activists during the FAI Peninsular Conference. These arrests, spread over time and space, led to the dismantling of the Mercian Group and involved the fall of Joaquim Gambin, El Grillo, a man already known in certain prison quarters as a police informer. Once in the Modelo prison in Barcelona, Gambin met Cuevas, who had been picked up for his part in the FAI meeting. It was during that stay in the Barcelona prison that the sister of activist Josep Ilamola, who had been in custody since August 1975 for his part in the Grupos Autonomos during the latter years of Francoism, tipped off the militant Luis Andrés Edo that her brother had told her that, according to another inmate, Gambin was an informer. It looks as if, in spite of Luis Andrés's efforts to alert the upper echelons of the libertarian organizations and expose the informer to the membership, no one lifted a finger to exclude him from the libertarian movement. The fact is that on January 11, 1978, 4 days ahead of the CNT demonstration, Gambin popped up in Barcelona again and, because of his age, he was in his 50s, his record, which included lengthy stays in prison, and the nickname by which he was beginning to be known in the city, the Old Anarchist, he attracted some interest from certain segments of the young libertarians eager to get to know anarchists with lots of experience behind them. The day before the demonstration, Cuevas invited Gambin to his home, and Canadas, Palma and their partners also showed up for the visit. They finished the evening in the home of Xavier and Pilar, where they readied 6 Molotov cocktails, deciding to meet up at the demonstration the next day. Once the demonstration had passed off without incident, Gambin egged the young people into throwing the devices at the nightclub, it being a symbol of the new Barcelona bourgeoisie. While he stayed with the girls, the three young men walked from the Avenida Mistral to the Paseo de Sant Joan. En route, they crossed paths with four young activists from the Ruby CNT, also acquaintances of Cuevas, and these tried to talk them into dumping the Molotov cocktails. In the end, though, they were persuaded into coming along with them to mount the attack. Within minutes, tragedy ensued. Days later, as a result of the brutal interrogations to which Xavier, Arturo, and Jose were subjected, Luis Muñoz and Mate Fabres, members of the Ruby CNT, were also arrested. Another two young people managed to slip across the border and put some distance between themselves and Spain. The squad's efficiency in the arrest of the young people from No Barras was in stark contrast with the arrest of the people from Ruby. The only difference between the two groups was that the latter did not know Gambin, nor did Gambin have any knowledge of their involvement in the action. Once Xavier, Jose, and Arturo had been arrested and questioned, they began to realize that they had been played, and that the whole thing was part of something bigger that was beyond their control. The police had information that some of them did not even possess. When they met up eventually inside the Modelo and were in a position to compare notes, they realized that the whole thing had been painstakingly planned by Gambin, who had acted as an agent provocateur. Over time another misgiving arose: could the utter destruction of the building and the complete burning down of the nightclub have been caused by a few incendiaries at its entrance? It is hard to believe that, given the thousands of Molotov cocktails thrown in Barcelona over the years, on this occasion these had sparked an uncontrollable conflagration. Especially when one knows that, as La Vanguardia reported on January 17, by the time that the fire brigade emergency services arrived minutes later, the interior of the premises was almost entirely engulfed in flames. Right from the outset, there had been contradictory reports and questionable actions. Even though those arrested spelled out their ties to Gambin under questioning, the police records never mentioned him. On the other hand, the youngsters from Ruby did get a mention, and arrest warrants were issued for them. Joaquim Gambin's name hit the headlines a month and a half later, when the judge drew up the indictment. But even though the press provided the full names of the youngsters who were still on the run, they offered no details about Gambin, and the police did their best to redirect attention away from him. It looked too, as if a neighbor of the nightclub took numerous photographs of the fire from the outset, but shortly afterward these were bought in the name of El Noticiero Universal and vanished from circulation. Some accounts have it that those photographs show that the fire had not started in the entrance to the club but toward its rear. That version was given some merit by the counsel for the prosecution counsel himself, who expressed surprise at the fact that police forensics have not established the precise place of origin of the flames. 91 According to the book El Caso Scala, some residents reported having heard detonations, and another, a former civil guard, gave a sworn affidavit to the effect that he had seen several well-dressed people, ties and jackets, etc., entering the premises with several suitcases, which they were no longer carrying when they came out of the nightclub. Within days, that local resident was found with 3 bullets in his head, and his notarized statement was not accepted as evidence in the trial. Some accounts also pointed out that the firefighters drew up a report according to which they had found traces of phosphorus in the rubble at the nightclub. That report too vanished. The National High Court requested an expert opinion 9 months after the incident, by which time neither the Scala nor any rubble was left. It is unlikely that we shall ever know the facts, but 16 years on from the fire and 13 after the trial, the article that the prosecutor wrote for Cuadernos Jurídicos does not leave much room for doubt. He himself queried whether the firebombs that these young people prepared could have been the cause of the fire. He states that the fire was the outcome of devices whose huge incendiary capacity was indicative of a professionalism, which the accused obviously lacked. It was 2 years before Gambin found himself jailed on October 27, 1979, in the town of Elche, Alicante, but, oddly enough, no one thought to advise the court that had issued his arrest warrant. It was lawyers for the Scala accused that passed on word that he had been arrested, but by the time, November 1979, the prosecution asked for him to be moved from Alicante up to Barcelona. He had mysteriously vanished from the prison. The counsel for the prosecution himself began to realize that there was something odd about this case, because despite Gambins having been tried, it was odd that in reports from the Policia Central on the person and antecedents of the accused persons, any reference to him had been left out, nor was there any acknowledgement that orders from the Central Court for him to be taken into custody had been received. 92. To put that another way, both the police and the higher courts were trying to avoid a statement being taken from him. On November 13, 1980, the prosecution forwarded a letter addressed to the National High Court requesting access to the case file and Gambin's record. The letter also asked for him to be tracked down and Luis Muñoz released. Muñoz having been held in preventive detention for 2.5 years, he had been 17 at the time of the fire. The response was wholly unexpected. Not only did the National High Court turn down all his requests, but it immediately sought to have the prosecuting counsel replaced. Obviously, this case was one in which the delivery of justice was not a consideration. The judicial farce eventually reached its climax after December 1, 1980, when a trial got underway in a climate of tension inside the courthouse and violence outside. Clashes between young libertarians and the security forces was commonplace. The Scala nightclub owners, the Reba brothers, who had received 800 million pesetas in compensation, some 130,000 euros, failed to show up to pursue a private action, nor did the families of the victims, who had also received compensation from the Interior Ministry. Everything boiled down to a straight fight between the accused and the state. Every one of the young people was convicted. Jose and Xavier got 21 years, Arturo 20, Luis 2.5, and Pilar and Rosa 6 months apiece. Mate had been released months earlier and never even faced the court. She was not the only collateral damage. 3 days after the fire, a photograph of the faces of the detainees had made the covers of the newspapers, and alongside them was a young girl by the name of Maria Valles Gomez, who never had any connection with the case but who was thereby criminalized in the eyes of the general public. In 1994, the prosecution counsel acknowledged that 14 years on, it was plainly a mistake to have denied the defense the right to call His Excellency Señor Don Rodolfo Martín Villa as a witness, and that the fundamental issue for me is that my career not be reduced to a laughingstock. 93, meaning that he explicitly conceded the importance of the Interior Minister's part in the matter, while also admitting that his main concern had not been the delivery of justice and clarification of the facts, but simply coming away from the trial with his career in good stead. In December 1981, Joaquim Gambin Hernandez was arrested in Valencia and, after much pressure was brought to bear, he was transferred to Barcelona to make a statement on the Scala case. In that statement he declared that he had not been arrested but had handed himself over to the Policia Criminal because the intelligence squad had abandoned him to his fate after the failure of an anti-ETA operation in which he had played a part. Similarly, he acknowledged that he had been hired by the intelligence squad in 1977 for the purpose of infiltrating the libertarian movement. As for the Scala affair, after encouraging those young people to throw Molotov cocktails, on the very evening of the attack he had phoned his police contact in Madrid to furnish him with all the intelligence in his possessions, addresses, names. He stood trial on December 13, 1983, 3 years after the sentencing of the youngsters and nearly 6 after the events. Even though the prosecution had asked for a 16-year prison sentence, he was sentenced to 7 years. Less than 3 months after the nightclub fire, on April 1, 1978, 4 people raided the Catalsa supermarket opposite the Sants train station in Barcelona. 3 people in hoods and a man over 40 years of age, unmasked, made off with 2,600,000 pesetas, around 15,000 euros. 2 weeks after that, on April 16, Gabriel Botifal Gomez, employed at the seed plant in Barcelona, was arrested in his car while on his way to meet someone known to him by the nickname Juan el Anarquista. At 8:30 a.m. the very next day, Manuel Cruz Carballero, unemployed, sustained a gunshot wound but managed to get away. This happened in the Plaza Cataluna where Manuel was supposed to rendezvous with the very same Juan el Anarquista. On the same date seed workers Manuel Nogales Toro, Jose Ramon Sanchez Ramos, Jose Hernandez Tapias, and Diego Santos Garcia were arrested, and, with them, the unemployed Agustin Garcia Coronado and 4 or 5 more seed workers. A few days later, the police revealed that they had broken up an armed gang made up mostly of workers at the seed plant in Barcelona and going by the name of the Erat. Manuel Cruz was arrested on August 28, 4 months later. In addition to the April 1 holdup, they were charged with another 4 expropriations and 2 attacks that caused casualties, all of them carried out between December 31, 1977, and April 1, 1978. The group was a mixed bag, made up of militants from the revolutionary left who had almost all quit their organizations, the PSOE, PCEML, FRAP, FAC, CC.OO, etc. Except for one who belonged to the CNT essentially because of those organizations' reformist policies. The Erat had been launched the previous year in order to support the workers' struggles and defend the autonomy of the assemblies against the onslaught from the trade union and political bureaucracies of the left-wing parties that they themselves had quit. Individually, its members referred to themselves as self-managerial socialists, independence supporters, or revolutionary Marxists. After between 3 and 4 tough days at the police station, where they were subjected to the usual tortures, the bolsa, the barra, etc., they were brought to the courthouse. There they were forced to make statements in the presence of their torturers, with no judge present, and were later transferred to the Modelo. Once inside the Modelo, where they met those jailed over the Scala case, they realized that they had been set up by the same agent provocateur, Juan el Anarquista, none other than Joaquim Gambin. In the early morning of April 1, 6 of the 7 persons arrested had met up in Santa Coloma to take part in a demonstration called by the town's unemployed assembly. Once that was over, Manuel Cruz invited them to take part in a meeting with other comrades that afternoon. The meeting was held near the Plaza de España in Barcelona. Botifal, Hernandez, and Nogales met Juan el Anarquista, who invited them to carry out the hold-up at the Cadalsa supermarket that evening, a hold-up carried out by men wearing hoods, whereas Juan made no attempt to cover his face. The proceeds of the hold-up, except for a significant sum with which Juan made off, was spread around unemployed assemblies and strike funds at firms in dispute. On June 30, 1980, the trial was held at the National High Court. The charges relating to attacks occasioning victims had vanished, but sentences were handed down ranging from 4 years for Agustin Garcia to 34 years for Manuel Cruz, albeit that most of the accused were given 27 years. The charges were based on 3 shotguns, 8 pistols, and 3 sets of handcuffs that the police claimed to have discovered in an apartment in the Calle Miró in Barcelona, an apartment rented by Juan el Anarquista. Anti-capitalist autonomous platoons logo. Sticker in support of imprisoned autonomous group members. Publication edited by an autonomous group from Barcelona in support of colleagues scheduled to be tried on November 15, 1979. Sticker made by an autonomous group from Barcelona. Gari prisoner support sticker. Cover of the Mario Inés Torres album in support of Gari prisoners. Prisoners Solidarity Committee poster of the Mill of Barcelona. Members of the Refugee Support Network that operated from Toulouse. On the left is Hortensia Torres and to her right is Mario Inés, father, in Barcelona before taking refuge in Toulouse. Maria Mombiola of the Refugee Support Network. Spanish bookstore in Perpignan, France. At the door, with a mustache, is Enric Melich. Leaflet in support of the members of the Barcelona autonomous groups before their trial on November 15, 1979. Agustin Ruda. Prisoners climbed on the roof of the prison during one of the riots in 1977, on the banner see the Copal logo. Demonstration for the amnesty of March 13, 1977 in Barcelona. One of the young protagonists of this book is in the foreground, carrying a black flag with a circle A. 91 Cuadernos Jurídicos, November 1994. 92 Cuadernos Jurídicos, November 1994. 93 Cuadernos Jurídicos, November 1994. 5 Armed Agitation. Valencia. I want to make it clear that I am not claiming that this story will serve as a lesson to anyone. On the other hand, within the account of what was going through our minds, or what I now think was going through our minds back then, one can see a certain silliness and ideological delusions with no foundations beyond alienation which, when all is said and done, consists of a distancing from reality. Por la memoria anticapitalista. At the beginning of the 1970s, the Barricada and Bandera Negra groups surfaced in Valencia, both in a student context. The former employed a language wholly influenced by the Situationists and May 68 in France. They were mainly propaganda groups out to set up an autonomo or libertarian network, and over time, they began to liaise with other groups around Spain such as Negro y Rojo in Catalonia, Autogestión Obrera in Madrid, or Acción Directa in Zaragoza. These connections facilitated the creation of a small escape line abetting the escape to France of activists who found themselves compromised during the latter years of the dictatorship. One example being a Valencian activist who served as a policeman. Once discovered, he managed to slip over the Pyrenees. The final years of the dictatorship also saw the emergence of the Alcoy group, the group in which Felipe took part, which eventually joined up with Bandera Negra, giving rise to a very small coordinating body in Valencia. These groups were still influenced by the historical record of the classical libertarian organizations, although, as a rule, they had no direct connection with the latter's clandestine militants. Following the fall of the members of the MIL, and in view of the January 1974 military tribunal, the first solidarity actions recorded by the media were mounted. Take the one on January 19, when several Molotov cocktails were thrown at the Iberia offices in the city. In March, following the murder of Pugantic, the university campuses were paralyzed for several days running, and there were tough, violent clashes between young demonstrators and the security forces. This led to the arrest of one young man who was sent to prison after being handed over to the military authorities. At the same time, the Alcoy group was smashed, but Cistidos managed to slip away and tipped off El Alcoyano, who was performing his mandatory military service. In view of the risk of their being arrested, they both decided to run away to France. There they came into contact with the cousins Raymond and Philip Sol, with whom El Alcoyano months later decided to return to Spain to continue the struggle. While the Catalans stayed in Barcelona, he settled in Valencia. During these years, young Valencians used to meet up in parish clubs, groups whose evolution paralleled that of the society. In many such clubs, the priests first lost control and then the bureaucrats, and in the end there was nobody left but the actual folk who ran them, which was akin to an assembly. 94 This was true of the parish clubs in Benimaclet, Benicalap, Oradol, and, slightly later, in the ones in Court and Misleda. The young people who took over the management of the clubs were greatly influenced by the explosion in counterculture following the dark night of Francoism, and they decided to especially take pleasure in their day-to-day lives, beginning with changes in themselves. As far as we were concerned, what mattered was the revolution that we were successfully making in our own daily lives and personal dealings. 95. In many cases, the young people started off in neighborhood struggles, and little by little, especially from 1975 onward, they started coordinating with one another and sharing their experiences. It was natural for them to meet up at demonstrations and the parties afterward, and what prompted this connection was the fact that they employed similar approaches to those demonstrations, where we were always the last to leave the streets and the first to clash with the police, whether the fascists or the stewards of the left-wing political and trade union bureaucracies. 96 For one thing, some of these activists had not given up on their propaganda activities, and when, in late 1976, the campaign by the social prisoners came to light, they rallied in support of it. Through the Copal support committees they organized lobbying and strike funds and produced publications offering a platform to what was the lowest stratum in society.